$25 to get me gas home. Everything's great.
I'm going to tell you comic something. The listener to tell Lee something that you should get out of your head right now. When I got into comic, the day I said to myself, it was like 94. I had been doing comedy 3 years. And I go, this is it. Like, this is what I'm doing. I knew that it was going to be 10 years, so I saw money. And I knew it was going to be a struggle. That's why I started shaving away. I forced myself. I knew that I had to make a decision in a year. I knew in Boulder that
temperatures pretty good shape.
this ain't going to work. This delivering Chinese food, slinging code, this doing comedy part-time, 1 month, 1 week here. This is not going to work. I got to dive into this. So I started watching this TV. I started forcing myself, depending on how you move, bro. You gotta get a tent. Yep. You gotta get blankets, a sleeping bag. And I never forget doing that first trip. Like 2 weeks back to back, and you get a flat tire. And these are all things that are not included in your budget.
No,
they're not included in your budget.
All the most terrible things happen when you first start.
Yeah, all those things like your car, the lease, the whole thing, all that, your car blows up.
When you can absolutely afford it, you're fine.
You're fine.
That shit never happens.
It's the week when you go and you run over a deer, and the deer's leg is only can happen to you. I was still one time Ralphie went somewhere to get $500 on the way up the elevator. The keys fell out of his finger in the shack. I get a stay at the hotel next day. I could only come on Monday morning. It was $480. I came back from Sacramento with $20 for the week. And the keys fell down the elevator shaft. They couldn't get somebody there till Monday fucking morning. Like, what are the chances of that? That's the comedy game. And you just can't, if you can't ride, you can't say nothing. You just pay your debt to the universe.
I remember playing, it's one of my first headlining gigs. I did Knuckleheads, All American. It's now a Corona bar. And
that's the Corona.
That's the Corona bar when you leave.
The other one.
Rick Bronson.
Rick Bronson.
Corona bar's Old Knuckleheads. Okay, so I do Tuesday through Saturday. Minnesota is 6.5 hours from Kansas. They give me $1,200. I've never seen $1,200 my entire life. I'm literally laughing on my drive home. I'm like, what am I going to do with all this money? I'm going to do a website. Like, this is what websites are just brand new. Like, I'm going to do all this. I'm going to do this. Like, I'm really going to put it into an hour outside of the mall, going through a construction zone. Like, deer comes out of nowhere. Hit it straight up. I can remember this. Decapitated the deer. I remember that because I hit the body. The head stayed where it was, spun around a couple times, landed there. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I got one hitter. I got the little dugout, the little dugout standard set up. Pulled off. I lost the headlight. Everything's pretty much fine. The radiator's fine. The fan's fine. Call my dad. And I'm still speechless. It's a fucking deer. It's fucking, he's like, what are you talking about? I go, I just made as much money as I've ever made in my entire life, and I just hit a fucking deer. And he's like, well, because my dad knows me. He's like, you need to get rid of whatever you got and just get here. And it literally cost everything that I would have put into a website. It was like literally like $500, $600. It was everything over what I normally do. And I, it's just like, that's part of it. It's pain. It's like you said, it's paying your dues.
The universe tests you.
Dude, the moment
the universe tests you, as soon as you commit, the universe goes, okay, let's see how really committed you are to this. And they test your love for what you do. And it shows you that you really want to do this. I remember being in the fucking Riviera one weekend doing a dirty show for Sharima, opening up a Rogan.
Are you ready, Seattle?
Whoa, I can't hear you. Let me get some noise.
Seahawks football is back.
This is at the regular at the Comedy Store. It's 98. I thought I hit the big time. $200. And the fucking he gave me through the car that day to the employee dining room. Where the food was already big. Yeah, chicken. You know, and you're like, what the fuck? He just insulted me. Like, it was just, but I couldn't sleep. I didn't have reefer. At that time, Rogan didn't smoke, so I didn't bring reefer with me, and I couldn't fall asleep. So I'm walking around, and I seen Slash. He was there for a game convention. We saw him on the plane. He was on the Southwest Coast and everything, from Burbank. And I saw him at the fucking thing that night. I went to him and I asked him, I go, why did Guns N' Roses break up? You know? And he was very nice. He said, are you broke now? And I go, yeah, because you're good. I had known him from Ahmed had a room. And Slash had gone in there one night. I had to go up and say hello or something. And so he knew I was a comic. And when I saw him in Vegas, I told him, he goes, if you broke now, he goes, cherish these times. Because this is what balances you out later. He goes, Axel wasn't balanced out. And he couldn't handle the money he made all at once. And he lost. This is what keeps you, these stories, when we share them like this, this is the shit that you become fun when your agent says, you know, I can't represent you no more because you said shit on that thing. You're like, okay, who gives a fuck? Yeah, I hate Dick in Buffalo. You know what I'm saying? I caught the clap in fucking Pittsburgh. I feel like you just all the bad shit that happened to you that at the time you thought was bad. It was really a blessing that made you a comic. All this shit makes you a comic. I remember 4 weeks of work in Florida, straight ahead. Like 2 weeks in Tampa, Naples gig, and then maybe Uncle Fun. It was Uncle Fun. Davey, Florida. Open for Hedberg, as a matter of fact. 17 hours into the trip, I've driven straight. And wherever the fuck you pull off because I'm tired. As soon as I pull off, the car starts shaking. So the car at low revs won't hold up. So I'm literally having to kind of keep it. Like anytime I have to stop, I got to throw it into neutral just so the engine will keep it. So I get into Naples, go to a stop sign, putting up into neutral. It's an automatic transfer. So I'm going to throw it up into neutral. It goes into reverse. Fucking shreds the linkage. So now I got to drive it like a manual. Like I got to throw it into low. Like you'll hear it into gear, and then two, and then drive, and then overdrive. I do the whole run. I get the engine service. They're like, your transmission's fucked, but it works the way it is. I have to drive from Tampa, Florida to Kansas City on this fucking transmission. And the problem is, when I put the cruise control on, anytime the engine goes to automatically shift down, like you're climbing up a hill, it would shift into neutral. So I had to be aware of that and then click it out of the drive, click it down myself, and then keep it for 22 hours. My girlfriend couldn't. My girlfriend at the time was with me. She couldn't do it. I mean, if you don't know any shit about cars, you're not going to be able to hear that shit. And I did it. I remember I was hallucinating from St. Louis to Kansas City. Just the entire time. If I saw a truck, I would think there were 3 cars behind it. But meanwhile, I had to mind the transmission. I drove 22 hours straight because I had to open for Larry the Cable Guy for a week straight the next day. And so I got into Kansas City at 6 a.m. on a Tuesday morning after I've driven 22 hours on no sleep, just weed. I didn't even drink coffee. No nose, no fucking. No, I didn't drink coffee at the time. I just kept. It was just nothing but pure will. And the girlfriend passed out 7 hours out. She woke up in St. Louis. She's like, "No, I'll be up the whole rest of the time." That girl passed out 5 minutes in outside of St. Louis and did not wake up till we hit the curb into her house. I drop her off at 6 a.m. I get back on the highway. There's a massive oil spill on I-70. Takes me an hour to do what should have taken 20 minutes. I get home. I woke up 8 hours. 12 hours later,
showered, did a sold out Larry the Cable Guy show. And like literally every month, every dime I made from a month of work went into fixing it.
And you fucking no regrets.
No regrets.
Fuck them all up the ass.
Dude, fuck them all. That's why we're here.
It's so crazy how I see people that think that they just gonna walk up here, and I see it. And, you know, I love these guys that I've been doing this for. It's like you have no fucking idea. Come back and see me in 10 years. You have no fucking idea what you have to go through.
Well, it's like these cats that started in LA and have been good enough to make it through the ranks, and now they're getting looks, and now they're starting to do the road, and they look at us and they're like, how do you do the road? Like, that's the job. That's when it becomes a job. Like, you're out there working. People look at me and they go, you do 40 weeks a year. How do you do that? I'm like, normal people work 50. Every blue collar worker gets 2 weeks of vacation a year. Otherwise, they clock in 9 to 5 every week. This is our job. We're fortunate enough to be able to do
40 weeks a year.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably end up doing 42 this year. I mean, what else am I gonna do? It's the only way. And also, I'm at a place where if I'm not doing 40 weeks a year, I'm not making money. Like if I'm living out here, you know, I'm on the lowest of low when it comes to the totem pole at this moment as far as pacing. So if I'm not out there every weekend, I can't go out on dates. You know, yeah. But it's also like it's not rough. Like other than the flights, no, it's pretty easy.
The stand-up you do for free. It's the fun.
Yeah,
it's like when
it's
people
fun.
say like, you don't pay to act. You pay to sit around.
Absolutely.
The acting you do for fucking free. Stand-up, once you get there, it's phenomenal.
Dude, I like doing radio.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Let's wake up. Let's get shit done.
I love the whole process.
Yeah.
And for a while there, the business area of it fucks with you. And I fell in love with it again. Like I told you, this morning I got up at 9:01. I called them to sponsor this. Like,
Tomorrow is our state's primary
you love this up,
election.
Joey.
Data from
Yeah,
Washington
calling it,
Secretary
right?
of
This is
State
what you
shows only 5.3% of people
August
aged
17th.
18 to
August
24
17th.
have
Got
voted.
to be in Denver. Listen, you know, I
You
love
can
you guys.
go to my Instagram. It's at I am Chris Porter, and the link's in my bio. Same with my Twitter. I pinned a tweet. And then because the tickets are free, you just click on there, sign up. But there's 2 shows. There's one at 7. There's one at 9:30. You request tickets. They're gonna tell you the week of. I've had a lot of people email and be like, they haven't told me. Like they tell you the week of, but everyone's gonna get it. You know, I'm not.
The link, where can they find it?
It's out. It's on the link in my bio and my Instagram at I am Chris Porter. My Twitter is also at I am Chris Porter, and there's a pinned tweet right at the top. It's got the link.
I wish you nothing but luck. You know, I'm one of your biggest fans. I know you're one of those guys that fucking destroys every week. And it's just a matter of time. You know, I appreciate it, bro. I love you. I'm happy you called you weeks ago.
Yeah, you did.
Come on, this shit.
You're not gonna. This is what I realized is like you're not gonna let me fail. You called me a week. You called me and you're like, we're gonna do this. And I was like, great. And you called me like, we're definitely doing this. And you called me yesterday. I'm like, it's happening.
And for me to be a good comic, I have to be a good comic for the other comics. That's what makes you a good comic. So I'm starting to learn that another comic business one more comic business.
That's right.
So thank you very much. I wish you nothing but luck. I will see you in 2 months. Maybe they always welcome back here.
Oh, thank you, brother.
To promote it whenever it gets picked up. And that's it. And I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow night in Kansas, motherfucking City, Missouri, ready to fucking go. I ain't fucking around. Dean Delray's flying in from New York and I light that fucking place on fire. As usual, don't forget, if you're looking for supplements, milkshakes, protein shakes, fucking Shroom Tech Sport, Shroom Tech Immune, Alpha Brain, which is one of my favorites. You guys know I live on that shit. Go to Onnit right now. Onnit.com. Listen, they got kettlebells. I got a bunch of stuff. I can't help you with that. But as far as the supplements are concerned, go to Onnit.com and press in church. You get 10% off your order delivered right to your fucking door. Also, I love these. I love SoloJitsu.com. I love the cards. I love the product. Take a look. Just go to their website, SoloJitsu.com. Take a look at the cards and order them. I think they're great. I think they're great if you travel. You You know, I mean, I play it by myself. I try and I do a couple hip escapes. I do a couple fucking bridges. I do a couple sprawls. I'm an old man, but at least I'm moving. Listen, have a great weekend. I love you, motherfuckers. Thank you for listening to Henry Rollins. Thank you for listening to my man, Chris Porter. Stay safe. Kansas City. I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow night ready to light that fucking town on fire. Have a great weekend. See you Monday morning.
Also today, the suspect in a homicide of a 7-year-old Kirkland girl is set to be arraigned. The homicide suspect, D'Amico Fox, was arrested last month in New Hampshire and faces second-degree murder. The 22-year-old lived in Kirkland at the time of the girl's murder in April. The girl died after being brought to the hospital with no pulse and obvious signs of abuse. Months later, the King County Medical Examiner ruled the girl's death a homicide. According to the U.S. Marshals Service, Fox fled the state in an attempt to escape charges. 5:07 now, and new resources from California are arriving in our state to help fight a fire burning near Washington's most isolated community. Firefighters say the Pioneer Fire reached Purple Creek, which means it's now burning in the hills above the historic town of Stehekin on Lake Chelan's North Shore. The fire has burned 35,000 acres, and dozens of residents there in Stehekin say they won't leave despite the evacuation orders. Temperatures are about 100 degrees, and fire bosses are concerned today about the potential for possible thunderstorms.
A large fire near Yakima is making the air quality a little worse in central Washington. The Retreat Fire has scorched 41,000 acres. That fire shut down Highway 12 and some wildlife areas in the region. And firefighters are also watching a new fire burning in the North Cascades National Park. The Pinzer 2 fire has burned 100 acres and shut down access to some campgrounds east of Marble Mount.
Breaking news right now, Hurricane Debbie has just made landfall in the Gulf as a Category 1 storm along Florida's west coast. You're looking live right now at Longboat Key, just south of Tampa, where the weather is definitely changing. 80-mile-per-hour winds knocked out power to hundreds of thousands of homes and businesses. Florida is built for Category 1 hurricanes, but this one's expected to stall over Florida, which could cause some problems for days with heavy rainfall in the Big Bend area. It was the strongest hurricane. Idalia last summer was the strongest hurricane to make landfall, but this one could rival that. It could be brutal today.
All right, let's check in now with Rich for a closer look at that satellite and radar of that hurricane.
Well, it did just make landfall. Maximum sustained winds of about 80 miles per hour winds. Not the destructive part of it is going to be the rainfall. They have the storm surge, but the rainfall is going to be intense because this system is going to stall. It's going to move on through the Florida Panhandle and then on up towards South Carolina and Georgia in that area and just stall in that area and stay there possibly to the end of the week. They're looking for 6 to 12 inches in Florida, but up in the area where it stalled, they're looking for as much as 20 to 30 inches in the heavier rainfall over the course of the week. And they're talking about catastrophic flooding. So definitely a major storm in terms of precipitation. Closer to home, we have a little bit of a marine deck that's pushing in, that you can see there from the Columbia Tower down this morning. Temperatures cooled off, so you can cool your house down, 50 to 60 degrees. Up around the northern counties, look for temperatures today to cool back to the low to mid 70s. Around the Central Sound, Seattle, Everett, and down towards Tacoma, temperatures getting into the mid to upper 70s. And get down to the South Sound, you're going to do it from those temperatures right around 80 degrees. A few more clouds and a little bit cooler tomorrow, but then we warm up with more sun for the end of the week, and we'll have the extended forecast coming up.
If you're heading out right now, we have no crashes to report. I'm taking a live look here out at the Pierce County line. Things moving smoothly for those of you about to work your way out from Tacoma or Fife and continue northbound or southbound. At the moment, you can see a lot of green here on the map, and that continues as you continue out, whether you're going out on 405, I-5, across Lake Washington, or even over on the east side. So we're off to a great start this morning on the roads. 36 minutes from Tacoma to Seattle, 21 minutes right now from South Center to Bellevue, 31 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Not so great for those of you taking the Seattle Bainbridge Island route. You will have one boat because the first 4 sailings on that number 2 boat have been canceled for this morning. So I'll keep you updated if any further cancellations are added. But again, you will want to head to your dock early and pay attention to your ferry alerts. All right, thanks for that, Shantae. Time right now is 5:11.
So we cover on Team 5 mornings. Pierce County deputies want to find thieves blamed for stealing thousands of dollars worth of equipment from a local fire department. And we're in week 2 of the Olympics, and Team USA continues to make history.
Chris Egan has more on that, plus some breaking news.
Yo, Pimp.
Women's gymnastics.
Hey, what's up? What up, Pimp?
Yeah, Mimi, Jake, good morning to you from Paris. Beautiful day weather-wise. Not a great day for Sydney Lee and Simone Biles. They'll have the details on that. Plus, former Cougs star and the pride and joy of Allen Washington, that C.J. Allen, begins his competition today. And like the weather, the 3x3 women's basketball team is heating up. The stories are next.
Not a cloud in the sky in Paris this morning as we take a live look at the Olympic cauldron. Paris really took a unique approach when it came to this summer's Olympic torch. The flame, which isn't really a flame, can be seen from miles away.
I'm Emily Randall, and I left my job at Planned Parenthood to run for state senate and pass some of the strongest abortion protections in the country. I approve this message because MAGA Republicans are trying to ban abortion nationwide, and we have to stop them.
Everybody needs a good coach. A good coach cares about you. Helps you navigate rough waters.
You have to have one mind.
You have to do it together.
It's a commitment. It's discipline.
Making your dreams possible requires an investment.
It takes time and perseverance.
You gotta keep going. You have to.
You have to do it together.
You can't do this alone. Together, it's possible.
I'm Patty Cougar, running for state insurance commissioner. When my daughter was born critically ill, I had to fight my insurance company for life-saving care. Now I'm dedicated to ensuring that no family faces that trauma, whether it's healthcare, home, or pet insurance. The commissioner oversees it all in Washington. I'll bring transparency, fairness, and work to lower costs. Vote for me, and I'll fight for you.
Paid for by Patty for Washington.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda Beverage is offering 0% financing. Shop over 675 new Mazdas. MazdaBeverage.com.
I'm Emily Randall, and we need to protect abortion rights in Congress. I'm so proud to be the only Democrat endorsed by Planned Parenthood, Senator Patty Murray, and so many others. I approve this message to fight for our rights.
King 5 News is sponsored in part by Ineos Grenadier. King 5 at the Games is sponsored by Zoom Care, beyond better healthcare.
What a shitty call. Watson!
What a finish. A race so tight. Announcers first called it a win for Jamaica's TJ Thompson. But after a photo finish review, Noah Lyles from the USA claimed the title as fastest man alive. Lyles winning the gold in the men's 100 meters because his torso crossed the finish line first. And get this, gold and silver separated by just 5 thousandths of a second. This is Team USA's first gold in the men's 100 meters in 20 years.
That's amazing.
It's an amazing moment. You know, I don't think it's completely sunk in, to be honest. I was shocked. I thought I got Ali, truly. And then my name came up, and I was like, oh, shoot, I'm incredible.
Oh, my word. For him to go into the stands and that moment of him embracing his mother with all of the mental health problems that he has been public about, it's just a great success story. Yeah, picture perfect ending for Noah in the 100 meters. Next, he's going to try for gold in the 200 meters.
So day 10 of Olympic competition's underway, and the excitement on the track is just getting started. Chris Egan is live in Paris this morning for all of that coverage, plus some big news in the gymnastics world, Chris.
Yeah, Mimi and Jake, good morning to you from Paris. Behind me, the Media Press Center. This is where all the media goes to jump on these media shuttles, which take you to all the venues. So this has been a very, very busy place for all the media here in Paris. And Mimi mentioned it, some big gymnastic news this morning for you to report. On the beam today, the individual beam, Simone Biles and Suni Lee, they both fell. They ended up finishing tied for 5th place. So Biles and Lee, no medals in the beam. They take home 5th place. Italy wins the gold medal. It is the first time the Italians have won a gold in the gymnastics beam event. All right, earlier today, I took one of those press shuttles to the track and field venue today to watch the pride and joy of Allen Washington and former Washington State Cougar star C.J. Allen compete in the 400-meter hurdles. Let's get to all the action. Allen's family is here in force to watch him run, and it starts out well for Allen. Running in the 3rd heat of the 400 hurdles, Allen runs his way to a 2nd-place finish, and he has auto-qualified for the semifinals on Wednesday. It was a perfectly executed race. I caught up with C.J. after to talk about it.
Yeah, I talked to my agent last night on the phone, and he was a world champ 200-meter sprinter, and his advice to me was just to enjoy this moment. I mean, this has been 19 years of my career of hard work, coming here, and this has been my dream since 5th grade. So I was out here trying to just soak all that atmosphere in, run to the best of my ability, execute, get through the rounds, and leave it all out there.
He told me he was going to make the Olympics someday. I had no doubts, actually. He was very athletic, lots of energy, and kept me on my toes, for sure.
Proud mom, and she should be. All right, biking, running, swimming. They were back at it this morning for the mixed triathlon relay. The U.S. fluctuated places during the race, but picked up a little speed as it went on. And then it was a race to the finish as Taylor Nibbs tries to catch the German runner, but she just did not quite get there. Great ending in the sprint. The U.S. takes home a silver medal. It has been a tremendous resurgence for the U.S. women's 3x3 team. After losing the first 3 games, they've now won 5 straight, sometimes in dramatic fashion. Cashmere's own Haley Van Lith and company. They start play at 8:30 a.m. today. If they win that 8:30 a.m. game, they'll play for a gold later today. If they lose, they will be in the bronze medal game. Speaking of medals, here's a look at the medal count as we start the day here in Paris. The U.S. picked up, how about this, 28 medals over the weekend. 10 of them were gold. China has a 2-gold lead over the U.S.
King 5's medal count is sponsored by Kitsap Credit Union. Together, it's possible.
Ilana Marr has been one of the big stars of these Paris games. The U.S. women's rugby player also has a big following on her social platforms. She was pretty happy when Tom Brady, the GOAT, wanted a picture with her. Pretty cool stuff right there. Also very cool to see C.J. Allen in competition today. I've mentioned he's from Allen, Washington. His mom and dad said they've been watching King 5 TV for the past 35 years in Allen, so they're so excited to have C.J. on King 5 this morning. The Cougs are doing well, and Mimi and Jake, on Saturday, I was out there with the Husky rowing team. They picked up some more medals. How about this stat, Jake and Mimi? The UW rowing team won 11 medals at these Olympic Games. If the University of Washington rowing team was a country right now, they would currently be in 12th place in the medal standings, just behind Germany and 3 up on Hungary. So in a historic run for the University of Washington and their rowing team, and there's more UW athletes out here competing this week, so it's going to be a great run to see the Huskies and the Cougs battle for medals. We're live in Paris. Jake and Mimi, back to you.
All right, we'll see you in the next half hour with more coverage coming up. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Good stuff there from Chris. Congrats to the UW rowing team. They get as well. Shantae, let's check with you here on this Monday morning. Good morning.
Good morning, and good morning to you if you're heading out in Auburn. This is a look out on 167 northbound. That traffic is slowly picking up. We'll look at the drive times in a few minutes.
And after an amazing summer weekend, we've got some low clouds moving in, at least for part of the day, and some cooler temperatures to start the week. But more sunshine this afternoon and warming up towards the end of the week. Forecast coming up.
King 5's First Alert Weather Cams, sponsored by Southwest Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electric. No one has more experience covering the places we call home. Raised and rooted in Washington.
I'm proud of it.
Joyce Taylor and Greg Copeland. King 5 News at 6:30. Weeknights after Lester Holt.
Shop over 675 new Mazdas, available with 0% financing.
For Attorney General, only Manka Dhingra prosecuted violent criminals, expanded mental health care, and wrote laws protecting reproductive freedom. Only Manka is endorsed by Planned Parenthood votes. Democrat Manka Dhingra for Attorney General.
I was unable to walk for 3 months. The insurance company was very excited to talk to me and wanted to make sure that I had up to $5,000. My attorney quickly told me, they need to talk to us because there wasn't any amount of compensation that would make up for what I experienced. The Davis Law Group really helped me out.
You love the internet. But do you love your internet? Is your bundle a bundle of joy? Do you celebrate your contract's anniversary? No? You should need Zipply Fiber. High-speed fiber optic internet means more freedom, more reliability, more speed on all your family's devices, all at the same time. Happily ever faster. Zipply Fiber. Call 1-888-GO-ZIPLY or visit zipplyfiber.com/GoZipply. Plans as low as $10 a month.
The Cult, live at Knuckle Street Event Center, Monday, September 23rd.
I've had tough conversations in rooms like this. Some were about abortion. A woman carrying a baby that wouldn't survive, or a mom whose pregnancy put her life at risk. But with Roe gone, women may no longer have a choice. Abortion can be banned with no exceptions. I'm Kim Schreier, and I approve this message because I've sat with patients who had to make the toughest of choices. And I trust women to decide, not the government.
Our closet feels so much bigger. Thanks to Closets by Design, I can actually find my clothes.
There's even space for light clothes.
Take 40% off plus an extra 15% off. Call 1-800-BY-DESIGN or visit closetsbydesign.com.
This is Seattle Kraken on Con, your new home for hockey.
Well, it was a beautiful weekend for sure. Temperatures were in the low to mid 80s Friday and yesterday, and mostly in the upper 70s and low 80s on Saturday. But sunshine was the rule. Today, it is going to become the rule again, but we do have some rain kind of working its way in. See a few clouds there out in the distance from the Everett Tower camp. You see that the rain deck has kind of moved in over downtown Seattle, and similarly down around Tacoma, you can see that area of just the low clouds coming in, just marine clouds. That's going to burn off really quickly once we get that sun up, and we'll be back to plenty of sunshine as we head towards this afternoon. We're going to cool those temperatures off probably about 5 or 6 degrees most spots today, which with some people that don't like it to be quite that warm, a chance for a little relief, as well as the cooler temperatures this morning. We're down mostly mid-50s to near 60 degrees, so easy to cool the house down this morning, which is always a plus. Looking at the 7-day forecast, though, you can see sunshine continues to dominate the pattern here for the next 7 days, and we do cool off, probably bottoming out tomorrow, and then we gradually warm back up towards the end of the week. There's nothing terribly excessive, so that's the good news in that whole thing. Take a look at the air quality today. We're going to be looking for good air quality once you get away from the central sound, where from about Everett down to Tacoma and then over towards the Kitsap Peninsula, we'll have moderate air quality, but just barely gets into the moderate range. So overall for today, sunny, a little bit cooler, mid-70s to low 80s today. The clouds will last a little longer tomorrow. Will be mostly in the 70s, but we're back up into the upper 70s and low to mid-80s on Wednesday, and then probably some mid to upper 80s Thursday and Friday, but cooling just a little bit over the weekend, but still staying mostly in the upper 70s and low to mid-80s.
If you're about to head out on I-5 near Federal Way, we're dealing with a disabled vehicle here in the HOV lane. This is just south of Highway 18, so not causing a big issue yet, but definitely could be a little bit of a distraction for some people. So again, you can see those cars in the HOV lane having to move over a little into the median just to get around that. But It's as you head out into Snohomish County, things are moving smoothly there. Here's a look out on I-5, no issues just south of the Bowen Freeway. The Trussy's clear, and Highway 9 that continues as you work your way southbound, whether if you're heading out on 405 or I-5, still off to a smooth start. So only about 33 minutes from Everett to Seattle, 28 minutes right now if you're making the trip from Linwood to Bellevue, 24 minutes for those of you heading out from Arlington to Everett.
Thank you, Shantae. 5:26 is now the time.
Ahead at 5:30, we've got breaking news on Seattle's Capitol Hill after multiple people were rushed to the hospital overnight after gunfire erupts in that neighborhood.
We are live aboard the Washington State Ferry's Kittitas vessel as we're leaving Vashon Island right now. This morning, you're going to see only on King 5 a special look at the hybrid electric plant and what those boats will look like and why it's going to change ferry reliability.
0% financing. Yes, Mazda Beverage is offering 0% financing. 0% financing available on new Mazda CX-50s. Shop MazdaBeverage.com and click Get the Mazda Beverage Price. MazdaBeverage.com.
I'm Patty Cooter, running for State Insurance Commissioner. When my daughter was born critically ill, I had to fight my insurance company for life-saving care. Now I'm dedicated to ensuring that no family faces that trauma, whether it's healthcare, home, or pet insurance. The commissioner oversees it all in Washington. I'll bring transparency, fairness, and work to lower costs. Vote for me, and I'll fight for you.
Paid for by Patty for Washington.
At Delta, we measure our flights in minutes, not just miles. Because we know time is our most precious resource. Every journey takes it. But no matter how long your journey takes you, how you spend that time can make all the difference.
I'm Emily Randall, and I left my job at Planned Parenthood to run for state senate because our rights were under attack. And I passed some of the strongest abortion protections in the country. Now I'm running for Congress because MAGA Republicans want to ban abortion nationwide, and we have to stop them. I'm so proud to be the only Democrat endorsed by Planned Parenthood, Senator Patty Murray, and so many others. I approve this message to fight for our rights.
At Bellevue Rare Coins, we're dedicated to providing exceptional service with every transaction.
We're not just experts in precious metals. We're also experts in providing honest, hassle-free evaluations.
I've been coming to Bellevue Rare Coins for years. The staff is always so helpful.
At Bellevue Rare Coins, we're grateful for your trust and loyalty.
The pricing was transparent, and the process was hassle-free.
Stop in today and find out what your valuables are really worth for free.
From Bellingham to Tacoma, trust King 5's first alert weather cams for live look at weather conditions throughout the Northwest. Sponsored by Southwest Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electric. Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. Thanks for joining us here at 5:29. I'm Mimi John.
And I'm Jake Wittenberg. Chelsea has her eye on the roads this morning. Rich is in the studio checking the forecast. Here are 5 other stories making headlines on your Monday morning. Financial markets around the world are plummeting right now. Big fears of a growing recession in the United States. Japan's key index market just closed with its single largest point decline ever, down more than 12%. In the U.S., Dow futures are down 800 points right now, heading into the opening bell, which is about an hour from now. On Friday, a disappointing July jobs report shook investors.
Hurricane Debbie made landfall in the last hour in Florida. Parts of central and northern Florida have already recorded 11 inches of rain as the storm lashes the state with 80-mile-per-hour winds. More than 100,000 people are without power, and the governor mobilized National Guard members in a state of emergency.
Large wildfires are now burning in about a dozen U.S. states, and officials say they've scorched more than 2 million acres so far. Northern California's Park Fire is the largest in the United States, now surpassing 400,000 acres over the weekend. It is the 4th largest fire in state history.
The Israeli Defense Force says it killed Hamas's economy minister in Gaza. The attack comes after several high-profile attacks last week that killed political leaders in the Iran-backed terror group, including the alleged mastermind of the October 7th attack that launched the Israel-Hamas war.
Overnight, multiple people were hurt in a shooting on Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood. This happened at about 2:30 this morning on the corner of Broadway and East Pike Street. Officers arrived to find one woman and a man, both in their 20s, with gunshot wounds. While investigating, another man with multiple gunshot wounds crashed a car into the entrance of Swedish Hill First Hill Hospital just a few blocks away. It's still unclear if these incidents are related.
The Pierce County Sheriff's Department is investigating after someone shot a woman in Santa. Deputies say there was a confrontation between the woman and a man in a car yesterday evening right in front of the River Church off 176th Street East. She told deputies that she fired back. Investigators found multiple shell casings at the scene. Deputies are now looking for a vehicle that drove away after the shooting. The woman was not seriously hurt.
This morning, police in the South Sound are looking for the thieves driving this truck. Officers say they were caught on surveillance video stealing $30,000 worth of equipment from the Keep It Until the Fire Department. The Pierce County Sheriff's Department says the two thieves broke into 4 fire utility rigs. They stole fire protection gear and water rescue equipment along with life-saving technology.
Hopefully, somebody comes across something that looks fire-related and report it to the Sheriff's Department. It's kind of weird that people would do this, but it's also concerning because this is life-saving equipment that the taxpayers have paid for.
Sergeant Darren Moss says he doesn't think the stolen items could be pawned, so if anyone knows anything about this, you're asked to call police. 5:32 this morning and only on King 5. You're getting an exclusive look at a new hybrid electric Washington State Ferry. This model here includes new charging units that will be part of an all-new fleet moving forward.
King 5's Forward Jasmine is live on the Fauntleroy Southworth Ferry route with this exclusive on plans for the new boats. As we know, Farah, one of the biggest complaints for riders is delays and cancellations because of, well, for many reasons. How would the new boats change that?
Well, Mimi and Jake, new hybrid electric boats are going to offer more options on moving people and also cars across the water. State ferry leaders told me the fleet will be the most reliable it's ever been. Daily boat delays or sailing cancellation alerts like these can cause a lot of headaches for ferry riders, especially islanders.
Ferries, they're doing their best, but they're really behind. Sometimes we know that we're not meeting expectations right now.
There's no other way off Vashon Island. Until this rider sees big changes from Washington State Ferries, he's ditching his car and taking the foot ferry, the King County water taxi.
That's my commute time and a half.
I sat down with the head of Washington State Ferries, Steve Nevy, who says those concerns are top of mind.
We do have plans in place to get there. It's just going to take time and patience.
The 75-year-old ferry system is sailing into the future of electrification. You might be wondering, why now and not years ago like other ferry systems around the world? Nevy says there are a few reasons.
They're able to learn from mistakes they made and things that they're doing to make sure that they're doing the right thing. I think the other thing is the technology involved.
This is part of evolving technology. These are new images from WSF you're seeing first on King 5.
Following the demise of Redbox parent Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment, several former employees are suing. Group is seeking up to $1 billion in damages from ex-CEO Bill Ruhana and his wife Amy Newmark, who sat on the board of directors, according to Deadline.com. The lawsuit asserts that the pair defrauded employees and the company and, quote, engaged in an elaborate Ponzi scheme, setting up multiple business entities under the umbrella of the until now warm-hearted brand Chicken Soup for the Soul. Workers claim that because of this, they lost back pay, reimbursements, bonuses, and health insurance that was due to them, resulting in millions in medical expenses when the company let the policy lapse. Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment and its Redbox subsidiary were previously sued by filmmakers in February over $3 million in unpaid fees. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. The Daily Calendar
It's August 5th. What a weird choice for National Oyster Day. Did you know that higher bacteria content in the ocean makes it prohibitive to eat oysters in the summer? But enjoy your day. Oysters. It's also Dash Cam Day, a good way to protect yourself while driving. It's also Work Like a Dog Day. My dog just naps, so yeah, I can do that. What up, Rabbi?
Big Dog, how you doing? Happy Monday. I wanted you to know that I keep spreading your advice to new streamers. 3 things that you must do. You, just a moment. I have to adjust something. Sorry about that. About consistency and being yourself and everything. So, I think 2 other people came into my stream recently saying that they came from your community. So shout out to your community. It's a beautiful, beautiful group of people you've got.
Let's go. Dude, what are you up to? How you doing this morning?
Living the dream, man. I have to do what I have to do all the time, which is keep these robots going and getting out the word, getting more people into my Discord, getting more people aware of the projects that we have intended, and just really doing everything I can to keep the dream alive. We're now 3 years into this bad boy, more than that, and it just continues to grow. One of these days, somebody's going to see what I'm doing, and it will explode. And when it does, we got a lot of things to accomplish, so that's exciting. How about you? What do you have going on?
Just chilling. Back to coach.
There you go. Excellent. Very well. Well, I just want to hop in, say hello. Hey, have you had a chance to use the new Kick?
Yeah.
How is it?
Not bad.
Excellent. I saw something on.
It looks a little cleaner.
Yeah, I saw something on Reddit about Kick having new moderation. Did you see this?
No.
Okay, so apparently, just recently, they were banning all cuss words in the chat with some new moderation tools. I guess if you have like bot protection or something like that. Oh my word! I saw the craziest bot last night in ShopTG's Kick stream.
Here's everybody.
Hey, it was just this huge line promoting Trump of spam. It must have been like 300 spammers at once. It was the craziest bot I've ever seen. So be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Oh, have you? Oh, okay. I've never seen that.
I go through, me and my bots will go through and ban every one of them.
Is that what you have to do? I was wondering about that. I imagine that's what you have to do.
It's insane, man.
Dude, that is. I saw that and I was like, wow. Now that is a spam bot. I don't have anything in comparison to that. That's some kind of script. And it just goes so quickly. Takes over the whole stream. Pretty powerful.
What are you up to? What are you up to? How's your morning going?
Well, Straight Savage, I just want to pop my head in. I hope you're doing well. You keep on keeping on for the culture. Keep that 420 life alive. And shout out to your community and everybody else out there who is enjoying life. Take care.
Oh, yeah, Rabbi. You have a great day, buddy.
You as well. Peace, Straight Savage.
Later, man.
For instance, this music cue, it was being recorded to match a scene in the film. Here's how it sounded while I was standing on the soundstage. That's the string section. Now they added the brass and woodwinds. And finally, with additional audio mixing and sound effects, here's how it sounded on the film. Bad Boys director Adil El Arbi excited to hear the score come together. The film had been on hold because of the
I needed a space for everything that I had in my old closet. And so much more. Take 40% off plus an extra 15% off. Call 1-800-BY-DESIGN or visit closetsbydesign.com.
For Attorney General, only Moncadera prosecuted violent criminals, expanded mental health care, and wrote laws protecting reproductive freedom. Only Monca is endorsed by Planned Parenthood votes. Democrat Moncadera for Attorney General.
What happens when you connect to quantum fiber? You get internet that brings your digital world to life. Quantum fiber, your world unleashed. Set yourself free with a price that fits your life.
There's a freedom gliding across the ice. I'm Hillary France. Yep, that was me. Back then, I couldn't imagine an America where extremists pushed a national abortion ban and denied climate change. But here we are. I'm fighting mega extremists with the support of pro-choice leaders and climate champions. That's why I approve this message. And I think she would too.
Who's this bitch?
I still got this.
This summer,
Who's
it's time
this
to
bitch?
get away with super hot deals on your favorite Hyundai models. All backed by America's best warranty. Plus 3 years or 36,000 miles of complimentary maintenance. Add more joy to your journey at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. But act fast because these deals will be over before you know it. Get in and get away now. Get 0% APR for 60 months or 14,000 lease bonus cash on the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Hurry in to the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Peak Performance is sponsored by your Western Washington Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
In the final night in the pool, Bobby Fink not only wins gold, but breaks the world record in the 1,500 meter. Fink defended his Tokyo title and got the first individual swimming gold of the Games for the U.S. men.
I'm just real happy I was able to get that done and defend the title and get a world record on top of it. So I'm just so happy and a good speechless right now.
Team USA, like it has since the start of the competition, making waves on the way to the podium.
The Americans again loading up on medals, including a few unexpected wins. Chris Egan live in Paris this morning for us. Chris, good to see you. So much happening over the weekend.
It was a big weekend, Jake and Mimi. Good morning to you. Another just absolutely gorgeous day here in Paris. Sun is out, blue skies, plenty of sunshine, and I mentioned beautiful weather. The venues here, I can't say enough, are absolutely gorgeous. Earlier today, I was out at the track and field venue, Purple Track. It was awesome. I've been out to the rowing venue. I was at Roland Garros yesterday as well. And how about the beach volleyball venue? I mean, it is just absolutely gorgeous there underneath the Eiffel Tower. And the swimming venue. That was a pretty good place, especially for Team USA. Yep, the swimming competition has officially wrapped up here from Paris. It ended last night. After a week of intense competition, it ended on a high note. The women's 4x100 medley relay team took home the gold medal. In the stands this time, Katie Ledecky spent her time rooting on her teammates. Ledecky did appear, or she will appear this morning on the Today Show.
When I first started swimming, I never thought I would even go to one Olympics. So to have gone to 4 now, it's incredible, and I would love to compete in LA. I'm going to take it year by year, and I got to see where I'm at each year, but it would be a dream to compete in front of a home crowd.
And you can see that full interview with Katie Ledecky coming up later this morning on the Today Show. In the men's tennis final, this was something. Novak Djokovic completed the Golden Slam by beating Carlos Alcaraz 7-6, 7-6. In tennis, that's four majors and the Olympics. The Joker couldn't contain his emotions afterwards, sobbing for minutes after the big win. Getting gold was the final missing piece in his trophy case. Novak has also won 24 Grand Slam titles. Well, it is no secret that I love tennis. I played it in college. I also love a sport called pickleball, which was invented in the great state of Washington. Now, it is the fastest growing sport in the world, pickleball. Or is it? Yesterday, I traveled to Roland Garros to see what the rest of the world thinks about pickleball. You ever played pickleball? Pickleball? Yes. You like pickleball? No. No idea. You have not heard of pickleball?
No.
Never heard about it. Never heard of pickleball? No.
No.
Bonjour, I'm looking for pickleball.
Honestly, I have no idea, but maybe I think it's a game that you have like a little round net.
So you can't go in the kitchen.
You cannot go in the kitchen.
Pickleball. Have you heard of pickleball?
Oh, that's a tough question. Yeah, we've heard of it, but never played it.
Heard of it, but never played it.
Yeah.
What, have you heard anything good about it?
No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. At the Paris Olympics, you can find pins, pink sunsets, parking at the Poitiers pubs. The menus are covered with peas, but no pickles. There's pizza and pasta. Oh, perfection, especially with the Parmesan. There's people posing, Parisian pastries, police everywhere, perfect statues, players, but where's the pickleball? This is insane. Have you seen pickleball in Paris yet? No, not here. This group loves Novak Djokovic, but thought I was the joker for asking about pickleball.
I don't know about it.
In the States, we play in parks, even parking garages, but nothing to see in Paris or Poland.
Pickleball? No, I haven't heard, unfortunately, about the pickleball.
No pickleball in Poland?
No, I haven't heard about it.
I hit the streets, I even peeked over fences, still no pickleball. I even Googled it. This club, permanently closed. Perplexed? Yes, but when in doubt, find some Americans.
Guys, if you haven't played pickleball yet, you need to. Go pickleball.
It's really a great sport. So the popularity of pickleball in Paris might not be what it's like in Puyallup, Portland, or Palm Springs, but I'll keep searching and also teaching. Kitchen.
Hey-o.
Cannot go in.
Hey, there you are. How are you? There you go.
Help stabilize the declining honey by planting native plants that they rely on for food, habitat, and nesting. Brought to you.
I'm well, thank you. Hey, you want to be on a podcast?
Smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own.
That's all right. Okay, what's going on? I have a question. No, you don't. Not on this one. Perhaps. So you perhaps you may have an answer. There you go. What about talking to your parents? Wait, hold on. You can't. There's nothing wrong with just saying, "Hey, I'm out. I'm done. Would you like to have a cup of coffee?" You can show them. You can show them a new man. You can show them a new man. You don't have a beard. You can look them in the eye, and you. That's fine.
Hi, this is Gibson. District November 5th. The only way to create change. Visit vote.gov.
Yeah, you recovered and you're done. And I mean, we're, if I understand correctly, probably we have limited options, right? Well, I haven't seen you post where you were. And they haven't seen you without a beard in a long time. And I understand, but you had your mom. Okay, look, quit being so stubborn. You're done. You're free. I understand these people put you there, but you put yourself in in their space that you obviously made them upset enough to do that. You said that your mom said that she didn't want to see you on the street, and your parents obviously care enough about you to have gotten you a lawyer to be able to address some of the topics that you did, and you got rid of it. You're done. There's nothing that would hurt in your life aside from your stubbornness from getting your new cell phone number, or well, I guess that's all you could do, but just calling your mom and say, hey mom, I'm out and I wanted to have a cup of coffee with you. Is there any way that you would consider meeting me at Starbucks at noon tomorrow? If that works for you. If it doesn't, let me know a time that does. I just want to talk to you. I'm out and I'm feeling good and I miss you and I miss talking to you. You're my mom and I love you. And I understand that dad's being the way that he wants to be. And please let him know that he's invited. This isn't supposed to be in the middle of you guys, but if he doesn't want to talk to me, I understand that. But I want to go over my plan with you and talk to you guys about what I'm going to do. And I want you to know that I'm feeling differently than I did before I went in. I want you to see. I want you to see I'm a new individual. And look, I know this is bullshit. I get it. But if anything, it may get you an opportunity perhaps that you didn't have previously. Who knows what it is? Maybe it's not a place to live, but maybe it's a little cash that you wouldn't have had before to be able to get on your feet in a new state. I can live with that. I can live with that answer. I'll keep putting pressure on it as I do, but that's fine. And I think your mom's a person to whom to go. It seems like she was more open to it than your father was, and uh, but keep it open to him. You can say to your mom, "I want Dad there. I'd love to talk to him as well." But he just seems so standoffish. I mean, you have to understand that what I've been through, and I want to put it behind me and just see how you're doing. Okay, it's been at least a month since you've seen him, so but I understand. Okay, are you gonna do any streaming? Yeah. Hold on a second. Why are you doing that? Okay. I understand what you're saying. Okay. And so, did you get it that day, or you have to get it today? Okay. So then, you'll get that. You'll be good there. That might be something that you could include if you do choose to speak with your parents. That hey, I'm clean, and I don't have any issues. And I mean, let's say, I mean, you, options are limited, and so parents are the way to go. I know you don't want to. Okay. Do you have any other friends? The kids are leaving for college? Permanent? Oh, dude. Is that a realistic possibility? That sucks. Oh, I got you. I got you. No, I understand it. The question that arose in my mind: how do you get a number like 40%? Usually, it's like 95% or 0%. Girlfriend does that. I get that. I get that. That's a good number. Yeah. Right. Exactly. 100%. Yeah, but even that's not going to be permanent. I mean, I'm thinking if he, I get it. I get it. It's a girlfriend thing. His girlfriend, the second that you were there, is going to say, get this motherfucker out of here. And he's going to pick the pussy over the pal. And that's it. Yeah. That one is okay. Exactly. Right. Yeah. 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 Well, I know from my perspective, I wish I could help you more than I can. I can be here. No, 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 I understand. But let me just say what I wish I could do. I wish I could say, hey, come sleep on my floor, or I can talk to the people who own the house. There's an extra spot. There are 10 people, and I'm in a position where I can't help you financially or anything like that. But what I can do is be here emotionally for you, and that's going to be important. And so, what we're going to do is come up with different ways to help you. So, okay, you had some friends in California. I know that's going to be a tough one. No one in California, random people to come live with. That's great content. Stream that. Oh, yeah, but that's still it's tough moving in with a couple because especially when and your sister, that's a no go. You might get a week there if you really begged. I understand. Well, in her defense, she's got kids. And whenever you have kids, it's like you just don't want to create anything in their life that is chaotic. And this would definitely be chaotic. Okay. So, I know your family doesn't think that you are who you really are, and so they've seen just this different side of you, and that's unfortunate. I This is what family's for. What what hurts if you just apologize for all that? You know, but you can say it again. It doesn't hurt to do again. Look, I can tell you this. There's something when somebody comes up and they apologize to me, I sure, we'll get on that. But you should I understand you're stubborn. And I understand that you kind of feel that you were right. And maybe you were. I don't know. I wasn't there. I think you probably didn't do anything wrong. I think it just was overblown. But I don't know. I wasn't there. They interpreted everything the way that they wanted to interpret it, and that's fine. But all that is in the past. You don't have to do anything now. And your parents have never been able to hear from you, at least in the last 9 months or so. Hey guys, I can go for a job interview this afternoon. I mean, look, if I'm you, this is what I'm doing. I'm just telling you this, Caspian Sea, and you can yell at me, but this is what I'm doing. I'm getting on a bus to fucking, that fucking bar where I worked. Now that I can get my fucking card, or I'll go get my fucking card first. I'll get my card first, go to that bar, and then I can pick up work tonight. And then I can pay for myself. And then I don't need to sleep on anybody's couch. I can get a week to week rental or living in like a hotel room, which is very easy to do in your town. And I mean, it doesn't hurt. Look, I'm either saying this: you have to swallow your pride with your parents or swallow your pride with this lady. And if anything, you feel like, look, Rabbi, it's going to take me some money to get to the lady. I think her name was Kathy, the lady who owned those bars. Yeah, here's the thing: you got to go in there. You got to go in there, and you got to beg. You got to go in there and beg. You either have to do it with your parents or do it with that lady. But these are your only options here. I mean, look, anything else? I'd love for you to be able to live with the people in California. That sounds like it may be an option, but even still, getting a job is difficult, and you've got an opportunity here where she may still need someone for nights. She knows that you can work anytime, and she knows that you did a good job, and now she knows that you don't have to deal with any of that other shit. And you just say to her, "Look, I liked this job. I know you didn't, but it paid really well, at least well enough for you to be able to live a different kind of life than you're living now, and that's what you need." You need something quick. I'd love for you to be able to say that you don't need quick turnaround, but you do. So you got to say to yourself, okay, I'm going to do the blood test. I'm already going to be out and about. So I know this lady owns 5 different bars or whatever. So the odds of you being able to just randomly run into her aren't extremely high. But what you can do is call, email, text, and you can also just go there and throw a couple of bucks in the machine and wait for her every like for the next 5 days. You could say, look, I know she has a bunch of these locations and she may be just wanting to avoid me, and it's really fucking easy for her to avoid me. But you never know. She might just want to. I didn't do anything wrong to her. I never stole from her. I never pull up at her. It was just like an unfortunate situation. But now she should know that I'm free to go. And so because of that, I'd like to be reconsidered for any position that she has. So that's what you can do. I would do it while you're out at the while you're out at the you know what I would do? Actually, this is a little different. This is what I would do though. I would take a piece of paper and write a letter, and I'd hand deliver it to that location where I work. And I say, look, I know Kathy might not be here, but please give this to Kathy. Have her read it. If she sees a hand delivered letter and you come in, I'm telling you, Caspian Sea, if you came in there every single day with a handwritten letter for 5 days, you're gonna have that job by the end of the week. Think about that. If you got a hand delivered letter from someone every day in Las Vegas where no one has any integrity, where a handwritten letter that's like hand delivered is like basically the like most the nicest thing that somebody can do. I think. I mean, it takes time. She knows that people don't normally operate that way. But if you write a hand delivered letter and you say, "Look, I really want this position again. I am willing to pass the background and do all the other things that I have to do to be able to get my card. Will you please reconsider me? My number is XYZ." Like, she's not even going to be able to call you on your old number. So my number is XYZ, and I wanna work there again, and I'll work as long as you need me. I want to continue this position. I know you don't. I know you don't. I get that. I get all of this bullshit, but you need money. Exactly. And it's like, dude, if she says okay, then guess what? You're going to start working very quickly. You already know what to do. And then you are going to be, and she has a bunch of bars too. So even if that one's like, no, you can be like, look, I work well. I can work at any one of your bars. You don't have to worry about me taking drug tests. You don't have to. I'm done. I'm free. I'm clear. I'll get my card, but I'm not going to get my card until I know that you will do this. So I would just say to her in a letter, this would be my letter. It wouldn't be ChatGPT. This would be from my heart, and it would be something like this: Dear, whatever her name is, you may remember me. My name is, and I worked during this amount of time. I wanted you to know that all of my previous issues are done and I can work for you free and clear. I enjoyed the position that I had and I enjoyed working with you, and I'd like that opportunity again. Please give me a call at this number. I will continue. I want this job so badly. I will continue to do this until I get the opportunity that I don't want to say like think I deserve or anything like that, but I wish you would give me or something along those lines. Sincerely, and then your name, and then you put it in an envelope and you hand deliver it there. I know you're gonna like, dude, that's 2 hours away. Dog, you make $600 your first fucking night. So, and here's the worst that's gonna happen, in my opinion. You'll get a no trespass order. That's the worst that would happen. She could always say no. She could always say no, or you just get. She just doesn't even do that. She just goes right to the police. But they're gonna say, "What's so bad about this? He wants a job," and she's gonna say, "Yeah, but that's not how we do it." But they're gonna say he worked for you. This is how it previously was. There's nothing here. So you're right. The worst she can say is no. But even if she was able to convince them, I mean, that's the worst that can happen. It's not even like. What's yeah. That's not going to happen. The best thing that would happen, or the most likely thing to happen, is she calls you and she says, "All right, if you can get that card, I've got a position at this location. You can start working." Or she could say to you, "Look, I really don't have any positions available, but I appreciate it. If I do, I've got your new number and I'll call you." And that's probably what she'll say. And you can say, "I understand. And if you really, really want that job, I mean, then fuck it. Go back to Craigslist and do the same shit you did. Somebody else is doing that." Okay. So exactly. So let's see here. Well then I'm just wondering, um could you look and excellent, all that stuff is good. You could, but that takes time. It takes too much time. You need something quick. And that lady is your opportunity. Either that lady or somebody similar. And um, I don't know. Like here, I'll look at Craigslist right now and see. Okay, so then I expect that you have exhausted that. Um, but that lady is exhausted. She doesn't know that you're out. She doesn't know that you don't have to take drug tests. She doesn't know that you're on probation or that you're off probation. She doesn't know any of that stuff. So you could even just, you know what? Even this. Okay, so my letter might be this. Um, it even might be. I mean, it's up to you. However you want to go about it. But it would be, dear, her name. This, my name is, and I want you to know that I have taken care of all the qualifications that I needed previous to be able to get the card that I needed to get. Would you please consider me for this opportunity at one of your many locations? I would appreciate. Yeah, but reaching out is not giving her a letter. A letter means then the next time that she comes in, she's got this like thing from you that's like a personal thing. Look, I don't know how much the bus is. I don't know if you can afford it, but you could just be like, I'm gonna take. I probably for the next week, it's probably less than $15 for if you did it for 5 days to get that job back. I mean, that's a good job that you have, and then you don't have to worry about mom and dad. You don't have to worry about anything. But finding a new place because you're going to be able to pay that in like 3 days worth of your tips, and that's a real opportunity. Um okay, so now I'm thinking the strategy. Would I call her? Would I text her? Would I email her? Would I write her a letter? Yeah, exactly. But would I still call her and text her and do all those other things? No, I don't think I would. I think I'd just show up at the bar, ask if she's there. If she's not, I'd say I'd deliver a letter to her And then I would text her and just say, hey, Kathy, I just wanted you to know that I dropped off a letter for you. I would really like you to take it seriously. And if anything, give me any advice that you have. You know what I mean? Like, she's a professional. Look, this is a millionaire, a multimillionaire. So she can hook you up with a job like that. It's just, she's seen so many people come through. I'm telling you, she's perhaps a Vegas local who just sees people come through her whole life who are just people who, frankly, are from an out of state who try to sell her a bag of goods. And you don't want to come off as somebody like that. You want to come off as somebody who's hardworking. I mean, it's almost to me like even better if you're coming back this time because I know that you're free of everything, and I know you already do a good job. I broke up there. You already do a good job. And so it's pretty simple. In my opinion, you hold down the place, and she may say, you don't understand. I don't have a position just open like that. And you can say, I respect that. I want you to know, though, that I'm willing to do anything. And this is one of those moments, in my opinion, where you say, and I'll be here as a patron until the moment that you do. Meaning, like, I'll be back here every single day. I'll drink a water and I'll tip. And I'll drink a Coke and I'll pay for the Coke and I'll tip and I'll gamble a little. And I want you to know, though, I wouldn't normally do this. This is how badly I want this job. I liked the job. It was something I could do, but also I like working for you. I like the organization. I like everything. I know you didn't. You got a bullshitter. So she's like, oh, well, maybe I do want this person because not everybody's coming in here showing themselves in such a heartfelt manner. So my strategy would be write a letter, put it in an envelope, put her name on the envelope, go there with the knowledge that she's probably not going to be there. There's going to be a bartender there. You're going to say hi. Either they're going to remember you or it's going to be someone new. And you're going to say, hey, is Kathy here? And they're going to be like, oh, no, she's not. She's out and about. Okay. And then you can say, all right, no big deal. You don't have to contact her. But what I did want to make you aware is that I'm going to drop off this letter for her. And I'll send her a text message. And if she comes by, I'd appreciate it if you give it to her. The bartender's going to be like, oh, okay, what is this? The first thing that they might do is call her or text her and just say, hey, somebody dropped off a letter for you. I just want to make you aware. I don't know who this was, but whatever. The Kathy's gonna wonder what the fuck a letter is, and she's gonna come to the location and be like, "Who's sending me a letter? This isn't like a normal. Like, is it a fucking anthrax letter? Is it a threat letter? Who's sending letters in 2024 or hand delivering letters? Okay, I'll take a look at. And it's not like it came with the mail. That's the other thing. If it came with the mail, it's like, oh, whatever. Okay, I'll see it when I see it. My assistant will see it. I'll take a look at it when I'm by there. But a hand-delivered letter is like, okay, I'll take a look at it. She's going to go down there and she's going to read it. And she's going to be, okay, this person really wants a job. And you will then perhaps do the same thing the next day and the next day and the next day if you need. And unless she just contacts you and says, I don't like you or I don't want you to work for me, that's the only way I'm going to accept no. I mean, if she just says, please don't contact me anymore, I'll take that as a no. But if she's like, well, we'll see if we have something open, that to me is like, you didn't say no, woman. So that means I'll be back tomorrow with the same kind of attitude. Chances are you could start working there by Friday. So, okay, if you really want to know how to do this, you're not doing it correctly, in my opinion. You can be like, Rabbi, what the fuck more you want me to do? I'm joking with you. I'm going to tell you how to do this. You use the auto clicker that you know, and you just go to Career Builder, and you just have it. Actually, you don't fucking even need that. This is what you do. This is actually the best way to do it. You want to apply for as many jobs as possible, as quickly as possible. You don't want to be sitting here like, oh, this is something that's good for me. No, make them make that decision. You want to make sure that your application's in for everything. It could be dick sucker, it could be dick wanker, it could be dick photographer, whatever the fuck it is, your application is going to be there. And you're going to get all these calls coming in that are going to be like, oh yeah, you applied for the pet shampooer job, and you're going to be like, pet shampoo? Oh yeah, definitely. If you could you just remind me of who you are? And they'll be like, oh yeah, this is Stacy's Pet Service in fucking Paradise. Yeah, we wanted you to know that we got your application. We're looking for someone. Can you come by this afternoon? Oh yeah, absolutely. Whatever the fuck it is. But basically, if you're just like, oh, I'm gonna just do things in certain certain categories, you're done. That's what people with jobs that's what people with jobs do. People who need anything go to. Do you know what Career Builder is? It sucks as a web. No, I know, I agree. But here's why it's good. Because with one click, it lets you send 15 resumes. And that's really good when it comes to your time. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's the best one. If you want the one that's going to get you hired, it's probably Indeed or probably ZipRecruiter. But that doesn't mean that if I'm you, I can't put my resume on Career Builder and Monster.com, and there are a bunch of them. There's one and then you get really really specific for your expertise. But right now, you just need somebody to call you about an interview to fucking sell aluminum siding if you need, like whatever. I mean, that's my opinion. Because you can do a lot too. It'd be one thing if I'm sitting here with someone who I don't think has a lot of talent, and it'd be like, all right, well, you have to stay in the gardening industry because that's all you know is botanicals. Fuck no, you can do a lot. So why are you limiting yourself to anything? You should just say, I'm gonna sit on Indeed and hit the fucking apply job to every single job that I can, every single fucking job that I can. I don't care what it is. The only time I wouldn't apply for a job is I don't know. What I'm saying is make the hiring manager make the decision. Exactly. Make the recruiter make the decision. I've had so much success with this technique in different ways. I've had it with Indeed, with ZipRecruiter, with all of those, but I've also had it on dating sites. Make the girl make the decision. Basically, say yes to everyone. If you say yes to everyone, then you're going to get a hell of a lot more options. If that makes sense. Well, you don't have a lot of options here, and somebody's got to do it. In my opinion, okay. So I like judging things. I like fucking data. And so if I were to say, all right, Caspian C, if we were to say, what are the odds? What's he going to be doing in like 2 weeks? Let's say, what are the odds? Like my biggest worry is homelessness for everyone. So for you particularly, what are the odds that he's just straight up homeless in 2 weeks? Not 1 week, but 2 weeks. I'd say it's certainly a possibility. 10%. I'll put 10% up there. I don't want to throw it at like 50%. I'm saying 10%, but growing every single day. And okay, so then what? We've got 10% of someone in California coming through. That'd be great. We've got 10% of you being able to couch ride in Las Vegas for a little bit longer. And then there's like 70% here. What do we do? That might need to expand, but basically these things are relative. Okay, then what? I think that you have a 15 to 20% chance with your parents. If I were to say to you right now, if you were able to work your mom, you've got a 20% chance with your parents. Okay, so what does that mean? That's like 50% right there. And then I think you have a 50% chance to support yourself if you go get this job. If you But with each day, that 50% goes down to 40%, goes down to 30%, goes down to 20%, goes down to 10%, and then you're done. And then the inverse is homelessness goes from 10% to 20% to 30% to 40%, and it can happen very quickly. So, but if I'm you, there's a certain satisfaction I can do when I hit the pillow tonight, and I say to myself, you know what? I fucking delivered that letter to Kathy because I fucking didn't do it. I couldn't do it anyway. I'm not judging you. I am not saying anything, but you couldn't have done it any sooner. This is basically the soonest that you can deliver this to her. And then, if you are homeless, let's say in a month, you can say that you exhausted every single opportunity. You went to your parents, you went to Kathy, you went to all your friends, you went to everybody, and you did everything. What you don't want to be doing is in a month digging through a trash can out of a trash can off the strip, saying, "Damn it, I should have contacted Kathy and given her a letter every single day." You never know. But now I can't even fucking get over there because I used the last dollar that I had for food or whatever. It's one of those things. I've been in really shitty positions in my life, but I know if I gave it all I could, and I exhausted everything that I could, or that I did everything in my heart that I felt was right, even though it's in a really, really shitty situation, I can't get so pissed off at myself. I'm not sitting there like, God damn it, like I have no guilt on myself. It's like I did everything that I could. So that's all you have to do. I'm not going to harp anymore. So you're going to go to the bus now? Okay. And you're going to go get that test. And then is the bus place or is the blood test place anywhere near that bar? So the bus place or the blood place is nowhere near the bar. Okay, well, I have a question. Does the bus pass have like a weekly bus pass? Well, I'm just thinking this. Of any day, of any week that you need a weekly, it's this because it's your opportunity to go in and hustle for a position now that it's an opportunity. Like you're going to need it for several reasons. One, if you don't go for 5 days in a row, I would be disappointed in myself because I'd be like, look, I had no other opportunities. And at least that this person I knew could give me an opportunity within 24 hours for me to have hundreds of dollars in my pocket. And I didn't take that opportunity seriously. So I would just say, look, I could buy weed with this money. Here's the perfect thing. Here's a perfect thing. You didn't buy an Uber on your way back from the place. So in exchange for that, mentally in your head, you say, that's why I save this money to get a weekly bus pass. And I'm going to say to myself, if anything, I'm going to need to be out hustling every single day. I know it's hard as fuck, but basically, I will be at this woman's place of business to deliver a letter once every day for the next week. And then I know I've done everything I can from that. And I'm telling you, man, you're going to get that job, just like I said the first time. There you go. So financially, I'm saying to you, it's better for you to get a weekly bus pass. And even still, even if she says she has the governor of the state of Nevada say, never come back to my fucking business again, or I'm going to cut your head off. If she says that, then that's fine. You're going to need that bus pass for the rest of the week doing other shit. Yeah, I'm not saying you need a monthly one or anything like that. No, but at least in this case, I'd be saying to myself, well, I know that I'm going to have to deliver this thing tomorrow or today. And because if anything, tonight, if you're hanging out, I'm going to say, hey, did you do that? And you're going to be like, no. And I'm like, dog, then the first fucking thing you're going to have to do tomorrow is that. And you're just going to be like, yeah, just to get me off your fucking back, I know you would do it. But you also understand that, like, you know, you have many options, and this is at least an opportunity for you to be able to potentially, I would say, become financially independent. And notice the when I did the percentages for you of what you're going to be doing in 2 weeks, I give you a big percentage if you do what I say. I just know Las Vegas people, they have a California influence. They have a very jaded influence, almost like just like they've been fucked so many times, but they good hearts. Some of them do have very good hearts. I would say a lot of locals do. Even though they've been fucked over a lot, people who do professional things for them, it's like it's rare. It's so much rarer in the city. So like if you give somebody a thank you card, or you write a letter, or you even just say thank you or look them in the eye, like a lot of these social traits are just dead in society today. So if you're able to communicate those things to someone, they're going to think you're a special individual, and they're going to want you to work for them. And when I'm you, I'm going to just in the letter say, I had a really good line when the first one I said, it's like, dear whatever, my name is, and I wanted to make you aware that I have completed all of the necessary prerequisites to be able to become certified to work in your establishment by the state of Nevada. I want you to know that I am willing to work anytime that you need, and I would be very appreciative if you would reconsider me for the position now that I know what the requirements are and that I can fulfill them. I want you to know that I really enjoyed the position and the freedom that it gave me, and I'd like to work here again. And you will see how dedicated an individual I am now that I can truly work for you without any constraints. Thank you so much for your consideration. Sincerely, your name, and then put that your name there, and then you drop that off to them. And then once you drop it off, I would not call her. Don't call unless she only works by telephone calls. That's fine. But what I would do is send her a text message saying, "Hi, my name is Jason Kaplan. I worked for you recently. I wanted you to know that I dropped off a letter at your location. I would like for you to take it with serious consideration. And if you need anything further from me at this time, please let me know." And so I wouldn't say in the text message, I need a job. This is just a ploy to get her to fall into your trap, which is your letter. She's going to go to the location and she's going to look at this letter and she's going to say, wow, he really needs a job and he can do that. Okay, I'm going to give him a call. She's going to call you because she's going to have your number from the phone number, and she's going to have it from the letter. She's going to call you and she's going to say, all right, well, if you can get that certification, I'll be willing to give you another opportunity. Okay, then you're going to use that week-long bus pass that you need to go get that certification tomorrow or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or whenever you need to do it, and you're going to start working again, so you're going to need the bus pass anyway. And once you get it, then it's about you living somewhere. And I'm telling you, look, there's a place that I think would be perfect for you. I think it'd be perfect for streaming, actually, but it's relatively inexpensive, and that's why I think it'd be perfect. Okay, so there is I think it's a clean house or something. I don't know. You know where people go when they're like trying to get off drugs, but it's not like a normal kind of clean house where it's like tropical. What do I mean? It's got a pool, it's got flat screen TVs. The only thing that they say is that you can't do drugs there, but you can do marijuana. If you want to smoke cigarettes, you just have to do it off of the property. It's kind of something like that. So when I say it's a clean house, it's like people are fucking vaping and stuff. It's just you can't smoke indoors and you can't smoke on the property, but that's like most places. But what they don't want you doing is like open drugs, basically. But it's not like a bunch of what I'm trying to say is it's not like a bunch of um bad people. It's like poor people. And obviously sometimes there's overlap. But I looked into this place at one time. It had a pool, it had places to sleep, it had Wi-Fi. That was the big thing. It had all Wi-Fi was included. Everything was included for $160 a week, which was like perfect for someone like you who needs to maybe just pay cash. Hey, maybe you don't, but basically like you're gonna have cash. I mean, look, I'm just trying to find you a place by the end of the week. So what do we do? You get this with this lady, and then like you could live in a hotel, but that's going to be a little bit more expensive, and it's going to have shit that you don't need. You don't need somebody making your bed. You don't need somebody fucking cleaning the bed. You don't need any of that shit. You just need a bed, and that's what this place offered. And at least the pictures that they showed, it was like, oh, that is one of the nicest places I think you could get for $160 a week, and that was cheaper. When I was living in Long Beach, comparatively, it was about the same, but that didn't have like a lot of the amenities that this place had. Now I'm not exactly sure what it is. I just remember thinking, all right, do they let you smoke pot there, or is it going to be something where you get in trouble for that? And they're like, I've read some reviews of it. It's like, yeah, you can vape. They just don't want open bongs because there are some people there who are really trying to get off hard drugs. But I'm like, okay, well, that's something. And I'm sure there are other places in Las Vegas too that offer way better opportunities. But this is just something you can do for a week or two or three, or as long as you need. There's no fucking lease, so you could literally be a bartender at night and fucking sleep in this place during the day and generate a little bit of money until you then can find a room to rent consistently for like, and then do like a month to month, and you're on your own then. It's an option. It's an option. It's the best shit. It's the best thing that you can have. Now, let's think about this. If we could get you to California, so I don't know what your bank account looks like, and I frankly don't want to know. I just know everything is expensive, and I know that initial amount of money that you need, I just don't think you have. When you like get to a place, they're like, all right, well, you've got a down payment, or you've got a security deposit, or any, all that kind of shit. It's just, and then there's all kinds of fees and kind of shit like that. But that doesn't mean you can't get that in a month. You just need a 30 days of consistent work, and then you've got it. So that's why I'm saying you need a place that's not going to make you sign a yearly lease. So that's why a week-to-week thing is great, though they offer. So here's the thing about Las Vegas hotels. They're like the scummiest places in the world. And the unfortunate thing is you're like a normal person like you who would normally rent like maybe week to week. The price of that is inflated due to prostitution, because prostitutes so easily rent week to week and make huge amounts of money, and these places fucking know it, that the weekly amount for living is pretty expensive. I think though there was a place in like Santa. I mean, there are places in LA or Orange County where you can do the same thing. I just don't know a place where you can just get a job like you can in Las Vegas. It's just California's all kinds of fucking regulations, as you know. And the thing that also hurts is Like, frankly, like any job that normally in the past you might have been able to do, like gardening or landscaping or mowing lawns, all those positions are taken. And but what isn't taken is this fucking job, maybe, and with this lady. And you know, absolutely. And when you come back, we're going to talk about the laundromat. Okie doke.
This is KFI AM 640. Kono being very mature in his selection of music, so thank you for that. Handel and the morning crew. We continue more Handel on the news. Amy King, Neil Saavedra.
Well, COVID has some staying power. California's summer COVID surge has been particularly strong and enduring. They're saying that the case numbers are about double what they were a month ago. The surge probably related to the ever more infectious subvariants. The ones going around now are the flirt variants. And Elizabeth Hudson, who's the regional chief of infectious disease at Kaiser Permanente, Southern California, says it's expected because they're getting weaker, which means they're getting more infectious, so the virus can survive.
It's becoming endemic. Dr. Jim Keating has told us about this. It's going to be the flu. That's what it's going to be. You're going to get a flu shot every year. It is going to be combined with a COVID shot. And it's going to be one happy inoculation every year. You've had it, right? I think, well, I don't know. In those days, we didn't know that it was COVID. I got it in December before we knew in February that it was COVID. Before it was, we knew there was something coming out. I got it pretty early. I was sick as a dog. Whether it was COVID or not, I don't know. Since then, I don't think so. I think I might have had it for my surgery. Yeah, you don't know. Because I had this weird thing, and that would have been in late November. Yeah, December. That's early days. But other than that, I still haven't had it. March is where we realized it was COVID. It was differentiated. It was people were dying at that point. I mean, I got pretty sick, but not everybody died, obviously. Because a friend of mine has it now, and she's miserable. She said it's her third time since. Who's this? A friend of mine. Oh, okay.
Yeah, two of my best friends have it right now.
Oh man, don't go around, Amy.
Luckily, they don't live here anymore. They're on possible lists.
Mm-hmm. Well, be careful. All right, so you heard Amy talking about this on Wake Up Call this morning. I mean, how crazy is that? Normally you gain pounds when you go to Orange County Fair. Someone became a millionaire by gaining moolah. Lucky person purchased a $1 million multiplier craze scratcher ticket at the California Lottery Live booth, which was operated by Five Star Liquor from Westminster. We never hear $1 million winners with scratchers.
No, that's pretty unusual.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even hear small zillion-dollar winners. We hear with billion and 400 million, but when it's $34 million, it opens up at $26 million. Someone's in it. Do you even report that?
Sure. Not as much anymore because now we're getting those huge billion-dollar jackpots. But we do report on it.
Right? You're not going to go, someone won $500,000 with a scratcher.
Well, we do if it's a local person and they match like 5 of 6. Not with the scratchers, but with the lotto tickets. And then every once in a while you get a scratcher that's a big payoff. We'll mention that. Might happen. Getting a first look at the killers, LAPD has released some security images of the people suspected of shooting General Hospital actor Johnny Wachter. Remember, it happened in downtown LA back on May 25th. He had just gotten off a shift as a bartender and confronted 3 people who were trying to steal his catalytic converter. One of the guys pulled out a gun and shot him, killed him. tattoo above his left eye and on his right cheek. And police also say the getaway car was a stolen 2018 black four-door Infiniti Q50 with a tan interior. Of course, stolen, so chances of them still having it, who knows?
Yeah, it's really, just a horrific look. He's just being towed, and he goes over there, sees that it's they're going for his catalytic converter, confronts them, and they just point blank shooting. Also, with this story, it just re-emphasizes how fickle acting is. He's a star of General Hospital, a star, 2020 and 2022, and he is a bartender. Yeah, isn't that interesting that it talks about, but it's a fickle business. It's a fickle business.
My favorite story is there was a guy, and I don't remember the actor's name, but you probably recognize him, but he's been in a couple of movies. And I saw him doing, what's it called, Vitamix at the Costco. He's doing Vitamix demonstration. And he'd been in a series of movies, and I was like, oh my goodness, yeah, how your portions turn around so quickly.
Or waiting between parts. Yeah. I mean, even a reasonably successful actor there's going to be a lull in you going out of auditions, but maybe you want to do something and probably not. You're probably miserable. Do you recognize them and say something? Because I've been served by actors, but fairly well-known actors, working actors. I've been served by them. You mention, hey, I enjoy your work, or because I don't think work is work. Yeah. No, I've recognized, someone, same thing, service go, hey, how's your career doing? Working out for you?
Is that what you said?
Of course. People don't recognize your voice handle when you go, do you want fries with that? Of course they do. Of course they do. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. Maybe live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The stock market is open more than 1,000 points down this morning following the sell-off on Friday. Concerns over a recession are fueling this. The worries due to the Fed not changing the interest rate and a much weaker than expected jobs report last week. The largest fire in the U.S. has burned more than 401,000 acres as fire crews battled the flames in extremely hot, dry conditions. The fire in Northern California has destroyed more than 560 homes and buildings. It's 31% surrounded. The Torrance All-Stars need your help to get to the Babe Ruth League World Series in Texas. The team hosted a pancake buffet breakfast at the Crest yesterday. If you didn't make it, you can still donate on the team's GoFundMe page. They need the money to pay for airfare, hotels, and rental cars. They've raised $14,000 so far. The goal, $40,000. We'll check some problems on the 60 with the KFI in the Sky next.
Walters Wholesale Electric is a Southern California leader in commercial, industrial, retail charging stations. So let's say you're involved in running your city or have some influence. An EV charging infrastructure makes all the sense in the world because it encourages locals and visitors to come to your city. You're competing with other cities next door for traffic. And you can electrify your city, chargers, with the help of Walters Wholesale Electric. Attract EV drivers to the parks, rec centers, public spaces, restaurants. I mean, we EV drivers have range anxiety, and for me it's really important. When I go to the Anaheim White House, for example, there's a charger there. I'd like to go there. I love the food too. So you stay ahead of the legislation and turn your city into...
There he is. All right. I got it. Oh, good. You're out and about. Excellent. I gotta tell you, you lit up when you would talk about that fucking laundromat part of it. You told me that was the part you liked. Am I wrong? Did you write your letter yet? Do you have a piece of paper? Oh, perfect. Then you're good to go. You can't do food stamps over the phone? Good on you. Then you're gonna, by the end of today, perhaps, best case scenario, have food stamps coming. You're gonna have maybe a job opportunity. You might be working tonight, knowing that lady, but perhaps no. But you're gonna have, yeah, it is possible with that lady. She's a fucking rainmaker. That lady can come out of nowhere and change your life. Yeah. And notice, I don't talk to you about your parents when you do this kind of shit. So good on you, because you don't fucking need them if you do this. Doug, have you seen? You probably haven't, but the news today about the financial markets. The Dow Jones is down 1,000 points, and basically like, yeah, and they're talking recession. Yeah, I mean, I hear that shit and I don't fucking care. Right? Welcome to my level. Exactly. Did you see what happened in the United Kingdom over the weekend with the riots? Oh, I understand. That's why I'm filling you in. I figured you didn't know any of this stuff. Yeah. And the Olympics are closing. Tom Cruise is supposed to close the Olympics and bring them to LA. So that's cool. And it's a countdown for 4 years till LA. I'm really excited for LA to host the Olympics. Well, weird dog. So what you should do is this. This is the plan. This is the plan I would do if I were you. I would do exactly what you're doing. Go get your food stamps. Go get your test. Go drop off your letter. Once that's done, let's say you get to work there again. Let's say, who knows? By the end of the week, with that lady, you'll be working. And then what would you do? I would work that job at night and stream all day. And while I sleep, I would not stream at the bar, but I would stream like 16 hours a day, a lot. And you know what to do to get KCIP, and so you're like have half your shit already for that, and you could easily once you get that job, one night of fucking tips pays for all of the viewers that you need. To the point where you'll be a famous fucking person on Kick after just 1 week. I mean, think about this. If you're like, dude, if I get this job, I can my first night just take $100 of it and always have 100 viewers on my stream whenever I'm streaming, and that means that like I'm fucking on the front page of Kick every single day. I think you're gonna get this job with this lady. Well, it's okay, and you never know. In her life, she might have had a bartender quit on her on Friday, and she needs somebody. I mean, that's obviously a best case scenario, but think about it. She's got 5 locations. This isn't her only location. And if you say to her, I'll go get my card, or whatever, then she might give you a chance. Now, that card, does it cost money? I'm sure it does. Okay, nothing crazy though. So then, okay. So here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna go get your, like, I don't know. There's something about the power of positive thought, but also just like walking through your plan or thinking it through, and basically, like, I don't know. There's almost like a mentality of it when you're doing it that if anything goes against it, it's like, no, that's not what's supposed to happen. Like, basically, like, you could go and deliver that letter. You have a lot of confidence that, like, oh, there's a step after this already. You're not going to be surprised if she's like, okay, well, yeah, you can start working again. Oh, well, it's great. Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise, but I've already seen the plan through a few steps ahead. So this isn't like a huge shock to me because I've already mentally prepared myself, and now we're going to the next step. So you're gonna drop off the letter. She's not gonna be there. You're gonna send her a text message saying, just like kind of, hi Kathy, hope you're doing well. By name, I wanted you to know that I dropped off a letter to you. This is the key about the text message. You mentioned nothing about working there again. You just say I dropped a letter off for you. That way, it's like a treasure hunt for this woman. Now she's got to go down there, or she's got to have somebody open the letter for her. And I don't know, depending on how she is, she may have a bartender open it for her so she doesn't have to do it, or she might go down there and see what you have. But then you're going to have a job. Then tomorrow, you're going to have to get your card, and then you're going to start working maybe Tuesday night into Wednesday, and then you're going to find a place to live. And if you need, you can do that thing where you pay like $150 a week for a few weeks until you're able to get on your feet. You stream during the day when you can, and then stream. You use the tip money to make sure that your fucking stream is amazing. And how do you do that? You make sure that you have a lot of viewers all the time, and that's all you fucking need. And then you just say to yourself, the first $100 whatever I make after rent is for these fucking viewers. And as much as I hate to say, I just throw money at automated bots. This is basically what everybody does. There's a reason why you can't just start a stream and get famous. And you need to do some of these things. But once you do that, you get a month under your belt of fucking streaming and a month under your belt of bartending, and you're going to have a few $1,000s, and you're going to be very famous on KCIP. You're going to be very famous on Kick, and here's why. In order to get KCIP, you're allowed to have banned streamers. You can have banned streamers on your Kick stream. So what you can do is you can put me on there. Other people interview me all the time on accounts. You can have banned streamers on there. And when you watch somebody stream, viewership goes up. Why? Because I'm controversial on the stream. Anybody can just have their name. Here's somebody who has somebody on who's banned, and you can get a lot of viewership. And especially with the money that you can bring in from that job, you can easily get 100. All you need is 100 people to watch you for a couple months in a row. You get KCIP. Oh, I know what I want to say. Wait, and then from there, what you do is you keep stacking away money, and then you do a public move to California, where other streamers here you can fucking like I know somebody who did that from Michigan. They moved to Florida, and they like live streamed it, and it was very popular. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. When you first came on this morning, you didn't have a fucking great plan. I'm not. Well, oh, okay. So today's a. So you just. They have pineapple. Oh yeah, definitely. Do it while you can. Absolutely. All right. So you've got 5. No, more than that. You've got 5. You've got to go to the food stand. You got to go to food stamps. You got to go to blood test. You got to go to where you just said the place, the bank. You got to go to the bar. Oh, that's good. And then you got to go to the bar. I know it is. I know it is. You got to treat it. Not we'll see. You got to treat it like this. That's my work for the day. Normally, somebody would be hauling trash or working at a computer. So for today, my 8 hours of work is just going to each one of these things. You know what? It could be worse. And you've got you could be locked up, but I mean you're cooler without the beard, so your face at least gets to breathe a little bit more. It looks good, my man. You look good both ways. I think that probably for the summer it's more comfortable. Dog, isn't it amazing? I've had a beard long like that before. How much dead skin gets on your face? Yeah, there's like a whole layer under all that shit that you have to scratch off. Excellent. Take care. Peace.
By the way, what you're looking at right now is what we're used to
the scene with hurricanes. Wind gusts around 80 miles per hour here. This is the same area that got battered by Idalia last year. But what this storm is going to do, which is different from what we typically see with hurricanes, is of course there's storm surge and wind gust threat. But the bigger concern with Debbie is that it is moving relatively slowly at a crawl, and that is going to allow so much rain to dump over the next several days. We're talking about Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. All three states, governors declaring states of emergency, and we could see localized totals of around 30 inches of rain in some areas, and this is a high-risk flood day for many, and that is when we could see a lot of damage and concern about death as well. So people definitely want to be bunkering down and not venturing out into this kind of weather. And again, right now, we are getting the eye wall, Debbie, the front and the north side of that eye wall. And when these bands are coming through, we are really getting pelted here. And this is really just the beginning of what we are expecting from Debbie throughout the week, Savannah.
All right, Jesse, near Tallahassee, thank you very much. And then a little further down Florida's Gulf Coast where we find NBC's Marissa Parra. She's riding out the storm there. Marissa, how's it looking where you are?
Hoda, good morning from Steinhatchee, Florida. You can see it looks pretty calm right now, and that is because we are in the eye of the storm. So what you just saw with Jesse is what we were experiencing about an hour ago, those wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour. I want to show you what we are keeping a close eye on right now. This is the Steinhatchee River. It's about a mile out from the Gulf of Mexico, and this is where the biggest threat is here, because as Jesse mentioned, the biggest threat with this storm, with Debbie, unlike Idalia, we're not expecting strong winds. We are expecting, however, flood risk, storm surge, and this is a community that is still recovering from Hurricane Idalia 1 year ago. So look at these docks behind me. They had just repaired them and rebuilt them from last year, and so of course all of them hoping that they hold up during this storm here. And again, those biggest threats, not just the storm surge, not just the flood risk, but the tornado risk that most of the state is facing. Hoda.
All right, Marissa Parra for us there. Marissa, thank you. Two views of the storm, one right there and one in the eye of the storm. So we've got Al tracking Debbie, and you said this one's a slow mover.
It really is, guys. And as Marissa mentioned, it is now, Debbie has made landfall in Steinhatchee. It's got 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving relatively slowly, northeast at 10. And usually what happens, once they make landfall, they tend to pick up. We've also got tornado watches for much of Florida on into Georgia till 4 this afternoon. The tropical storm warnings, watches, and hurricane warnings stretching from Charleston all the way to Sarasota. There's that storm surge from Steinhatchee, Cedar Key, and off to the west, 6 to 10 feet. We're also looking now at this heavy rain that's slowly going to be making its way up the coast, passing Florida and Georgia today. Strong winds, torrential downpours, threat of tornadoes tomorrow. The center of the system hugs the coast. Tropical deluges from South Carolina on into Georgia. Wednesday, Debbie still over the southeast. High risk of flooding from Savannah all the way to Wilmington. We are looking right now at impacts, extreme high-risk flooding for 3 days, going right on into Wednesday for flash flooding, up to 30 inches of rain. We've also got that anywhere from 3 to 30 inches. Some places may pick up 3 feet of rain out of this system. The high winds causing uprooted trees, damages to home, widespread power outages, and of course, as we mentioned, the risk of tornadoes stretching from Spring Hill all the way up to Charleston through tonight. Savannah?
All right, I will continue to watch Debbie throughout the morning, of course, but for the moment, let's turn to the 2024 political race. Vice President Kamala Harris poised to announce her running mate after meeting face-to-face with at least 3 top contenders over the weekend. And there are new questions this morning over a potential Harris-Trump debate and whether it will happen. NBC's Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us with details. Peter, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. For Vice President Harris, this accelerated timeline to select a running mate is winding down, with Harris and her yet-to-be-named pick set to appear together at a rally in Philadelphia tomorrow night. But we are getting a better sense this morning of what she is looking for. A source familiar with the Vice President's process telling me overnight that among her priorities, finding a potential governing partner who demonstrates competence, has chemistry with Harris, and shares her core values. With a self-imposed deadline to announce her pick for running mate by tomorrow night, Vice President Kamala Harris hosted at least 3 contenders at her Washington residence Sunday. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who returned home late Sunday, a day after playing coy with reporters. In a sign of the heightened scrutiny, Kelly deleting a tweet Sunday that read in part, I spent my life serving in the Navy and at NASA, where the mission always comes first. Now my mission is serving Arizonans. His staff later saying it was just a standard post. His account later tweeting out, when your country asks you to serve, you always answer the call.
Good evening.
It's unclear whether the vice president herself interviewed 3 other finalists. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. Since President Biden stepped down 2 weeks ago, a new poll shows Harris has erased former President Trump's advantage nationwide. And it's a statistical dead heat in those key battlegrounds. It follows Mr. Trump's weekend rally in Georgia, where he reignited an old feud against the swing state's Republican governor, Brian Kemp.
He's a disloyal guy, and he's a very average governor.
Mr. Trump also accusing the vice president of being a liberal.
We have to work hard to define her. I don't want to even define her. I just want to say who she is. She's a horror show. She'll destroy our country.
And continuing his personal attacks.
She happens to be really a low IQ individual. She has a very low IQ. You don't need a low IQ.
Now up in the air whether the two will face off in a debate next month.
Meet me on the debate stage. Because as the saying goes, if you got something to say...
Mr. Trump this weekend pulling out of a scheduled debate with the vice president, instead proposing a separate matchup hosted by Fox News. The Harris campaign mocking Mr. Trump on social media, writing, "It's interesting how any time, any place becomes one specific time, one specific safe space," saying she'll be there on September 10th, like he agreed to. The VP announcement tomorrow will kick off a week-long sprint for Harris and her running mate. Their appearance together in Philadelphia tomorrow night, the first of 7 rallies and events since over 5 days in the country's most competitive states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. Savannah.
That's pretty much the battleground map, Peter. Thank you very much.
Meantime, tensions are mounting in the Middle East. Israel bracing for expected retaliation strikes from Iran over last week's killing of a top Hamas leader. NBC's Ralph Sanchez is in Tel Aviv for us. Ralph, good morning to you.
Howdy, good morning. President Biden will convene his top national security officials in the White House Situation Room today as the U.S. deploys additional forces to the Middle East. The Pentagon sending an aircraft carrier, warships, and an extra squadron of fighter jets to the region in one of the largest deployments since October 7th. Now, the White House says the goal is to try to deter Iran from attacking, but if that doesn't work, those forces will help Israel to defend itself. Now, the U.S. was deeply involved in shooting down a wave of Iranian drones and missiles back in April, but an Israeli official tells NBC News this time they are bracing for worse, potentially a multi-day attack by both Iran and Hezbollah. And remember, both have vowed revenge against Israel following the assassinations of Hamas's political chief in Iran and a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon last week. Now, this morning, markets are way down all over the world. That is mainly about concerns that the U.S. economy may be slowing down, but it is not helped by fears of all-out war in the Middle East. And this morning, the U.S. and its G7 allies are appealing for calm, saying that these tensions could escalate a regional conflict.
All right, Ralph Sanchez for us there in Tel Aviv. Ralph, thank you.
Let's shift gears now. Get to the Olympics. I said good morning,
Bonjour, Savannah. Bonjour to you as well, folks. It's another action-packed day here in Paris after a thrilling weekend for Team USA. Stars of track and field and swimming coming up huge. But this morning, all eyes once again on Simone Biles and what could be her Olympic farewell. This morning, another medal for the greatest of all time, Simone Biles. After a golden weekend run from Simone,
double pipe,
soaring to victory Saturday in the vault final with a difficult skill named after her. Teammate Jade Carey taking home the bronze.
Nailed it.
While Sui Lee made the podium on the uneven bars. On the track,
This is close.
American sprinter Noah Lyles is now the fastest man in the world.
It had to go to a photo finish to decide it.
The 27-year-old coming from behind to win the 100-meter dash by 5,000ths of a second. It's Team USA's first gold in the headlining race in 20 years.
I was shocked. And then my name came up, and I was like, oh, shoot, I'm incredible.
American teammate Fred Curley snagging bronze. In a moment as good as gold, Lyles overjoyed when he finds his mom in the stands. On the women's side, Sha'Carri Richardson sprinting to silver in the 100, edged out for gold by St. Lucia's Julian Alford, who won that nation's first ever Olympic medal. Fans at the St. Lucia airport going wild. Meanwhile, a golden goodbye to the Paris pool. Team USA making history on the final night of swimming with another 2 gold medals and 2 world records. Tori Huss bringing it home in the women's 4x100 medley relay.
Back-to-back goals in the 15.
While Bobby Fink defended his title in the men's 1500 free, but it was Katie Ledecky, the most decorated female Olympian of all time, with an epic end to her record-breaking summer games.
800 still awards to the one and only Katie Ledecky.
Winning gold in the 800 free for the 4th consecutive Olympics. On the clay, a star-studded battle for gold. Serbia's Novak Djokovic taking out Spain's Carlos Alcaraz in a thrilling final. The 37-year-old emotional, calling the victory arguably the biggest success of his storied career. And finally, a comeback for the ages for American Scotty Scheffler, the world's #1 golfer, winning gold in his Olympic debut. The weight of the moment setting in. Love to see it. So back to that Elizabeth finish in the men's 100-meter for a moment here. There's some confusion over who won right after it was over. You probably saw this. The winner actually determined by the first athlete whose torso reaches the finish line. You can see it right there, as opposed to the runner's feet or head. Noah Lyles, as you can see, first to the line. World's fastest man. After that big weekend, Team USA has taken quite the commanding lead in the medal count as well. There it is right there. As for today, starting with 3x3 basketball, the U.S. women vying for a spot in the finals now, taking on Spain. It's a remarkable story because Team USA's women's squad for 3x3, they lost the first 3 games here, and they've won the last 4. There you go. Also, full day of track and field events, including 4 more finals. They could see more Americans medal. And on the final day of surfing out there in Tahiti, Caroline Marks, the last American remaining in the competition, going for a spot in the gold medal match.
All right. It was fun to be in Tahiti right now. I mean, the only place better than Paris. Let's check in with Al, who's got a lot on his plate today. Hey, Al.
Hey, guys. Good morning. We are looking for severe storms. Besides Debbie down in the southeast, severe storms from the northeast into the northern plains, hot and humid down through Texas, hot and dry out west. We're going to get to your local forecast in the next 30 seconds.
Well, after a spectacular summer weekend, we're going to cool a little bit today. Some rain deck clouds are pushing in, and those will be around for a while this morning, but burn right back off the sunshine. But cooler today, highs in the 70s to the low 80s. We'll stick around a little bit longer tomorrow. We'll cool back mostly into the 70s, and then burn off more quickly on Wednesday, back into the upper 70s and low to some mid-80s. Should peak out with sunshine on Thursday and Friday. We'll just cool a little bit over the weekend, and those temperatures stay a little bit above normal, in fact, all the way in the first part of next week.
And that is your latest weather.
Al, thank you so much. Still ahead, much more on the Golden Girls' dominance here in Paris. Back in action this morning after grabbing more medals over the weekend and getting a lot of support from Superfan and Sitting with the Fam. Hoda Kotb. We're going to talk about all of it with the stars of the 2008 Olympics. Sean Johnson is here.
For that plus, Team USA's most decorated female Olympian of all time, Katie Ledecky. Talk about making history in Paris, what her future holds in and out of the pool. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Are you ready, Seattle?
Whoa, I can't hear you. Let me get some noise.
Seahawks football is back.
You expect any different?
New year, one goal. Dominate.
Look at that silence. He just got left. So he reached the ball across. Touchdown! Seahawks! Holy catfish!
Seahawks preseason kicks off Saturday at 3:30 on Com.
I'm Tyler Lockett, and you're watching the home of the Seahawks with King 5. Go Hawks.
First pitch at 7:10. Listen in every play of every game on AM 570 LA Sports. Live with the podcast. And you'll see all the games in HD on the iHeartRadio app. The keyword AM 570.
It's a real threat. We all feel it. Donald Trump could actually be president again, threatening our democracy and freedoms, including a woman's right to make her own healthcare decisions. I'm Nick Brown. As a JAG officer, prosecutor, and U.S. attorney, I fought to protect our values, and that's what I'll do as Attorney General, because I'm not afraid to take on Donald Trump or anyone who threatens who we are in Washington.
Nick Brown, Democrat for Attorney General.
Howdy, folks. What's the most here? Well, summer's in full swing, and we're hoping you're enjoying the heat. And we should float on by the old Cannery in Sumner for our annual summer sale. It's a special scratch and dent sale from Friday to Sunday with all different kinds of financing deals. From the contemporary to the complete packages, we're sure you can find something to bring on home for your summertime fun. And hey, while you're here, get a box of fudge. So drift on down to 13608 Cannery Way in Sumner, Washington. Oh, fudge, I forgot my snacks. The birds can have them.
We back, baby. Stop free. Oh, free. Hey, wait. Stop free. Go off me.
Still ahead here, the greatest shot putter on the planet, Ryan Krauser.
You're going to want to see this. He gave me and Al a lesson on the way to his third straight gold medal. Didn't go right. The first your local news and weather. What is the fun?
That's great.
Doing great. I'm here to save you.
I'm good.
Cool.
I think we should see other people.
You know, if you could just let your hair down a little bit down. No.
You're so far away. No. The home with Duncan is where you want to be.
This is my new granddad.
Say hi, Grandma.
You're feeding him blue buffalo, right?
Now we got Pure in one. It's not the same stuff.
Not really. My protection formula's got deboned chicken milk, brown rice, oatmeal, barley.
Well, Purina One has chicken, rice flour, corn gluten meal, whole grain corn, chicken byproduct meal.
Looks like we're switching to blue.
Switch to blue and feed your dog like family.
Walmart Plus members save on delivery, gas, plus so much more. Join today.
Pop-Tart, crazy!
This will be a gold mine of local intel, just you wait.
Right. So tell us about this corn festival. You got your corn pudding, you got your corn chowder. So is it safe around here? Sometimes.
The family of 8 would have needed cold punch. Where would they find it?
Oh, then they dip it in butter and bam, it goes right really to vampire bar like a reverend does, like a blessing on the corn.
Donut shops. How far from here?
No eyebrows?
Think how light it'll feel in the summer. You got around 11,000 more neighborhoods to go.
Ding dong.
Homes.com.
Deliveries happen.
Hello. We just ordered that.
This happens.
No.
That happens.
Hey, get out of there.
Charlie's up to bat with a pitch.
Oh, let's go.
Home happens. Be there with Ring. Learn more at ring.com.
They're back.
Verizon Small Business Days are here, August 5th to the 11th. Get a free tech check and special offers, like a free 5G phone when you switch. Don't miss out. Get started today. I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardians at each day's start. As time went on, it was easy to see. I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardiance works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects may include ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of infection in your legs or feet. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with the big story to tell.
Good morning, I'm Mimi Jones.
And I'm Jake Wittenberg. Here's what's making headlines this morning. Overnight, multiple people were shot in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood. Officers say they arrived to find one woman and a man, both in their 20s, with gunshot wounds. While investigating, another man with gunshot wounds crashed a car into the entrance of Swedish First Hill Hospital just a few blocks away. It's still unclear if the incidents are related.
Don't forget, tomorrow is Washington State's primary election. Ballots that are postmarked by 8 p.m. tomorrow will be accepted. If you haven't already mailed yours, the U.S. Postal Service recommends using one of the drop boxes.
And after all that sunshine this weekend, we're getting a little bit of a rain push today, bringing some low clouds into
Hell yeah.
a lot of
This
areas.
is great. See that bitch doing that.
In 70s to around 80 degrees. Those will be a little bit more persistent tomorrow, dropping us back into the 70s, and then we warm back up again, peak in the mid to upper 80s Thursday and Friday, and just cool a little bit over the weekend. It's the official start of the summer games, almost exactly 100 years the last time Paris held.
What the fuck?
Every part of Paris is buzzing right now.
That was good, right? It's going down dramatically. We hear the presidential. President Trump is going to argue total unbridled, unregulated immigration. He's wrong because they really are clamping down the federal government. The problem is, under the Biden administration, they didn't do enough.
Bitch.
And the Democrats realized, and I'm talking politics, oops.
Oh, this thing sucks. It's taking too long.
Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by On It. On It supplements. In fact, I ordered mine for the month today. I'm running a little late. I got the Mexican chocolate protein. I got a little Shroom Tech Sport, a little Shroom Tech Immune, and that's it. I'm tip top of the boo, ready to go. Listen, Alpha Brain, the best stuff you can take. Get your mind thinking. If you don't like it, don't work for you. I'll give you the money back, 100% money back guarantee. No questions asked. All right, we don't even want the product. That's how much we believe in Alpha Brain. So do yourselves a favor. Go to Onnit.com right now. Take a look at the supplements, the weights, the kettlebells. You like something on the way out? Press in, church, bam! And you get yourself 10% off delivered right to your house. Me and my man, this is talking about geese. My favorite geese.
Look at this. This is fucking that Olympian right in front of you, kid.
Johnny Sakamura. You know what Johnny Sakamura is?
Really?
Oh,
dog.
What I'm trying to tell you is it's the toughest gi out there. They got mats, they got shin guards, they got kettlebells.
Multiple times today, I'm so firing on all cylinders, motherfucker.
Sports, water and ice cream, on the way out press church, and get 10% off the lift the house.
Are we done?
Fucking ask you savages, kick this fucking deal, please. Jesus Christ!
I went
Where
to
could
the
I put
party.
this podcast?
It was a source party at the car museum down
Best
on
podcast
Fairfax
on the
in
web.
Hampshire. I went that night, me and a couple of my
Go,
friends.
the Rabbi
pulled up,
Rothschild
and we
podcast.
knew this girl, Kadada Jones. Was
No
the
self
source.
promotion.
Had something to do with the party. And she came out and she was going to bring us in. And we were walking in, and honestly, it was a fucking scary party. It was like gangbangers everywhere. And we kind of went, this isn't a party we need to go to.
What is the number one best podcast you've ever listened to?
He was murdered.
That's fucking crazy.
The Rabbi Rothschild podcast. Why? Why not?
It was a bad vibe, man. It was just a bunch of legitimately tough dudes.
Self-promotion. Why? You're self-promoting don't know. They keep pausing Spotify and Spotify.
They weren't happy. Nobody was having fun. It was a bunch of people posturing.
You're not gonna tear that shit apart.
And I'll fuck
I want
you
to see
up,
you fuck it up, dude.
That's
Jump.
that's not what you want in a party.
That's not a healthy environment.
Oh, you was fucked.
What does that even feel? I don't think I've even
Oh
been to
my
a party.
god.
Like, how do you
Save that
recognize it?
person. Holy shit, that is so scary.
You walk up to a party and there's 50 dudes standing outside who are all big guys who all have very angry scowls on their face, and they're looking at you like, do something so I can fuck you up. That's how you know this is not the party for me.
You know, I don't know how many buildings I walked in as a young kid, stupid, naive, to get drugged for $800 in my pocket. And you know, it was a lot of money to me at the time. But it's a lot of money to somebody else. Sure. And you're walking up 2 flights of steps, and, you know, on the second floor, there's somebody shooting the fucking corner. They know what you're going in that building for, you know, and all of a sudden you hear a little fucking whistle in the air. It's a weird, you know when you're walking into a trap. I haven't walked into a trap in a long time. It's been 10, 15 years. I mean, one time as a grown kid, my mother gave me $20, $10 or something, and said, go around the corner and buy a toy. I had to be 5, 6, and I saw a 6-year-old that didn't look like me and didn't look like the 6-year-old that girl. And I knew they were going to chase me. I wasn't at the fucking place for 2 minutes, and they were chasing me. I ran to that fucking dry cleaner, and then you know where you belong, and you know where you don't belong. It's a weird fucking thing. Yeah.
Is it surprising you guys that it doesn't seem to happen more in Vegas? Like, I don't really hear that often about
But I am getting really close.
people getting, well,
They don't listen. Vegas police, Vegas, the casinos will try to hide that. So people go to Vegas.
Yeah.
They're not gonna fucking. They're not gonna. You know, they give you the news you want to hear. There's also a lot of money in tourism and a lot of influence to keep that as, you know, as much as they can keep that kind of shit at bay, because it would fuck with their profits. So I don't think they're going to allow that much off.
Come on, Howie Spangler. Fuck his ass up. Fuck up Howie Spangler. Howie Spangler, you are going to get fucked. HOWIST.
That's not frequent in Vegas.
Well, now they're prepared. Yeah. Now that'll never happen again in Vegas. Nobody was ready for something like that. But it's so weird how. Think of Las Vegas.
Oh, hell
That's
yeah.
the macro.
W.
The whole college
Motherfucker.
Think of Vegas. Think of the casino. Now, let's take it back to the micro, which is a bad, let's just
Talk about Rabbi.
for the sake of Washington.
Talk about Rabbi.
In 1985 in New York.
Hey, talk about Rabbi.
The Dominicans have taken over the fucking neighborhood. 85 to 93 and 96. And all you gotta do is get off that bus and go to and walk down the stairs and make a left. And you can buy $30 worth for $300,000. Now, you walk out of there. Ethan was working at Playing Real Estate. Ethan went to get a package.
Hey.
Couple other people on the plane want to get a package. I wouldn't have
Give her up. I let her up.
$1,200 in my pocket. Okay?
Give it 5 months.
You're going to see spots on all the corners. So you're going to see two guys drinking a beer. In your mind, they're just two fucking guys. They're drinking a beer with a mind their business. This spot. They're watching the neighborhood. 100 yards down the corner.
Roll your shoulders and your biceps.
600 yard radius. They're spotted. You know why? Because the building is being invested. So what happens is, police IX lives in 914. What the fuck is 914? Rochester County. That's where white kids have money. And they come over to 12 hours every Friday. That's the view. Think of all the thousands of kids come over that bridge every Friday and get the high premium cocaine. That's the microeconomics of the macros in Las Vegas. You're guaranteed walking in, getting out of your car. Charles, Ethan, picking out the corner in 5 minutes. Me going upstairs, picking up the house, running right down to getting the car, Ethan on the safe. All those fathers protecting that.
Yeah.
Fathers like up the road, like let them know what cars are coming, or is it just everything?
spotters are everywhere and let them know about the heat, competition, and the
and within that community, nobody was going to risk stealing from you because you're actually damaging the big corporation. You see what I mean? So shit will happen. Probably, you walk around. By the way, I hyperventilate walking down. If you have to walk from one casino to the other because getting in a car is going to take longer, so you walk and you're just constantly in a horde of people, and it's the worst possible feeling. For sure, dirty shit happens out there, but there's also tons of cops and tons of people, and they know if you get robbed walking from one casino to another, you're stealing from the casino, you're going to get fucked.
So that's the micro thing, well, drug neighborhood, and the macro is a neighborhood like that.
If kids start getting used to going to buy drugs,
if right now word gets out in the street, and every time I go in the gym and I go upstairs to get robbed by my car, you're not going to gamble. Right, absolutely. There's people who go to Las Vegas and they go to casinos where it's $1 million just to get in there. You know what I'm saying? You have to go credit and give them $1 million just so they feel safe. They feel safe. If I was a millionaire, I went to gamble in Las Vegas, you would see me at no low in the casino. You would see me at the casino with 3 dudes with fucking ARs at the door when I'm gambling. Chicks with a bikini, fucking passing out cigars, waiting for you, copping fields. They don't give a fuck about how we went. They never heard of it. Because every time you grab your phone, they give you $1,000. Yeah, that's what reality is.
I mean, it has to. It never get frustrating as a criminal because you must see. I see people that all the time with money hanging out. It would be easy.
You know what? A casino has 1,000 eyes on it. Even if I pickpocket Ethan before I hit that door, they're gonna grab me.
And anything that's happening is probably happening without violence. You know what I mean? Like this guy Apollo Robbins, you heard of him? He was the top pickpocket. I think now he works for the government in designing, CIA identities or something. I don't know what he does now exactly, but he's like the top. He was the top pickpocket. He's done TED Talks, and he could rob you without the cameras even seeing it. It looks like you had a friendly interaction. You have no idea what happened, and now he's got your wallet. So shit like that probably is happening, but they're not going to advertise that.
But you just feel like you're drunk and you lost your watch or something.
Well, they're going to take care of it. It's not going to make the fucking paper, right? Things that it's like right now. Look at for 20 years, comedy was whatever Comedy Central did. All of a sudden, a bunch of podcasters started getting a little fucking notoriety. Now Comedy Central got egg on their face because they didn't show the real deal. It makes you think a lot about music. Do we see the real deal in music, or is it what the label or what the time is called for? Was there a band out there that was better than Led Zeppelin? Was there a band out there that was better than Black Sabbath and you didn't get to see them? So it's the same with news, especially now. You watch World News Tonight, which I watch every fucking night. The chick I started watching was Diane Troy. Their program for 48 minutes of horror. Yeah. And then the last 12 is somebody who's making baskets in Kansas and making money. And the fucking Japanese kid who plays the drums with a big band now, that he can play with his mouth. They give you 8 minutes of happiness. That's what the show is like. It compels you. Come back and we'll tell you about the passenger who saved the plane from going, Now, they have this information. Could you imagine if, let's say when the Chinese guy got beat up on United? Let's say if the camera footage, before the footage would come out, if United would have called CBS, NBC, Fox, and fucking whatever, and said, look, I got $10 million for all of this to fucking pay that tape and never play it. Right. Chinese guy has a press conference, but there's no fucking tape out. Well, I would go for something like that. I believe something like that could happen.
Well, that's kind of what I was just going to say. They picked the news.
It's selective.
They picked the news, but even just what happened in Seattle, where that guy stole the plane. Even though I didn't hear it on the news, online, I heard, him talking with the air traffic control.
Oh yeah, we got great footage of it. We had everything we would have needed from the news online.
Right. That was the weirdest thing that happened Friday night because I was doing comedy in Kansas City, which I want to thank you if you came out to the shows in Kansas City. Fucking great audiences. You guys saw I took the fucking ride with you. The city was great. The barbecue was great. Everything was great.
I don't even know what that fucking shit is, but I want to take it.
Watching whatever the fuck on Netflix.
Give me some of that elite shit. I'm gonna be snorting. They're like, Rabbi, it doesn't even fucking work. I'm like, fuck you.
It's still too early for a comedian to make a joke about something like this. So I fucking look at the guy's page and says comedian. I go back and I go, it's never too early for a comedian. And if you think of it that way, you're not really a fucking comedian because a comedian takes social things like that and turns it around. I mean, it was just a bunch of, ever since Mauro Ronaldo did the thing about him having the disease, you know, it's like, all his followers, I think I follow Mara, and they were all like sympathizing really quick. I'm a comedian, so whatever the fuck I'm going to say, I'm going to fucking say it. And, timing is everything in comedy. You know, that question pops up, when is it too soon? It's never fucking too soon. It's too soon. Whoever has the biggest dick in the room first is going to drop that fucking bomb the quickest. Some people are going to react to it. I heard a fucking horrible, brilliant joke here. I heard one of the most brilliant, horrible jokes I've ever heard in my life. Kevin Nealon goes, what do you guys think about the fucking Bourdain thing or some shit? He goes, well, I didn't really fucking like the guy. Because I didn't like the fucking guy. I mean, the audience just froze. I froze. I was mad in the sand right there because I didn't like the guy. But then he goes, I started thinking about it. And I got something in common with the guy because he didn't like himself either. Oh my God. How brilliant of a joke is that? Yeah. He goes, now I can't stop watching. He goes, I wish they'd pick him up for another season. Now, Jesus, just brilliant. Brilliant. Well, what the fuck do you want me to tell you? Right. But we lived in such a, and there was no pussies in that room that night. They took the ride.
Well, you know, talking about the internet like this, like, we have much, guys like you are now doing this, getting much more notoriety than maybe you would have had when it was just Fox and CBS and Comedy Central. When the only outlet for comedy was Comedy Central, yes, it's much better now. But also, we have the situation where, you know, prior to the internet, you had one politician get up and say something slightly snarky about another politician. Then you had to wait for the next politician to get a news conference together to make a retort, which just upped it a little bit. So it would take 6 months before they're actually in a big fight. And now the level of hostility in America is ramped so high. You have, you know, Republicans are all Nazis, and Democrats are all communists, and you have everybody trying to shut everybody down with intense hostility, and there's this kind of like people are getting off on being outraged, and I think that's not productive.
It's not. It's not productive at all. The internet is killing us slowly. It's giving us too much information at one time.
I agree.
We're having too much fucking information. And just like drugs, just like alcohol, just like exercise, just like chicken cutlets, you have to give it a breather from day to day. You have to really, like, that's why on the weekend, I have a very low, once Friday comes, I try to stay off the internet as much as I can till Monday morning. Yeah. It's too much. It's when you read a lot of shit you shouldn't. And sometimes you go on a foxhole or videos or something like that you shouldn't be watching. It has nothing to do with your life. You know, you can't even, on the computer I take on the road, I don't have Twitter and Facebook. Right. I have my Hotmail, and I have writing apps, and I have Netflix. That I do have. But I want to give it a break. I got an iPad, my wife got it. There's no reason. Yeah. Give Facebook a fucking breathe.
It's too easy to get riled up.
It's too much, and it's just, you know, Facebook and Twitter, they're great for 6 or 7 weeks, and then you get 1 week where you get all hate. Yeah. And you're like, where's this hate coming from? There's a Reddit gang, and this, and that. You know what? it makes you want to get the fuck off there. But there's so many good people on there that follow you and that interact with you. And you feel for them. But the internet has just given a voice to a lot of them. It's giving me a voice in a positive manner, but it's giving people a voice in a negative manner.
Yeah, the ability to highlight one sentence or one action from a person's life in the past and put a microscope on that thing and to call their entire existence this action or this statement that happened years ago. That's a weird, dangerous thing to do. That's a very odd power to hold over somebody. You know what I mean?
We're living in weird times. I'm an immigrant, and as you know, I did time. In fact, Wednesday is the 30th anniversary of me getting sentenced. Congrats. You never said me. You never heard me say the word take anything negative about cops. I put myself where I put myself. I'm going to tell you something. On that day, I did something very bad. I took somebody against their will with a machine gun. I handcuffed them. That was on it from day one. You want me to lie? I didn't tell you. I was a victim. I was trunk in the car. We weren't. No one's going to put him on a bus to Arizona. There was one guy that was doing it for a stripper, and the other guy was just doing it to get $30,000. I just wanted to get my hand on $30,000. I thought $30,000 would bring all the happiness in the world to me at that time. But boy, was I fucking wrong. But let's be honest, I'm not the same person I was 30 years ago.
That's what I mean.
So what's going on now is a fucking embarrassment because I was raised in the country. I was raised to believe that you're fucking innocent, you're proven fucking guilty. But if Greg Garcia says that we went to college together in Virginia, one day I put my finger up his asshole. I lose everything I have because Greg Garcia says I put my finger up his asshole in 1980. Well, guess what, Greg Garcia? I was a different person in 1980. And fucking so were you. Maybe you wanted somebody to stick a finger in your asshole. You just remember now all of a sudden.
That's what I mean.
That's what I'm saying.
Beyond all of that, even, we're human beings. So, you know, I'm not Christian, but I think one of Jesus' principal teachings was that we're all flawed. You know what I mean? Every human being is flawed. So, like, as long as that's the foundation from where we start our arguments or our fights and our outrage with people, is that we're all flawed. Everyone's flawed. So if somebody did something that you consider more flawed 20, 30 years ago, where's the avenue to correct that? Are we just excising it and pretending that that shit's never going to happen again? Or are we going to talk about, like, how do we fix this problem? Do you know what I mean? I don't even know what James Gunn said. I didn't even read what he said, but I heard he got fired for something he said on Twitter 10 or 15 years ago or something like that. Can't the guy just say, you know, like, I'm embarrassed by what I said. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm sorry I offended people. I'm going to work to not offend people in the future. Like, isn't that a more sane way to deal with that?
The person she loved.
We live in strange times. Social media is everything now. You know, we learned a big lesson from the Roseanne thing, whether she did the ambient or not or whatever. I have a problem. I have a dilemma right now. I have a dilemma that I'm 55 and a stand-up comic. I have a podcast. I want to do comedy. I'm not even the same person I was 10 years ago because I was on drugs 10 years ago. Right? Today I 65. Like I was telling the audience in Kansas City, I'm one of those guys that's sober, but not really. Like I smoke pot. I mean, it's edible if you have it from time to time. When you show up with a right, I'm fucking popping. It's not that I'm going to eat these things all the time. But
after cooking a delicious
I'm definitely not the same person I even was 11 years ago. I tell Lee, we had this podcast 11 years ago. This podcast was never made it because I wouldn't have showed up at 6 in the morning. Right. I was too paranoid to leave the fucking house at 6 in the morning. So I don't like that. I don't like what's going on in that realm where somebody could come up. That's why when I do this podcast, I tell people everything I've done.
Right. I think that's the only way to bulletproof yourself. You know what I mean? You're a very open person.
You have to. In today's world, I knew that this was going to trigger some people. So before anybody would say something, I might as well say it. And it makes me vulnerable. I want you to know about my life. for 2 reasons. I want you to know about my life, and I want you to know that no matter what dilemma you get yourself out into, you get yourself out. Yeah, I'm no fucking Phi Beta Kappa. You know what I'm saying? I'm no Phi Beta Kappa. I quit high school and I got left back in the 7th grade. And somewhere or another, I figured it out. I never left. I kept getting on that fucking stage. I didn't give a fuck that I didn't go to Montreal. I didn't give a fuck what you thought. I'm telling you that I'm going to do this. I kept doing it. I kept showing up. That's all. Yeah. I didn't do anything else that nobody ever did. By the way, how the fuck did you get that? No Juilliard, no nothing?
No, nothing. You were living out here? I dropped out of school when I was 14. I had a buddy who I knew kind of, who was an actor, and I was like, you know, if you can do that, and like nobody's gonna give you shit about being in school because you're working, like I might as well try and do that, and that's what I did. And I basically started working when I was 16.
And I this whole time, all these years, I knew you. For some reason, I thought you had grown up to be a say like you were a PS-19 type of guy, and then you went to Juilliard. Like I don't know why I had put this fake biography. Like
I got like an actor cap, like a fucking one of those sideways hats with a feather.
Yeah, you do like a play in New York or something, and somebody saw you. You know, it's, I've had a lot of guys rapping. A lot of guys that come in and they get off in New York, and for some reason, we went to whatever school out here. Yeah, and then you got, what was the first thing you booked?
Boy Meets World. First thing I booked.
What year is it?
93.
And you didn't stop right after that.
No, I did that for 3 years, and like in my off time from doing that, I did a bunch of commercials, and I did the show Tales from the Crypt, which was fun back in the early 90s, and then I did Mole Rats with Kevin Smith, like a year into that, and then I started doing movies.
What do you like better, movies or TV?
Now that I have kids, I like TV because it's a schedule that you have some prediction on. It's not like I'm going away for 7 months and I'm going to do this movie in Romania, which I've done. So I think TV, and there's you know, TV is another thing that with the advent of the internet, and we have all this information, we also have so much television, where I would say like a huge percentage of television is better than a lot of the movies they're making now, which is really fascinating. And the majority of the movies that they're making now are either, you know, there's some cool independent films, and then there's like, you know, Transformers 6. That's kind of what you have in movies. And from when I was coming up in the 90s, we had this renaissance of indie film with guys like Quentin Tarantino. And I think all of that is now on television, which is great.
It's crazy that you're saying that television has grown leaps and bounds. Yeah, especially with streaming. You see so much great shit on streaming now. You could see TV taking a lot. Yeah, a lot of places, like just regular home TV. But I also know you from Eddie's. Yeah, that's how we met originally. And I still remember going in and reading from My Name is Earl and sitting at the table reading. Yeah, very excited. And it's funny how you were a lot bigger than your joint started at what? At what weight did you say went down through this shit?
And I got together with my wife, and you know, it was a weird thing because I had girlfriends prior to my wife, but there was always a feeling of not belonging, really, for whatever reason. And then I got together with my wife in 2001, and like one of the first things she did was say like, okay, we're together now you're gonna get on a diet. And that was like, that changed my life. And I've basically been on a diet since then, to one form or another. But it was, I was probably 500 pounds in 2001.
So what are you at now?
300. And I've been lower than this. A few years ago, I was obsessed with riding bicycles, and I got down to 220, but I actually felt too thin at 220.
I went down to 268. My head felt really big.
You're kind of dumb. You could have a heart like Benny.
I walk in and go, like, what the fuck happened to you? Like, yeah, you got the hip of the side.
What the fuck happened? Like, you're not only people, yeah.
Really look at you fucking weird. And there's always been that weird thing that they hire the fat guy. When you're fat and you lose weight, you're done. Like, that's been the big thing in Hollywood. Like, you're fucking done.
Yeah.
You maintain it.
Well, I've gone back and forth. It was a weird thing because when I was at 220, every day I would look at myself and see how fat I was. But I was also racing bicycles, so like the objective there is to be as lightweight as possible. So I would be starving myself. I would only allow myself to eat while I'm riding the bike. I was riding 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. Like gnarly rides from Studio City to Oxnard and back. And then when I was like, I can't maintain this because number one, I'm riding so much I can't work, and number two, I'm like nobody knows me. I'm so thin now that people are, when I go in to see them, people are like, "Who the fuck are you? We didn't want to meet with you. Where's the guy we wanted to meet with?" So then when I kind of let it all go, I gained weight and I was heavier than I am now. And it was a real weird thing remembering being 220 and thinking I was so grossly overweight to being 320 and feeling great about myself. You know what I mean? And like, my wife just says I have body dysmorphia, which I might, but like, I don't feel uncomfortable in my body today. You know?
So, did you feel uncomfortable at 220?
220, I felt pretty fat, yeah. I was 9% body fat in the machine. Like, I went and saw this guy, Dr. Huizenga, because he was on The Biggest Loser, and he was like the top sports nutrition guy, and he fucking scanned me, and he said, "You're done. Don't lose any weight." And I was like, "But I'm so fat." And yeah, it was weird.
So when you looked in the mirror, you saw a fat guy, or you felt fat?
I probably just felt fat, because I don't know that I could have seen a fat guy. I don't know if that's totally honest, but I definitely didn't feel thin. I never got to a place in my entire life where I was like, "That's it. I don't need to lose weight anymore."
What's a disease that you look at yourself in the mirror and see yourself fat, and you keep going, and then have to take it to the hospital?
Like, I assume that's what like anorexics experience.
I think that's what you said earlier about dysmorphia. Where you look at yourself.
I had a friend growing up that she went from being a hot piece of ass to this fucking skeleton.
Yeah, but now it works both ways because I have the reverse body dysmorphia where at 350, I'm like, going to my wife like, "I look great. I don't need to fucking diet anymore." And she's like, "Shut the fuck up. Put down the cupcake. You're fat."
It's funny when you get body dysmorphia. I get body dysmorphia when I travel.
Yeah.
When you see yourself in a foreign mirror.
Yeah.
You walk out of the bathroom and you're naked and go, "Oh shit, I didn't see that. What the fuck?" Because you see what your mind wants you to really see.
Yeah.
You see what your mind really wants you to see when you're looking at a mirror.
Yeah, but your mind's not always right.
No.
Don't they have skinny mirrors in hotels? Is that what it is?
No. There's some hotels that you come out of the bathroom and you look at yourself and you go, "Wow, what the fuck? What's going on? What is going on?"
Oh, in a bad way.
Yeah. You see that thing hanging over, you don't see it again. Because in your house, you see what you want to see.
Yeah.
It's a weird fucking thing. What diets have you done? Just high protein.
I've done. I have since I was a little kid. I've done every diet that's existed.
So you've had this since.
Oh yeah, my whole life. Yeah, I've always been overweight. The way I eat that I find the most sustainable
radical climate change solution
is
creating a
I
massive
just got
chemical
rid of
cloud that could cool the earth.
anything processed.
It's called solar geoengineering, and it's highly controversial.
No, I don't need fruit. I don't need anything vegetable. That's it. And I don't need spicy vegetables. So I basically eat a small amount of salads and some red meat. Yeah, I eat a lot of chicken, I eat red meat, turkey. I eat anything. Yeah, I don't love fish, but I eat fish.
I mean, you look yoked now. You look like you're lifting.
That's all I do. I lift weights and I go on hikes. That's my exercise.
How many days a week do you lift?
I lift 5 days a week.
No shit.
Yeah, and I hike 5 days a week. When I have time. It's not.
And the lifting program is strength or muscle based?
Strength.
Really? Yeah. What kind of lift? Deadlifts, that type of thing?
Yeah, I do Olympic lifts, and then I'll become obsessed with one muscle that I want to increase the strength in, like my triceps. I tore my bicep 2 years ago doing a TV show, and so I don't ever do any bicep exercises, but I do like. Today I work on triceps a lot for some reason, and traps. I always think dudes with big traps look tough, so I want big traps.
Well, the Greek body was always an X. They devised it to be an X. So the traps should be strong.
Yeah.
It's really looking weird when you look at somebody like James Conn, and he's got no traps.
Yeah.
The tricep, the weird thing about the tricep is it's got 3 heads to it. So when you really break down bodybuilding to the tricep, you really have to hit the tricep from 3 different angles because it's really 3/4 of your arm.
Yeah.
A lot of people work on bicep work, but they really don't know that they do like the tricep extensions, these fucking things, the discs, the weight, and then the exercise that people really work with. Really tags your fucking upper body.
Yeah.
Like this, roll over, with a straight bar, a lot of weight, 5 sets to 6. You do that for a year, you will get fucking yoked.
Yeah.
You squat a lot?
I haven't done squats in a while because I had a knee issue a few years ago, so I don't do a lot of squatting.
Well, it's that before you shouldn't really squat that much. You do the machine.
Yeah. I tend to just do hikes for legs, and I find that my legs are so dead after a long hike that I feel like that takes the place of actually doing resistance work with my legs.
It does. It's your own body. You look phenomenal, man. And I know you've been having it for a while.
I mean, I've been doing something for 16, 17 years now. Yeah.
And how long when you go to jiu-jitsu?
Jiu-jitsu is very, very rare. I haven't been to jiu-jitsu in a while. It's been a while.
It's time to go.
Yeah.
But I think go back and just tell the guy what you want to do. You want to do a closed guard game.
Yeah.
I think it's good for the
Yo,
I agree.
welcome.
It would be good to do jiu-jitsu.
How are you?
Yeah.
Hello.
One day we get choked.
Hello.
Yeah. Getting choked.
Clove, how are you? What's good? Yo, Clove. How are you? Clove, do you speak? Yo, dog. Hey, how are you? Excellent. Welcome. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. Yeah, it's my server. Welcome. How'd you hear about me? From Kick? Oh, cool. Well, excellent. Yeah, welcome. So I stream my life 24/7 on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitch, and 33 other platforms, and I've been doing so for more than 3 years. We talk about some really interesting things on here that are going to change the world. Like what? Well, in addition to world peace, ending world hunger through use of technology that maybe you've heard of, maybe you haven't, like agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses. We want to do it through cloud seeding and vertical farming and hydroponics. Additionally, ending world thirst through digging of wells, through smart straws, through desalination plants. Other things that we talk about, anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about faster than light travel, life extension technology, mind uploading technology. We talk about space tourism. We talk about space elevators. Really interesting stuff. So you're welcome whenever you want. I am also a pretty well-known personality on Kick. So if you're familiar with Kick, I'm pretty big there. And just getting bigger every day. Well, I've been thrown off of Kick, but I'm on a bunch of people's different channels on Kick because I have bots on Kick. So let me show you. I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm on YouTube. If you go to the upper left corner of this Discord server, you'll see 24/7 YouTube streams. Click that link in there, and you'll see I'm live on at least 5 different YouTube streams right now. And all of those YouTube streams are also on. Let me read you what they're on because it's wild shit, man. How many different platforms I'm on? YouTube, Twitch, Rumble. We're live on Twitter. We're live on Africa TV. We're live on a bunch of Instagrams. We're live on a bunch of Discords. We're live on Telegram. We're live on Bilibili. If you're like, what the hell is Bilibili? It's like China's Google. We're live on Vaughn Live. We're live on Telegram. We're live on Facebook, and we're live on Locals. We're live on Camfrog. We're live. Oh, sorry. So he's a yeah, exactly. He knows what's up. I've seen him on different platforms, particularly, I believe, on Twitter and on Discord, or I'm sorry, on Kick. No, yeah. So I've seen him on Twitter, when he would do Twitter Spaces, and then on Discord, I believe he did Twitter Spaces. I'm pretty sure. And then I got into his Discord because he's excellent. The information that he provides is excellent, and I'm always looking to learn. And so I want to be in his realm of influence. No. Well, I've known about him for like a year, but just from being an influencer on more like Twitter. And then I think I've been in his Discord now for like a month. I haven't really gone into it, but I do know anybody who is involved in it is probably, I would say, an enlightened individual when it comes to the symbology that they may see in society. And so that's why I probably friended you. And I haven't had a chance to really dig into what GG33 has been doing recently. But when I've watched him in the past, it seems to be very accurate numerological information. And I liked it. So I wanted to be a part of it. What is it to Jews? No, not at all. I am a Jew. My name is. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I don't think anything's good. Yeah. There's a new epic, essentially, with the digital age. I look in like the far, far future. So the world that you see that's Jewish dominated, if you interpret it as that, is just going to continue. And Israel's going to grow. Well, I want to make it more welcoming to the rest of the world so that perhaps more people are involved and getting the family back together, so to speak. And I think we'll be able to do that. That's why I have this mission of world peace. I don't want war anymore. But if you really want to know, yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but anybody can be a part of the family. So it's not closed to anyone. Anyone can convert to Judaism should they wish. So I support some aspects of the state of Israel. I don't see some aspects of Israel as well. I wish it would do things differently. I wish it were much more diplomatic. I don't want anyone to die there. So, in terms of world peace, I want to have any kind of discussion of borders done diplomatically, not through arms. And I think that Israel's smart enough to be able to do that. I'm actually quite disappointed that we haven't been better negotiators. And the way that I would do it is I would sit down with the leaders and discuss where we can have some neutral terms. But I'm also not someone who's going to hide any Zionism. The plan for Zionism is to take over the world. Just like any religion has a plan to take over, Christendom has a plan to take over the world, and Islamic world has a plan to take over the world, and the British had a plan to take over the world, and even the United States had a plan to take over the world through colonies. Judaism has a plan to take over the world as well. And some people get mad about it and like, hey, I don't want this to happen, etc., etc. I understand, and a lot of times people understand the positioning a little bit better when I describe it for what I think is truthful. If you were to run the Earth as a simulation 1,000 times, every single time a small conglomerate of powerful people will take over and control the larger majority of people every single time. And when you say like there's Jewish influence in this, it's power influence at this point, because many people within the upper echelon of society, whether perhaps they're Jews, don't always keep Jewish law the way that perhaps they should. And so there are issues with that as well. And I want to clarify things, but I want to do so in a peaceful way. If you really want to know who it is who runs the world, I don't like people saying Jews run the world, because that's not accurate. Okay, if we really want to get down to it, it's 13 core families with another 300 families that surround that core that control generally the world, and then another 1,000 individuals who are the powerful leaders of the world. And so we'll name names. I do it usually in alphabetical order when I explain it to people. We have the Astors, who essentially created the fur industry, or at least monopolized it. We have the Bundys, we have the Carnegies, particularly in steel. We have the Collinses, we have the DuPonts in chemicals. We have the Lees in Asia, particularly. We have the Merovingian dynasty in Europe, particularly. We have the Reynolds, particularly in aluminum. Of course, there's the Rothschilds in finance. There's the Rockefellers in petroleum. There's the Russells in mining. There's additionally, we have the Warburgs. We have the Vanderbilts in railroads, and the House of Windsor. That core 13 essentially influences another 300, which are the Phillips family, the Disney family, the Pillsbury family, the Guggenheim family, these other families, and that core controls the world. And of that, some are Jews, but a very large amount are non-Jews. And if we really want to come to terms like who rules the world, in my opinion, that's who rules the world. That group of people that I just described. You've got the 13, and then that as the core, and then another 300 known as the Council of 300 from there, and then another 1,000 individuals out there with whom you may be more familiar in the public eye. Of the 300 families, you'll get the Saudi royals in there, and certainly like the Kuwaitis and the Sultan of Bahrain and Qatar, and that's really the core that keeps the world going the way that it goes. And now let me say this: if that group did not consolidate power, some other group would. And that is something that people don't understand either. So, you know, you can get mad at that group of people all you want. That's fine. But if it weren't those 13 families with the other 300 and another 1,000 people or so, it would be another 13 families with another 300 people or so and another 1,000. It just happened to be on the spin of the roulette wheel. That is life on this earth. That's how it came down. So now it's a scramble to the top. And I can tell you this, there's an opportunity for you, for everyone in the GG33 community and other people too. And what do I mean by that? Okay, so you're definitely got your ear to the ground. I don't know much about you at all. In fact, I know nothing about you, Clove, except that you 12/26/85.
Finish this up and talk about some reality, and here's the he may have been alone. You have what's the law? It's not. Not until you when we get back. Let's check in with Amy.
Emergency. The time yesterday. More hot weather is expected today with an excessive.
You think it's really inaccurate? Yeah. I'm a pickup artist. I look back at the amount of people on my body count at 42. So when it comes to flirting, I'm very good at. Yeah. Which I just lose track. It could be higher. It's definitely not lower. It could be a lot higher. So I know I lose track of 42. When it comes to some of the other things, yeah, I mean, some things are accurate, some things aren't. When it comes to my religiosity, I mean, I'm a spiritual person, but I'm pretty religious. I mean, I daven every day. I don tefillin every day on camera. I say blessings on food. I practice as best I can. Yeah, prior to streaming my life 24/7, I attended Orthodox synagogue every single day, multiple times a day, for like over 100 straight weeks prior to the pandemic, and then also every single day for at least more than 600 days straight. And that was just in one community. Then the pandemic hit. We started doing some things, even in an Orthodox fashion. We started doing things virtually. And I became inspired with being able to spread a message using a camera through some of the things, the classes I was seeing that were being done virtually, and decided that it might be in my best interest as a human. Hey, what's going on, Ryan? To start streaming my life, as I was already on camera a lot for a lot of different things. Yeah, definitely. So some of the things that I talk about and I feel are important to the world that aren't being discussed are some of these solutions for humanity. And so, as a Jew, I am an Orthodox Jew, but I consider myself having quite an open heart and a humanistic Jewish aspect as well. And I feel as if the world is moving more towards what's called monism. So it's basically a unification of the world's religions, and I could see perhaps in the future it religion not necessarily being as doctrinal as it will be more spiritual, as we've discussed. And then I think eventually it will become very holistic. And then what we would have considered religion in the past will just be considered perhaps humanistic appreciation in the future. Yeah. And if you really I'll tell you the timeline that I think is going to happen. I think we're going to see the rebuilding, technically the rebuilding of the Temple of Solomon by the year 2048. So what does that mean? It means that essentially we're going to have some seismic movements within Jerusalem specifically, and I want to help to ease those movements. I think there are perhaps peaceful ways to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem in a peaceful manner while also honoring the Dome of the Rock and Al Aqsa Mosque in a very, I think, respectful manner. If you want to know it, I can share it with you. I think that there's the way to preserve the beauty and architecture of the Al Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock while still rebuilding the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. And I think there are peaceful ways to do it. Everything that I talk about, I don't want to have to kill anyone. So I think that that's going to. Yeah, which I want to avoid. So essentially what we. Well, perhaps we can. Perhaps we can. Perhaps we can. Maybe, there may be a way to do it. I'm not the officiator, but I think that there may be a symbolic way where we could take a little of the blood of the red heifers and use genetic. It's essentially lab grown meat, and which is very very good, and to still have a sacrifice without any animals getting hurt and no people are getting hurt. No, I'm not. But I look forward to being one perhaps in the future someday. So I can see both sides. I understand that there is a world where in the future where no one will eat meat, or I long for that, and I think that's the future. And I want to help bridge that gap by explaining, or not explaining, but just even being in. Well, I don't consider myself a vegan currently. I would say that I have pro-vegan beliefs, and I think in the future everyone will be a vegan. Yeah, exactly. 100%. Orion, 100% right. Exactly. 100. Exactly. As I as I understand, lab-grown meat is already being sold in grocery stores in the United States. Thank you. Thank you.
Corruption is beyond imagine. Right? My friend, when we talk
So that is known as blood libel, and that is what's known as blood libel. And on the subject, I've heard it both sides. I don't know. I wasn't there, and all I know is that the topic is known as blood libel.
you can't try us because he was kidnapped and brought to the state.
There you go. Isn't that a nuclear reactor? Is that not a nuclear reactor? Infinite power, a sun, essentially. Right. Fission. It's where you tear it apart. Fusion is where you slam them together. So what you're talking about is, as I've understood cold fusion. Yeah, I mean there are multiple ways. Essentially, though, nuclear energy is arguably what you're discussing, which is an untapped opportunity for unlimited or perhaps near unlimited energy. And the only way that I know that you can have more of an efficient way to have energy, I'm sure it exists, but is through getting a pound of antimatter. And until we're able to locate antimatter, the next best thing is to use nuclear power to be able to power things. And what happens, people don't know this, but they get scared of what nuclear power is. One, if you have the opportunity, one podcast that I recommend is episode 1992 of the Joe Rogan Experience that features director Oliver Stone, who speaks on the topic of nuclear energy and how many people have died by using nuclear energy when you count 3 Mile Island, Fukushima, and Chernobyl. It's less than 50. That's, you mean like the elephant foot? Where is that? Well, well, we're not including those deaths. We're just talking about the traditional nuclear fallout events that have happened post the 1950s atomic revolution. We're talking Chernobyl. We're talking 3 Mile Island, where no one died. Chernobyl, even if you look on the Wikipedia page, how many people died from nuclear fallout? It's in the 40s. And then Fukushima, if you look at the Fukushima Wikipedia page, it's 3. If that, it's very, very, like, most people died from the tsunami and drowning, not from nuclear fallout. So to give people an idea, nuclear energy is much safer than people make it out to be. So I'm a huge advocate of it. And even if you're like, Rabbi, fuck nuclear, that doesn't exist for whatever reason, for environmental reasons, I'm going to name 6 other ways that I think that we could harness energy in better ways. First and foremost, I think that we could use tidal energy, energy from the oceans, to be able to turn a turbine to be able to create energy. I think geothermal energy is very important, where you stick a pipe into the ground and use the Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine. This can be done. Hydroelectricity is very important and not utilized. We only utilize hydroelectricity in perhaps like areas where we see it as being suitable, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be suitable in more areas, especially with developments in technology. I think that perhaps there are other ways that we can explore fission and fusion, and I'm sure that there are others that aren't coming to mind right now, but these are just things that I don't think are proper. I'm not a big fan of wind turbines. If you take that wind turbine and put it in the ocean, I can live with that. But a wind turbine just doesn't really do that much. It kills animals. I don't like that element of it. You can make ocean turbines that have nets around them where no ocean life gets caught, no ocean life gets hurt, and we have unlimited power just using the Earth's oceans. And if you don't like that, then just take a pipe, stick it into the ground, you use the Earth's heat to turn a turbine to create near unlimited energy with geothermal power. Just for a moment. Hey, What up? How are you? Wait, scrotum wage cuck. How are you? You're in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu Telegram. Can you hear me? If you can, let me know. I'll get you to the Discord. Go ahead, Orion. Not necessarily. I mean, yeah, sure it does, but I mean, Niagara Falls is one of the largest hydroelectricity power plants in the world, and one of the first. And it flows into the Atlantic through the St. Lawrence Seaway. So it flows like it's like Ontario. It's between Erie and Ontario, and it goes from Erie into Ontario into the St. Lawrence Seaway, to my knowledge. But like that, it freezes there. You know, Buffalo, New York is cold as fuck.
A lot of companies get their windows shipped from all over the globe. That means
The point being, though, it does freeze there, and that water continues over those falls all the time. Now, hold on a second. It has frozen before in the past, but there's a way for them to do it so that it doesn't freeze. But I have seen pictures of Niagara Falls frozen over, like from the 1930s. It's because it's moving so much generally. Moving water doesn't freeze. If it stays moving, I mean, you might get some strange outlier areas where, like near the shore or something, but if water is constantly moving, it doesn't freeze. But again, if it's by the shore or perhaps under certain circumstances, but that's why like generally open ocean doesn't freeze. It does near the poles, but other places it doesn't, like it would in a lake. But yeah, I mean, we can utilize hydroelectricity in more areas. We only have it there, but I mean, why stop there when we can use the world's oceans? I don't understand why we're not using the world's oceans. It's very easy to. Yeah, it's tidal power. Yeah, exactly. And we just put it in the ocean. Not ocean current. No, it does. It does. I look at the ocean all the time, and I see it comes back and forth every single minute. It goes back and forth 50 times. That's hydroelectricity. That's a small person's gain. I'm talking big dogs, the ocean. Put tidal turbines in the ocean, put nets around them so that animals can't get sucked in, and count the amount of money you're going to make on free energy. Every time the Earth's tide comes in, which is several times a minute, it's going to spin a turbine, and when it comes out, it's going to spin a turbine the opposite way, and it's going to do that all day long, all night long. You're never going to have to worry about the wind. You're never going to have to worry about the sun. It's always working 24/7. It's a perfect type of power. The only time you'll have to worry about it of several things. It'll need maintenance like anything. But the only time you'll have to worry about it perhaps is if you ever have to worry about the Earth's tides no longer working, and that's essentially if the moon goes away. So I mean, this has long-term opportunities. Thank you. I would. No, they make them. They're ugly as no. And there are better ways to make them. Yeah, but think about how much more power there is with a propeller in water as opposed to air, where you have to worry about the wind. You always have the tide, and how much more powerful water is than air. It's incredibly. It's an incredible more power. So what I want to do though is, that's not the best. That is not the best, in my opinion, design for a tidal turbine. A better one, in my opinion, looks more like an airplane engine that kind of is more horizontal based than so long, because that thing, that big turbine in the water is going to kill a lot of marine life if it's just whipping around, as opposed to something like an airplane turbine that is contained, and you just have the water run through the tube. I've seen that design, and in my opinion, it's much safer. All you have to do is have that tube, just a bunch of tubes, basically, uh, floating, and the tide goes through them, turning a turbine, and you put nets around the tube, and you no longer have to worry about power. It produces so much electricity. It's incredibly efficient. There's no, it's zero output once you have the equipment, and it's extremely clean. You don't have to worry about, oh, it's clean coal or it's clean natural gas, or no. I mean, there isn't any type of exhaust on this system. The argument, there's an argument to be made. Oh, I know. Those wind turbines, remember I said I didn't like them? Here's why I don't like them. You know that in order for them to turn, they need an engine, a diesel engine to run. So they use a lot of power. And the reason why they need an engine going is if they ever run into an issue where it can get cold, they can freeze. So they have to always keep an engine going, or in times where the wind isn't going. But yeah, so they aren't even like efficient. That's why I hate wind turbines, and I'm just not a big fan of them. I am a big fan. You're streaming? Oh. I'm watching. Yeah, that's not how it's built. That, that's not it. That's not it. You don't. already. Stop. You already don't understand it correctly. If you want to draw it, erase the black turbine. I'll show you how to draw it correctly. Perfect. Take that turbine and turn it 90 degrees so that it's parallel with the water, but under the water. Like in the middle of the water between the land of the bottom seafloor and the crest of the waves. So like right in the middle, but it's horizontal. So it's like a horizontal rect. Yeah, but lower. All the way so that boats can go over it and they don't have to worry about hitting it. Exactly. There you go. Exactly. And then it has cables attached to it that attach to the sea floor bottom. And then the water goes through a bunch of turbines, like like an airplane engine, airplane turbine. Exactly. And then you put a net around it so that no sea life can get in and get hurt. I've also seen another version of them where I don't think this is as good. What? Okay, so do you know what like a buoy is that you see on the ocean? Exactly. It's just a farm of buoys, which is cool. That works. That generates power, but I think this is much better. You got it, man. Now that is it. So that you don't have to worry, like big boats don't have to worry about hitting it. You never have to worry about that. The only thing that would ever hit it is a submarine, and they'll know not to go in this area. Well, it is, but this is like only has to be like 300 feet underneath the crest of the ocean because you just need to make it however deep a ship can go. This just has to be slightly lower than that. So it's going to be pretty close to the surface. So it's going to get shaken a lot and get moved around a lot so that it generates a lot of energy, but it's going to be chained essentially to the ocean floor so that it doesn't go anywhere. And it just, since it's stable and you have continuous waves going through it, turning a turbine that turbine will generate electricity. The electricity will be free to use. And it doesn't just generate electricity going in, it generates electricity coming out. So you can, and this is more for like a hydraulic engineer, but or hydrology engineer, but to have like you could have one turbine going inwardly for water, and then another one for the water when it goes outwardly. Just however you want to do it. You could put 50 of those things along the shore, or you could put it all the way up along the coast of it. Put it around every major island in the world. I mean, you'll get to the point where you have too much energy. But even that isn't as good as nuclear energy, but that's only if you don't want to have the nuclear energy discussion. Okay, do this. Zero people get killed doing this, and zero marine life gets hurt. No one has to see it. It's not an eyesore like these big turbine farms. You don't have to have a coal power plant in your backyard that's going to pollute. It's not a hazard like natural gas. You don't have to worry about nuclear fallout like you do with a nuclear power plant. You don't have to worry about did you just draw that? That's a great. That's exactly what we're looking at. Yeah, but it needs nets around it because it'll suck all that stuff in, and we don't want that. So we just need nets. I don't think you can. That turbine's going to be spinning, and you have so many different kinds of ocean life. It could be a jellyfish that could get in there. It could be a plastic bag that could get in there. You don't want your turbine to be exposed to anything but salt water and plankton, basically. Anything else, you don't want it damaging the fans. So, in my opinion, you just put a big net over it, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah. So the way you do, you know what a buckyball is, like a a, a geodesic dome. Like Epcot Center in Disney World. Do you know what Epcot Center is in Disney World? You know what Epcot Center is. It's the big thing that looks like a golf ball. Disney World Epcot Center. Yeah, but how don't you know what Disney World's Epcot Center is? It's a huge fucking thing. Look up Epcot Center and let me know if you've ever seen this thing before. Because if you haven't, I'm going to be absolutely shocked. Yeah. Okay, but it's not like really identifiable to you. That's okay. I thought it was really, I thought it was a really, really well known thing. Okay, like, okay, anyway. So you take one of those and you cut it in half, and then you put a net around it basically, and then you put these turbines inside that dome. Now you see. Water stuff, but you have structural integrity. Smart move.
The Dodgers are back in LA to take on the Phillies tonight. First pitch at 7:10. Every play.
Yeah, I'm all for that. Doug, I've already talked about this. Yeah. So it's essentially it's what we have in Florida that's known as the intercontinental waterway, and we just have a transcontinental waterway. Yeah, exactly. It's a canal from the Atlantic to the Pacific through the United States, and I want to do it. And I want to do it with some of the labor that we've gotten with the new immigration people. I think that both people who don't have jobs in the United States who've been here for generations and some of the new people here need jobs. Why wouldn't we have a mega project like this? A canal from coast to the other. I'm 100% on board. Yeah, but you can always get there are a lot of ways to get across that. They just have to build a boat or a raft. it still has to. It's about enforcement. You need someone on the other side who says you can't come here. If you just leave it open, then you just have to build a boat. And if a boat doesn't work, then you just need a drone. They have human-sized drone carriers now, and a drone can take you from one side to the other. But I mean, that's another discussion. I'm in agreement, though. There are some canals for which I'm going to advocate when my stream goes big. One of them is that actually. That's one of the grandier plans, but I think it's an excellent idea. Another one is, I believe it's in Honduras to build. Well, I think Mexico should build a Panama Canal like thing from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific, and I think that Honduras is looking into doing it as well. And I think as well, Panama needs to build another Panama Canal, but this time not with all the locks that it uses. It needs to be straight through the land. Currently, you need a bunch of locks. I don't want that. I want it to be straight through the land. Additionally, no, there's a proposal. No, when they first started building it, they were going to do it without locks, and they realized eventually they did. But that was 140 years ago, 130 years ago. I want to do it now without locks, and that's how it was originally intended. So that it's just a sheer wall on the side. That if I understand correctly, we can use nuclear borers to make that wall perfectly glass-like. So you don't have to worry about it like caving in or anything. In fact, it's as strong as metal. It becomes like a quartz, like a glass, but it's melted, so it's really, really strong. And it can always, if needed, be remelted to become even stronger. But you don't need to worry about it. They use these nuclear borers to go through the Alps, and it's like glass when they're done with it. So I'm a big advocate of that. And right, that one doesn't have locks, but the Panama Canal does. I want it so that the Panama Canal works like the Suez Canal. They're right. That's right. So I just want to cut. No, not if you go through the south, through the high desert. Yeah, you're going to have increase in elevation, but you don't have to go through the mountains. So you would build it from like Los Angeles to Charleston, South Carolina, or like Jacksonville, Florida. Basically, it would run the route of I-10, Interstate 10. So we have a road that already does this. We want to just have a canal that does this. But I'm all in favor of it, and I'm glad you mentioned it because I've talked about it at length. I'm going to write about it today.
1,000 jobs added in a month. Unemployment not trending so much.
If you look though, like from Los Angeles to Phoenix to like Flagstaff to the like Sun Belt, if you follow that, it's not like you get huge mountain peaks. There aren't huge mountain peaks in like Arizona and New Mexico like you get in Colorado and Utah. And so if you stay far enough south, yeah, you might have like a 2,000-foot wall, but that happens in nature. And if it's built with nuclear borers, it could essentially create a very smooth surface that's strong. And if you don't want to do that, then a better way to do it, actually, this is the way it probably should be done. You just build a tunnel wherever you have a lot of mountains, and you just make sure the tunnel is quite wide and quite tall so that ships could get through it. Well, there's the argument that's made that could work. That's really just like a long river. You could do that with the Mississippi.
Finals on Monday. First gymnast to beat finals in major international competition. Beaches, 80s for the metro areas, 90s
Right.
valleys, still over 100. Real estate, the Dow is trading 800 points. 100 is off 132. Real estate. South outside of 170. Another big problem in the Pomona area is going to be the westbound side of this Phillips Ranch Road. Crash involving a motorcycle and there were some.
I agree.
Westbound side of the 16 Phillips Ranch Road. It's slow all the way back from Euclid. That's really on the edge of Chino. Crash It's only airport traffic.
All the exciting moments on the free iHeartRadio app during the summer games. Of the 20. Podcast. Discover a new podcast from our library of thousands. Possibility that a lot of people would get hurt. Are humans and humans.
Do you like South Park?
Listen and app, #1 for music, radio.
This guy is a petulant. And very. Shannon. No! We are going to.
That the Lord loves us is so evident. It's so obvious. We can feel it in our bones, can't we?
Yes.
And the proof today is the RFK Jr. Bear story. Because a Kennedy carcass of a dead. Ridiculous. The New York drunken Kennedy in Central Park with a dead bear. How could this happen?
Okay.
And he's like, let me add the limit.
What am I going to do with this day? Get you a fake bike accident.
That sounds like fun.
Right. 40 dinners now.
I mean,
there's a global financial crisis.
You know, right now,
Biden. Israel.
2 hours. Now 2 hours. Our time.
What is it?
Pretty hot. Tropical storm. Hurricane Isabel. to places in Georgia and South Carolina. A 12-year-old when a tree fell on him. I mean, there's, good news back. Space is going to go.
Yeah. With each day it grows.
This time an asteroid of its size is coming this close that people in Western Europe and Africa will see it without a telescope, no binoculars needed. With the naked eye, you'll see this asteroid whizzing past. Unfortunately, bad news, it's not going to hit us. Also, we have to wait 5.
No, I'm just reading.
April 13th. Oh, it's a Friday the 13th, by the way. 2029. They said that it's not going to hit Earth this time, but it's going to come close enough that we can get enough information to find out how close it's going to come the next time, because that's a little bit more problematic. We'll all be dead. Your kids will be dead. CNN is reporting that Kamala Harris has not yet chosen who her running mate is going to be. This is the weird story of the day. And compared to everything else that's going on, this will get the most attention and then will fade into the nothingness quicker than any of the other stories. I don't know if that's the case, because if she does pick Josh Shapiro, now there's growing concern that the far left will freaking riot at the DNC because he's Jewish or pro-Israel. I did see, I saw a write-up, I think it was this morning or late last night. It was about describing Josh. He was number one on the list, but potential negatives, like he's
the Olympics,
progressive enough when it comes to.
Oh yeah, it's 6:40 a.m. in Los Angeles.
Violence, all that sort of stuff. Somebody described Josh Shapiro as having an allure similar to what Barack Obama had, but because he's a practicing Jew, they referred to him as Barack Obama, which I thought was really funny. But it also plays into the very far left, because they already wait in Israel, and you're fighting for them. It's the decision made. It's the to his it will improve the chances. I haven't seen a swing. Here and this is a long. There's no way in the world that I would see a beating him. Point. Mark Kelly was one of the last night. Immediately deleted him. First now, my Josh Shapiro and Minnesota Governor Walt. In Washington, there were some other names that were thrown around, like Buttigieg. Supposedly, these meetings were to see if the vice president jives with the guys that could be her vice president. So the expectation is that they'll have an answer, or they'll have an announcement sometime soon, because they're going on a 5-day tour right away. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that is, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, all over the course of the next 5 days. Christie is on CNN right now saying that she needs to make a VP more moderate than her, and that may be the move here, because she is so far in line, or she appears that she's more in line with the far left. So they'll be happy with her at the top of the ticket. Would he say that Josh Shapiro is that more moderate person? Yeah. All right, so Pennsylvania.
Plus, he brings pets. Yes. Coming up next, Wall Street is in a swan dive right now. Fear coming from the weak jobs numbers last week that indicate recession. The Fed stayed at too high for too long. We'll break it down for you when we return.
Gary Shannon will continue, and Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Well, as Shannon just mentioned, the wild ride on Wall Street has continued today. Following a big sell-off on Friday, stocks are taking today because of recession fears. The Dow will be more than 1,100 points down. The NASDAQ and S&P 500 are also way down. Today and tomorrow are expected to be the hottest days of a heat wave lingering over Southern California. There's an excessive heat warning in effect until 8 tomorrow night in the San Fernando, Santa Clarita, and Antelope Valleys, also the I-5 corridor. A heat advisory is up until 11 tomorrow night in the Santa Ana Mountains and foothills in OC. The fastest man in the world is Team USA's Noah Lyles. He won the gold in the 100 meters with a time of 9.79 seconds, just 5/1000ths of a second ahead of Jamaica's Kishane Thompson. It's the first win for Team USA in the 100-meter race in 20 years. Sunny and hot highs in the 80s at the beaches, 90s for the metro areas, triple digits in the Valley's IE and Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store. We've got a crash in Pomona on the 60. Let's check in with you.
Take over the world. Make sure my bots keep going. That's my biggest thing. When the bots are going, there's a possibility for people to find out about me.
News about this, but it's still a mess. It's gonna be like they're not.
That's exactly right. Honestly, I sit here and I'm like, I wish I could get it so that it was perfectly automated, that I didn't ever have to touch it again, but every bot has to be maintained a little bit. And these things are really, really good. And the longer they go, the more people find out about me, whether in a positive or a negative fashion. And I'm usually able to win them over if they give me the opportunity to speak with them. And then from there, it's just another person who we have to know about the project. And one of these days, somebody's going to see what I've done. Have you seen my social media? Like, for instance, Orion, and if you haven't, it's fine. But have you gone to, like, Instagram and just type Viral Rabbi? Okay, go to TikTok and type Viral Rabbi, VIRALRABBI, and look at accounts. You don't need Instagram. It's TikTok. Go to TikTok. You don't have TikTok? You don't need TikTok for this. All you have to do is just go to their search. So just go to TikTok.com and go to their search and type VIRALRABBI and go to accounts and just tell me what you see.
December 1973, and the small group of kids were granted permission to walk outside prison walls. His handcuffs were taken off. He changed his civilian clothing, and he and the others were driven to a mobile home. They were told all the as you can see. Years when it seemed like no one was even looking for Lester. But recently, his whereabouts had become the focus of the U.S. Marshal Service, with federal agents who track fugitives. The case is testing marshals. Those 9 lives are running out, and we're going to catch up with Lester. It's being urged on by those who hurt most by Lester's crime. Bad enough great time. He confessed to the crime, and his time is up. I'm Sunny Constant, ABC News. Over the past year, a team from ABC News investigative join the search for Lester Eubanks. They uncovered evidence, possible sightings.
Well, as you can see, I have a lot of them.
Found resistance. So want Lester Eubanks to be forgotten. What they've uncovered is a case that's about more than murder. It's about family, loyalty, a life on the run, and a first-hand look at how the marshals are trying to solve one of the oldest fugitive cases in American history. Now, they get closer than ever.
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? You have seen this man.
Have you seen this?
There you go.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery, Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at #8 is the new DC Comics animated series, Batman, Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie TV
Sure
Plus
thing.
falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to #6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic, Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to #5. And landing at #4 is the new period piece comedy, The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy, Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at #2 for the second straight week. And back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. Southwest Airlines was not affected for that outage. The reason why, Windows 3.1. Hey, why don't we update our computer systems to at least Windows 98? That's only 26 years old. Okay, but it's still better than Windows 3.1. 5, 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio
Did you hear the Doug Emhoff dirt that came out over the weekend?
I also have, yes, about he cheated on his first wife with the nanny that was pregnant.
Hey, ladies, how many times do I have to tell you? Do not have a nanny from the Netherlands. Okay?
I didn't know that comes up.
Do not have a Swedish nanny and any nanny from that part of the world. I would say no. No Scandinavian nannies.
Yes, and then I have a piece of sound from him talking about toxic masculinity.
Oh boy.
It will.
I know what you were going to say. That was going to be not good for a Monday before 10 a.m. Can we stop asking Jimmy Carter? Can we stop making that phone call, knocking on that door about what he thinks about the current political climate? He's 95 years old. Let the man rest.
Australia, again, nothing to see here, has raised its terror threat level from probable to possible, citing an increase in extremist views. In Australia, the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said that he raised the country's threat level following advice from security services. All in the background, Iran expected to attack Israel in the next, say, 24 to 48 hours.
Everything's fine.
Axios says that Secretary of State Anthony Blinken told the G7 yesterday that an attack in response was imminent. This would be the second time that Iran but unlike that one, resources currently stationed throughout the Middle East.
Oh, there's a hurricane.
There is well, it was a hurricane. Good news is that Debbie's been downgraded to a tropical storm.
But she's still killing children.
Well, there's that. I mean, and then Wall Street.
Wall Street Dow currently down 760. It was down by as much as 1,100 and change earlier in the trading day. Experts say the fear is coming from those weak jobs numbers we saw on Thursday that indicate recession. The fact that the Fed may have stayed too high for too long. early unemployment benefits being applied for, which is an indicator of massive layoffs. Experts say that this could be an overreaction to a few of those weak economic data points, maybe a course correction because we still remain high in all three markets, but that I believe the phrase was, we're normalizing, but this right now feels like too much shock and awe.
Yeah, Barry Bannister is the chief equity strategist at Stifel, and he suggested the one thing that could come from this is that the Fed cuts interest rates, whether they do it by a quarter point, half a point.
50 basis points is not expected. Plus, it would be a very bad signal. I think Chairman Powell doesn't want the market to believe that there's an outright Fed cut. You know, I was thinking over the weekend, we had the soft Thursday, Friday that reminded me of 1987 before the crash on Monday, October 19th. Back then, it was the Deutsche Mark. Now it's the Japanese yen. But the circumstances were similar. Greenspan responded by cutting rates, and ever since then, the market believes they have a safety net with the Fed. To have 50 basis points would be a huge mistake.
There's a lot of great people on both sides. Lots of great people on both sides. I know Ariel is a great person. He couldn't vote for me at the time, but now he can vote for me once he gets out. I love Snoop Dogg, great person. I love excuse me. Fake news. I love Bitcoin.
What's your favorite Death Row record? Trump?
All of them. Don't try to pin me down. Excuse me. Fake news. They tried to give me the virus. I beat the virus. They tried to give me the virus. Look, who is they? I beat the virus. Oh,
Every 12 months or so, we're overdue. So, put it in that context. If you're saving for retirement, this is a game we play over decades. You can't be distracted by day-to-day volatility.
That being said, this is a worldwide thing. The markets around the world are reacting to this because of the importance of our economy and their fear that our economy may be pointed towards recession.
And that's what we learned in 1987 of how interconnected we are globally with all of our markets. Did I hear you say Jeff Bezos was going to be just fine? Yeah, well, thank God. Because all this
Everything's gonna be okay. All right, Tropical Storm Debbie was a hurricane, back down to tropical storm, going to cause massive problems along the southeast coast.
Also, who's a bigger bitch, Debbie or the balance beam? Is that too much?
Oh, sorry. Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Cooling centers have been opened in LA. Its temperatures across Southern California hit the upper 90s to triple digits. Extreme heat is expected for the LA area through at least tomorrow. Some areas will hit 105 to 110. Temperatures in parts of Riverside County have already topped 110. Palm Springs is expected to hit 116 today. An excessive heat warning tomorrow evening. Irvine police are investigating a crash into a home, a person found dead inside, and an officer-involved shooting nearby. Police spokesman Kyle Oldorf says they got a call about 2 this morning from a person inside the house.
We found a male who unfortunately succumbed to his injuries at that location.
He tells KTLA that about an hour later, an officer contacted a person walking in the area.
An officer-involved shooting did occur, and a knife was recovered at the scene.
The person shot was taken to the hospital. The LA County Sheriff's Homicide Bureau was pretty busy over the weekend.
Investigators say there were at least 4 murders and 1 deputy-involved shooting on Saturday night. A man in Carson was found shot to death following a drive-by shooting. Witnesses said they heard multiple gunshots. Also Saturday night, a man was found shot to death following a car collision at the intersection of Bentley and Greenleaf in Compton. 4 other guys in the car were injured. Early Sunday morning, a man was found shot to death laying between 2 parked cars on Rowan Street in LA. And also early yesterday morning, investigators say a woman was shot to death by her boyfriend in Lancaster, who then tried to shoot himself. These
is in critical condition. Steve Greger, KFI News.
The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah says it has launched a drone attack on northern Israel. The Israeli military says it injured 2 Israeli soldiers and started a fire. Hezbollah said in a statement it targeted a military base in response to attacks in several villages in South Lebanon. Experts say the attack does not appear to be part of the more intense retaliation expected in response to the killing of a Hezbollah commander last week. Israel and Hezbollah have been fighting rocket fire since the war in the Gaza area started last year. The U.S. is pulling out of Niger and shutting down 2 of its bases there.
The U.S. military had spent $110 million on a drone facility that officials said was used to monitor terror networks.
I know it seems silly. The fine is $200 New Zealand dollars. Didn't see it coming. Big problem. This particular flight, a Qantas flight from LA to Auckland, was handing out lunch packs or bags, and they've got apples in every one of them. People are just putting them in their hand luggage on the way out. So we've got a couple on the go.
The tally keeps rising.
The seven look like they've come off the Qantas flight.
But when it comes to paying a fine, not everyone's happy about it.
The law does require that I issue a fine. Where's the fine? Sorry, $200 New Zealand dollars. $200. Technically, it is the passenger's responsibility to know what's in their luggage and to make a declaration. The bad news is that there is a fine. Okay, so the fine is $200 New Zealand dollars. Okay, so what I'll do.
Too expensive.
Yeah, sorry. I'll just need to read through this. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Okay, it's.
You get so much attention, you think, so it's such a long trip.
Yeah, I know. Hey, not something else. Have a tissue. Didn't see it coming.
This is my airplane. You can ask him why he didn't even give it to me.
See how I understand? I do understand.
It's like, what? I mean, I don't understand why this is happening to me.
Calm down. There's no.
You're fine for tabling it because of fruit that I didn't even buy. You know what I mean?
The problem, I do understand. The problem is.
Maybe you should tell them on the airplanes not to give out fruit.
Yeah, we should. But we can't.
Why did they do it right before you land? After you breakfast?
We don't have any say over what a foreign airline does.
They didn't say anything like you have to eat the apple right now. They just said, hey, do you want an apple? So I figured fine, you know. And then when you sign the immigration form, you just assume that you're not taking anything illegal because the airline gave it to you when you're traveling to this country. So yeah, I'm not happy about it.
Hey,
They should. And let you know that you can't bring that piece, that specific piece.
I saw the absolute strongest spam bot I've ever seen. It was last night. A streamer named Shakti G Stream, and it must have brought in 100 different spammers at once, and they all said Trump 2024. It came in very quickly and then left. And I was like, holy shit, I've never seen spamming like this before. It was more spamming than I've ever seen. And Trump is supposed to be on Aiden Ross's stream today. So I don't know if it has something to do with that. I'm not sure.
But I do know when it comes to I think they're all corrupt. Yo, dog.
Netflix finally cleared the air. They renewed their slide by Chinese novel series Remembrance of Earth's Past, which documents humanity's first meeting with an alien civilization. The show began production in late 2021 for a planned 2023 release, later pushed back to January, then March of this year. It appears to have a season for each novel in the trilogy.
All right. There you go.
You may see the second season of Greenlight on Netflix, and season 1 is streaming there in the meantime. Alright, Netflix poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Coming up in the business week ahead, nothing much to speak of until the release of the U.S. trade deficit. Earnings results out the same day, which include the likes of Uber, Reddit, and Caterpillar. Data on consumer credit comes out Wednesday, with investors keeping a close eye out for earnings from Walt Disney, CVS Health, and Teens USA outfitter Ralph Lauren. Weekly jobless claims are out Thursday, along with wholesale inventories and earnings from Frontier Group Holdings, Paramount Global, and Eli Lilly. The week wraps up Friday with no notable economic reports on the calendar. Wall Street did open sharply lower, extending Friday's sell-off. That was sparked by the weaker-than-expected jobs report, raising worries that the economy may be headed for a recession and that the Federal Reserve has waited too long to start cutting interest rates. The Dow dropping more than 600 points Friday, the worst day since May. The Nasdaq fell more than 400 points, while the S&P 500 had its worst week since April. The selling spreading to Asia overnight. Japan's Nikkei, that was down 12%, its worst day since the stock market crash in October 1987. European markets are also red across the board. Half of credit card holders are carrying debt month to month, the highest figure in more than 4 years. Frank Holland has more on that.
The new bank rate survey finds 16% of those with credit card debt have been in that state for at least a year. More than a third say inflation may be their burden worse, while a third citing high interest rates.
Elon Musk's company Neuralink has put a brain implant in a second patient. Tammy Trujillo reports the device is designed to allow paralyzed people to use digital devices with only their phones. Musk says the implantation was successful, that the company plans to implant 8 more patients this year as it continues to test the device. The first device was implanted in January, and Musk says that first patient has been able to play video games, browse the internet, post on social media, and move a cursor on his laptop. I'm Tammy Trujillo. Consumer and Business News, Aaron Real, NBC News Radio. KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
Have you just given up now, Jacob? Just playing random beats?
Gary and Jen, KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, the Olympics, what a ratings bonanza that was. Beginning with the opening ceremony, the 5-day total audience average was 34 million viewers, up 79% from Tokyo.
Not bad.
I think part of that is because that was a COVID Olympics, and there was zero energy, zero excitement. There's no crowd. There's nothing going on there. Did you hear about the hot Paraguayan swimmer who was kicked out of the Olympic Village because she's too hot, a distraction?
She retired, didn't she?
She did via social media post, I believe. But she was coming in like 6th and 7th in her heats, so it wasn't going well. But yeah, super hot swimmer and was told to leave. And then there's the French pole vaulter.
Now listen.
Did you see the video?
Yes, how could you not? The thing
that doesn't look natural.
The pole hit his knees first, and that's why it was bouncing, and then it caught his joke. His
penis, Gary.
Penis. And the bar came down.
I mean, there's come on. The video is insane. Like that is, how tall is that person? Must be a tall person, right?
Why are you asking that?
Have you seen the video?
Yeah.
Okay, but when you're not freaking shocked by that?
That it hit his...
That it was that it looked like that. Significant is a good word.
I don't know if that's a common pole vaulter thing. Maybe it's a characteristic that...
And that's the wrong sport for those people.
Because the other pole vault video, by the way, is the guy who went and puts the pole down on the little thing. He gets up and then falls all the way back down. Like he didn't even make it up to the pole.
What a fail.
To the bar. The legal fight between CrowdStrike and Delta Airlines is ratcheting up a notch, and this is good. CrowdStrike's lawyers delivered a letter to push back against claims that it was responsible for Delta. Remember, Delta had to cancel thousands of flights. Delta is solely responsible, according to CrowdStrike. Now, the reason they even wrote the letter was because Delta
hired David Boyce, the world-renowned attorney, to represent Delta because they're seeking $500 million in damages from CrowdStrike.
I like it when I get to say Apalachicola. That's a fun. It's a fun town to say, but unfortunately, the news out of that part of the country is not great. A 13-year-old boy was killed this morning when a tree fell on his mobile home. This is Cedar Key, Florida, if you know the area. In Hillsborough County, Florida, a driver of a semi was killed when the truck went into a canal off Interstate 275 this morning. More than 300,000 people remain without power because of Debbie.
Debbie made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane, and then within the last hour or so was downgraded back down to a tropical storm. Governor Ron DeSantis there in Florida says they are getting ready.
We have 3,000 service members from the Florida National Guard that are on standby, and that includes search and rescue, ground clearance, distribution, and protection of critical infrastructure. They have 10 rotary aircraft and over 400 tactical vehicle stage support.
He actually had to remind people in Florida not to use generators indoors.
That checks out. If you've got an American flight, keep your eye on it, even though we're far away, because American Airlines is seeing some big impacts. They have hubs in Miami and Charlotte. And so there's been, 1,500 flights canceled already. So it may have a ripple effect throughout the rest of the country.
Yeah, Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina are the ones that are paying attention now. I mean, as this thing moves through, it's not going very fast, which is going to be a problem. The suggestion from the National Hurricane Center was that we could see 20-plus inches of rain. The director of the National Hurricane Center said it could go as high as 30, although I think he's kind of backed off a little bit on that. But you're talking about South Carolina and Georgia specifically just watching this thing churn right there along the coast. And if it slows down, that means a lot more rain and the potential for, like I said, 20-plus inches of rain, up to 30 inches in parts of southeast Georgia and South Carolina.
I feel like I've said the phrase historic flooding at least 3 times since the start of the year.
Yeah.
Did you hear about this new technology, AI, being tested in the UK to identify those at risk of a heart attack? They say it's a game changer. That AI can detect inflammation in the heart that CAT scans and X-rays can't see. I'm not a scientist. Good Lord, I can't tell you because I am a doctor.
Maybe a paragraph or something.
That patient, I didn't read behind the first couple sentences. They're different Conway. Patients with heart inflammation are 20 to 30 times more likely to die over the next 10 years of a cardiac issue. Have you made your appointment? Are you going to make your appointment with a cardiologist? Or are we just going to wait for you to die in here?
Maybe for ratings.
That would be something if you had a heart attack live on the air.
Yeah.
And then I would run and I'd be able to get the defib machine.
Yeah,
and the alarm would sound.
I'd ask Jacob.
It's too bad for you. You don't have that luxury. You're on the floor with the heart attack.
As long as we break up time, that's fine. Right.
Wow. I didn't know Jacob was in management now. Great.
Almost had a chance. He's wearing a sport coat with leather patches on both of them.
That's actually what Mike Schaefer used to wear all the time. Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Dow is trading down more than 800 points after opening, off more than 1,100 points over fears that the U.S. economy is headed toward a recession. Those fears bolstered last week by a weak jobs report and the Fed deciding to leave interest rates where they've been for a while at a 23-year high. A second San Diego-based aircraft carrier is headed to the Middle East as tensions increase between Israel and Iran. Pentagon says the USS Abraham Lincoln is making its way to the Middle East with F-35C stealth jets on board. San Diego-based USS Theodore Roosevelt has been deployed to the Gulf since January. A Buena Park police officer has been injured when a driver apparently ran a stop sign and crashed into his patrol SUV. It happened shortly before 2 this morning at Knott and Naomi Avenues. The officer was taken to the hospital. A heat advisory is in effect in the mountains, valleys, and high deserts. High from the 80s to about 110
This report brought to you by Kern Insurance. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We've got slowing in Cerritos on the 91.
Northbound 30 southbound as you're making right from before Artesia Boulevard up to Bloomfield, heading into the Buena Park area and Palma adjacent as you're making right toward Beach Boulevard. Now, it does look like this is due to that earlier accident that's been long since cleared from the roadway, but definitely left its mark. Really seems to have delays as the work continues. Westbound side of the 91 also seeing a slow going drive recently, the 5 heading back toward about Naughton Avenue. You can always find ahead for Orangethorpe, which is straight on through past the 5 will help save you some time. Also, Delamo Boulevard coming out of LA becomes Palma Avenue into the Orange County area, or you can always use Artesia Boulevard. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Nick Polio, KD.
2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One. September 20th and 21st, T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, streaming live only on Hulu.
Keep listening for your next chance to be there.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. July 27, 2017 was, by all accounts, a typical day. Alvin Darrow spent the afternoon at the Los Peninsula Marina, working on his boat with his oldest son. At one point, he ran home to grab more supplies. Then, he was gone. 2 days earlier, a $75,000 motorcycle was stolen from a home in Lucas County. The bike ended up on Alvin's property.
My brother called me. He says the guy showed up that owned the bike.
Code 18 is a new podcast series by The Blade, investigating unsolved homicides in the Toledo area.
Yeah, Code 18 references the radio code that we use when we describe the dead body. And stolen motorcycle is the reason that it's missing. Well, I knew something wasn't right. I watched him, he watched the bike, probably, I think remotely. Yeah, he threw my dad in a van. We didn't have any evidence of that. And they didn't get the motorcycle because it was still there.
Join the hunt. Help us put this Code 18 to rest. Because someone, somewhere, knows what happened to Alvin Darrow. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery, Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at #8 is the new DC Comics animated series, Batman, Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to #6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic, Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to #5. And landing at #4 is the new period piece comedy, The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy, Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at #2 for the second straight week. And back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
NVIDIA is facing an antitrust investigation. The U.S. Department of Justice launched the probe after competitors complained that the AI chip leader was abusing its market dominance. DOJ investigators have reportedly contacted AMD, Intel, and others to gather evidence. Speaking of Intel, they're preparing to cut 15% of their workforce. The chip company announced it would soon begin mass layoffs as part of a $10 million plan to reduce overall costs. This year's second quarter, Intel reported revenue of $12.8 billion, which was down 1% from 2023. And Tesla is recalling over 1.8 million vehicles in the U.S. due to issues with the hood. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says the recall stems from issues with the software that detects when a hood is unlatched. If the Tesla's hood is fully open, it can obstruct the driver's view and cause a crash. Vehicles that are affected include certain 2021-2024 Model 3, Model S, and Model X vehicles, along with Model Y vehicles manufactured since 2020. Tech Report, Mark Mayfield, NBC News Radio.
Imagine going to Costco and buying in bulk so you share it amongst friends. Nothing's gonna do.
You already do. You either bring stuff that you tasted and didn't like, or you found it in the cupboard and it's stale.
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show. It's totally true.
See, I knew it.
Anybody that's winning this almost expired food? Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We are staying on top of Wall Street as the Dow and other indexes continue to tank amid fears of a recession. Some weak economic data released last week seems to have snowballed. Luckily, we have the Office of Management and Budget Director, former director, his number in our Rolodex. Also, White House Chief of Staff in Mick Mulvaney. We'll be talking to him coming up in the next hour.
Former President Trump ranted on Truth Social over the weekend that he wasn't going to debate Vice President Harris on any other debate stage besides the one set to be hosted by Fox News in Pennsylvania September 4th. The ABC News debate was originally scheduled between Trump and Biden before Biden dropped out of the race. Who knows? Who knows if this ever comes to be? The campaign to be the vice president's vice president is reaching its final hours. You've got Josh Shapiro out of Pennsylvania, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. They all met with the vice president yesterday. The campaign has protected all of these very final last-minute stages and have not yet said when there will be an announcement, but we know the time is close because the campaign is offering details on what they say will be the 5-day tour that the VP and the new VP choice would be making. 7 swing state cities: Philadelphia, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Detroit, Durham, North Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, Phoenix, and Las Vegas just over the next several days.
Simone Biles adding a silver medal to her collection as she wraps up her time at the Paris Olympics. She finished behind Brazil's Rebecca Andrade, who I don't know. I've never gotten clarification on that.
Andrade.
Andrade.
So they were saying
That's beautiful. What a beautiful name. She said over the weekend, Simone Biles says, I don't want to compete against Andrade anymore. It's exhausting. She's too good. She keeps it too close. She won the gold today in women's floor exercise.
I'm going to say this about this whole Simone Biles thing. She's clearly the greatest gymnast that we've seen
ever
in our lifetime for certain. Ever is likely. It's okay if she falls off the balance beam. Like this whole thing of she failed to win the gold medal for the first time at these Olympics, and they've been serving as this emphatic comeback from the disappointment 3 years ago in Tokyo. She doesn't lose. She doesn't lose any
street cred
in my mind. If she falls off the balance beam, I mean, she's been there for a couple of weeks, right? She's been training for this. Yes, we see her at her peak, and we see her pull out these amazing performances, but you can't do that all the time, every time.
She also said over the weekend, I need reporters to stop, and I'm paraphrasing here, to stop asking gymnasts what's next. Like, let us soak in the fact that we just won a gold medal or a bronze medal, what have you. Let's just sit in it for a while. Let's soak in the countless times we left the house at 3 a.m. to go train all day for 500 years. Like, let's just enjoy it. However, that said, she has not shut the door on competing at the 2028 LA Olympics. She's 27, so she'd be in her 30s at this point. That would be a feat.
I was watching.
Do you remember what you did at 31?
I was watching Texas West Little League against Louisiana Little League in the Southwest Finals for the getting to the Little League World Series. some of those kids are 4'8", just like Simone Biles, and they are tiny people. I still cannot wrap my head around how short she is.
Well, that's part of the aerodynamic feat. The fact that she's so strong in that kind of physique leads her to, and I'm not saying that she has any, I'm not saying she was born on third at all. I'm just saying it plays into how she's able to get that much speed and get that high up in the air because she's that athletic and tiny. You couldn't do that kind of stuff.
I couldn't climb a ladder to 11 feet. And she just does it on the floor routine on a regular basis.
You know, and but that said, the balance beam is very tough apparatus. That said, I have worked in some training exercises for us today to get better on the beam.
Okay. What is that going to entail? Are we going to tape off a little? How wide is it? 4 inches?
4 inches. Okay. That's a really good idea.
Tape off a little 4-inch thing. Not look at it.
That needs a masking tape.
There was a sad. I don't know if sad's the right word. There was a moment yesterday when golf came to a close. Scotty Scheffler won the gold. I think it was Hideki Matsuyama that came in with bronze.
That's just one of those names you like to say.
Yes, yeah, it's showing off.
Yeah.
But Tom Kim for the Koreans.
Not as much fun to say.
Not enough syllables to make it fun. He came in 8th. Now, had he medaled, the country of South Korea eliminates his mandatory military service.
Wow.
If he medals, he didn't medal. So he was crying.
Oh my God.
Because he now has. Now, I'm sure he was crying for other things, but he was crying because he.
Well, that's also part of the world where you really let your country down. Like, it is ingrained that you need to do well for your country. In that regard, a couple things. Number one, it's 3.937 inches wide, the beam. Just shy of 4 inches.
Okay, so we'll make it 4.
We're going to have to shave your beam down.
What?
Yeah,
you know, my corns hanging off the side.
Also, I don't like this whole China leads us in gold medals. Does that make me a 67-year-old man? I'm like, China!
No, it's fine. I mean,
I don't like it. I know that the United States leads in the medal count, but we're behind China the last time I checked.
In golds.
In golds.
Specifically. That's okay.
It's not okay.
Well, I mean, it's okay.
Why would you accept that?
That's good thing is we don't determine value based on or importance in the world based on the Olympic medal count.
I think that we should compete in all ways. In all ways.
You just the competition. There are crazy events. I was trying to watch dressage yesterday.
What is that?
That's the horses.
Ah.
It just looks like the horses are in a big rectangular dirt lot and they're just trotting around. I do not understand any of it.
Dress them up? How you put ribbons on your horses?
It's something about how you make they have certain moves that they have to do, like they have to clop one way and trot another way and then clop sideways.
Oh, okay, here we go. A horse performing the discipline of dressage must have 3 free, elastic, and regular gaits, which are a 4-beat walk with no moment of suspension, a 2-beat trot with a moment of suspension between each diagonal beat, and a 3-beat canter with a moment of suspension following the 3 beats. This is why rich people do this.
That's exact. And the horse is the one that's doing it.
Yeah, Gary, it is the horse.
No, I mean the horse doesn't get the gold medal. I'm sure they probably
do. I think I think that's exactly what happens.
I hope so.
I'll look it up.
But I was also watching kayak cross. 4 kayakers go down the completely artificial chute, and they're basically banging into each other as they're trying to go around the gates. It was also very insane.
Wow, you're right. The horses don't receive their own medals. What a stupid freaking world we live in. How dare we?
All right, Shannon.
I'm going to go get the masking tape.
We'll continue right after this.
In difference, there will be K, F, I,
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Caught on camera. I'm Amy King live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. New images have been released by the LAPD in the murder case of actor Johnny Wachter in downtown LA. Friend and fellow actor Micah Parker posted to Instagram over the weekend that he wants the city to move faster in its investigation.
These killers are still out there, and we cannot stop. We need to reapply the pressure. Right? Our city needs to hold criminals responsible. We need to hold them accountable. They need to pay for their actions.
Police have said the suspects were trying to steal the catalytic converter from Wagner's car on May 25th. The newly released images show a black four-door 2018 Infiniti Q50 and three people, one with a tattoo above the left eye and on the right cheek. The LAPD will have another $100,000 to address illegal street takeovers.
Councilman John Lee was able to secure the votes of 11 other council members to dedicate more money for policing the takeovers in his district in the northwestern San Fernando Valley. He says the takeovers, when drivers meet up at a specific intersection and block traffic against street racing, are growing concerns for his constituents. Since the state hasn't yet strengthened the criminal consequenses, the Valley needs more policing for this issue specifically. The funding comes from a couple of different community enhancement programs and was approved to be reallocated by a vote of 12-2. In downtown LA, Michael Bunks, KFI News.
Two LAPD officers have sued the city of LA, claiming they were taken off an elite federal task force in retaliation for complaining that then Chief Michael Moore was working to put black officers on new Mayor Karen Bass's detail, not only recruiting the best officers for the job. One of the officers who filed the lawsuit is black. The suit claims Chief Moore was pandering to the new mayor. The new mayor apparently did not know anything about this. The White House says President Biden is meeting with his national security team to talk about tensions in the Middle East and a possible Iranian attack on Israel. ABC's Christiane Cordero says Secretary of State Antony Blinken told G7 leaders yesterday Iran could strike Israel within the next 24 hours.
It said the U.S. doesn't know the exact time of a planned attack by Iran, but it could begin as early as today. Iran's supreme leader ordered a strike on Israel after last week's assassination of a top Hamas leader in Tehran.
Cordero says the Pentagon is sending an additional fighter squadron and more warships to the Middle East. The U.S., UK, and other governments have urged their citizens to leave Lebanon because of the possible war between Israel and Hezbollah. The U.S. and other Western countries say they've been trying to de-escalate tensions across the region. Vice President Harris's campaign has started Republicans for Harris. The goal is to win over Republicans who don't support former President Trump, mainly primary voters who backed former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley. Harris is National Director of Republican Outreach, used to be Chief of Staff to former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who endorsed the Biden-Harris ticket before the Biden-Trump debate. Kinzinger was one of two Republicans on the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Elon Musk's Neuralink has successfully implanted its device into a second patient. ABC's Andrew Dimbert says the chip is an experimental brain-computer interface that allows patients to control technology with their mind.
Musk says he believes Neuralink will allow all humans, whether they have physical disabilities or not, to more efficiently interface with the digital world and even compete with artificial intelligence.
Dimbert says not much is known about the second patient except that they suffered a spinal cord injury. Musk is a co-founder of the startup created in 2016 by a team of scientists and engineers. The Torrance All-Stars need a little help to get to the Babe Ruth League World Series in Texas. The team hosted a pancake buffet breakfast at the Crest yesterday. If you didn't make it, you can still donate to the team's GoFundMe page. The Torrance All-Stars need the money for airfare, hotels, and rental cars for the tournament. They've raised $14,000 so far. The goal is $40,000. Southland weather from KFI. It's going to be a hot one. Sunny skies, highs in the 80s at the beaches, 90s for Metro LA and Inland OC. Heat advisories up for the valleys and high desert through tomorrow, with highs in the upper 90s to about 110, about the same for the Inland Empire. A couple degrees cooler tomorrow, then we cool down more on Wednesday by about 5 to 10 degrees. And that's going to be the case for the rest of the week. Highs will top out in the 70s at the beaches, 80s for the metro areas, 90s in the valleys, still up over 100 for the high desert. It's 79 in Tustin, 82 in La Habra, 95 in Palmdale, 89 in Pomona. The KFI Market Report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading down 949 points. The NASDAQ is off 535, and the S&P 500 is down 144.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to kfirevive.com. That's kfirevive.com.
Got a crash in NoHo on the 170.
Recovery of driving edge or making your way along the south outside. Looks like it is hopefully being cleared from lanes here sooner than later. But anyway, more so getting into the, we'll say, Studio City adjacent to the lake area. On the south outside of the 170-ish, make way toward the 101 south just before it. Looks like it has been cleared from lanes. Not too bad of a drive for you there. Where it is busy is going to be on the 101 south itself. Still seeing a rough go for you coming out of Encino from as far back as Havenhurst, continuing through Studio City toward the split with the 134, and the westbound side of the 134 through the Burbank and Toluca Lake adjacent area from as far back as Hollywood Way. Seeing those delays on the 134 west as you make way off the 101 north. And update is something slowing you down to 15 yourself on. Keyword is came by traffic. Still seeing a massive delay for you on the eastbound side of the 91 as you're coming out of the Cerritos area from before Bloomfield or Artesia Boulevard and as you make way over toward Knott. Looks like that is even best for the driving in. And update out to 15 yourself on keyword came by traffic. For Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Nick Polio.
Hey there, folks. Maybe Robot 19 here from the
That's right. We are bringing you the tea from Perry every single day at 9 a.m.
Yeah, Tea from Perry. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on. I will tell you what's hot with it.
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games. You're going to get
Listen to Amy and TJ on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Amy and TJ and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The game appeared on a paranormal message board with very simple rules. Get in your car and take a drive. Take a left, then the next possible road on the right, then the next possible left. Repeat process infinitum.
There's a hitchhiker on the road. You pick him up, you take him where he needs to go, but you do not, under any circumstance, do not talk to him. Ever. I ain't asking you to believe me, but I told you. The street, this is the last chance.
As ridiculous as it might sound, I think my friend may have documented her own disappearance. If you know anyone involved in this story, any of the locations mentioned, anything I can use to get in touch with Alice, please don't hesitate to contact me. Leaving the area on February the 7th of this year, did you meet or speak with a girl called Alice Sharman? Has anyone heard of the Left-Right game?
The Left-Right game is a new audio drama from Q Codes.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on a pretty busy Monday, August 5th.
Pretty busy. We've got an escalating war in the Middle East, a global financial crisis, RFK Jr. bloody with a dead bear in Central Park. Oh, and I figured out where our next field trip as a show is going to be.
Okay.
It's going to be to the duck farm in Riverside County.
Okay.
Think about the audio.
Just think of it.
All the quacking.
Yes,
and the
that's it.
flapping around.
Flapping?
The flapping in the water.
The park fire, the one burning up in Northern California, is now over 400,000 acres, 401,740 in terms of acreage. Cooler weather over the weekend did give them the ability. They've contained about 34% of it, they said, which is great news because, again, it's going to start warming up.
Mixtape Monday comes your way at the 12 o'clock hour. Aerosmith officially done touring. Band made the announcement saying it was a difficult decision, but it became clear that Steven Tyler's voice is too damaged to perform live. Last year, it was reported that Tyler mangled his vocal cords while on the group's Peace Out Farewell tour. Now Aerosmith says despite having some of the best doctors around him, his voice will never sound the same.
They said they're grateful beyond words for everyone's support and thanked fans for making their dreams come true. I saw Steven Tyler on a flight one time. He looked like an older lady. He has that long hair and very thin frame.
He has looked like that for a while, yeah.
I'm surprised his voice lasted as long as it did the way he sang.
Well, him and Axl Rose. I mean, he had this very same, like, overpowering voice that you can't do that for.
Axl Rose lost it years ago.
Yeah, true. I wanted to throw this in there because we were talking off the air about the Olympics and get back in the game, rub some dirt on it. Teddy Roosevelt's speech from the Sorbonne in Paris.
Is this what I was referring to?
April of 1910. Man in the arena.
Yes, the man in the arena.
It is not the critic who counts. Not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Yeah, that's for Bob on his couch in Des Moines, who's throwing stuff at the television saying, why didn't you make that tackle? I've often thought about getting this tattooed on me, but I lack the surface area.
That's a lot of words.
I've seen it, like every good lineman. I've seen this tattooed before. And I also want that as a constant reminder of how to just kick ass in your life. And I just don't know how I could fit it on my body.
Well, you have to.
Maybe a little bit on each arm.
You can do it on your back, but I mean, then you'd never see it. And the whole point is to inspire you.
Yes. Maybe I get a plaque at home and put it up instead of tattooing it on my body.
Much better idea. Much better.
Hey, that my husband is in
sorry, I'm putting you off.
Hey, Gary and Shannon, happy Monday. This is Renee.
Hi, Renee.
And I have no specific reason to call except to say that my husband is in small town Minnesota listening to you guys on iHeartRadio. And I was just kind of hoping you'd play this and give a shout out to him. Hi, Bob.
Or Renee, you would just call your husband.
Yeah, there's that.
You don't need us as a conduit, Renee.
Maybe there's something going on. Maybe she's trying to...
I'm happy to help a love connection flourish.
There is some movement in the murder of former General Hospital actor Johnny Wachter. LAPD has released surveillance photos of the suspects they say now they believe killed Johnny Wachter back in May. He was shot and killed at the end of May. Police said he and a co-worker interrupted thieves trying to steal his catalytic converter. Medical examiner concluded, of course, it was homicide, gunshot wound to the chest. The co-worker was with him at the time. Said that she held him in his final moments. He was killed senselessly, she wrote. Now, at this point, they said that the guy has like a tattoo on his over one of his eyes, and some pretty distinguishing marks. So it's not. It is likely that they'll eventually get him.
Someone knows something.
Yeah.
Someone knows something.
Because they also said that they have the vehicle that they believe to have stolen vehicle that they believe that he escaped or they escaped in. So.
All right, coming up next, LA County has gone to hell when the crooks are targeting Tom Hanks. This is like when Tom Hanks got COVID. It was like, oh man, the COVID's coming for Tom Hanks.
It's a sign of things to come.
It really was. Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King is in the newsroom.
A hiker's been rescued from a trail in the mountains of Altadena. It happened during a heat advisory being in effect. Authorities say the hiker was suffering from what they call a heat emergency. More hot weather is expected today with an excessive heat warning up in the San Fernando, Santa Clarita, and high corridor. California has deployed a search and rescue team to Georgia to help with Hurricane Debbie, which made landfall in Florida and is expected to bring up to 30 inches of rain in some parts of the Southwest. The storm has been downgraded to to a tropical storm. The team is made up of firefighters from LA, Riverside, San Diego, Orange, and Sacramento counties. Someone who went to the Orange County Fair is a millionaire. The California Lottery has a booth at the fair, and someone bought a scratch-off, a multiplier craze scratch ticket worth $1 million. We got some slowing on the 110. We'll tell you about that next.
Over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena.
And the role they play in their injured clients' recovery drives them to produce the best results.
Just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries.
He couldn't get the insurance company to help him at all. After all the frustration, he called Sweet James.
His team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he really needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million win for him.
In these types of situations, caring and winning go hand in hand. And it means medical care, it means maximum compensation, and justice.
That's Sweet James. If you're ever hurt in an accident, results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet James, and don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case.
800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. 800-900-0000, or go to sweetjames.com.
Sunny and hot with highs in the 80s in the beaches, 90s for the metro areas, triple digits in the valleys, IE and Antelope Valley. We've got slowing in South LA on the 110.
On the northbound side, looks like it's going to be a bit of a rough go from as far out pretty much as the 105 and seeing those delays continuing to downtown. Actually, we go past the 10 into the 101. Got enough data, so they're slowing you down. Pound 250 your cell phone. Keyword is can't buy traffic or SoCal traffic. You want to get speed westbound side of the 105. Come to the Linwood area, seeing a few delays coming up to 710. Kind of patchy for you to West Athens and South LA on the 110. 91 West is your alternate. Is looking busy as you're heading to Gardena toward the 110. We're Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Nick Polly-O'Keefe.
Hey there, folks. Finger Robot and
That's right. We are bringing you the tea from Perry every single day.
Yeah, T from Perry. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on. We'll tell you what's hot with it.
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games, you're going to get it.
Listen to Amy and TJ on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Amy and TJ and start listening.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery, Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series, Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic, Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy, The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy, Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week.
Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by my family, on it. Supplements, weights, fucking elk, what am I doing? Listen, you want to get in shape, you want to get your mind right, go to onit.com right now. Take a look at the outfit brain. If you don't like it, if it don't help you out after 2-3 weeks, you can return it. We don't even want the fucking product. We'll send you a check. Who does that in this business? Who does that in this industry? On it, because they believe in what they sell. Go to onit.com right now and press in, church, bam, and get 10% off. Delivered right to the fucking casa. You understand me? You can't beat that. You don't have to leave the house and go to some fucking health food store. There's your fucking house, got a park. Some guy in front of you has got a fucking Twitch. You don't need that shit. Number 2, you're going to jiu-jitsu, you want to get, you going to Muay Thai. Listen, get yourself some fucking fujisports.com right there. The shin guards, the boxing gloves, the fucking gis are tougher than death. You understand me? They're bulletproof. Nobody even tells you that shit. I'm a fat fuck. People pull me in that guard. They're hanging on me. My collar. I got fingerprints. Nothing. The gi still comes home and it's beautiful and it's washed. Intact. Why? Tough. These Japanese people don't fuck around when it comes to the gi. You understand me? Anyway, go to fujisports.com right now. Press in church and get 10% off delivered to your house and you're helping out the church. Kick this fucking meal away. Are you fucking nuts or what? You thought they had, you're like, Jamie's got a gun. Fuck Jamie's got a gun. This was never doing heavy duty Chinese heroin. People were jumping off fucking buildings. You understand me? It's Wednesday, the 15th. I got beautiful Jimmy Florentine in studio, Jersey's best.
God damn, did that sound good?
Did it not?
Holy shit!
Why does it sound good after 40 years? Why? It's not supposed to. I'm supposed to listen to that and go, really, Joey? That again?
Some of the stuff stood the test of time. Some of it sounds a little dated. I say this a lot, and people will freak out. Some of the Beatles stuff to me sounds a little dated.
Yes, it does.
It sounds like you put it on now, you go, Yellow Submarine, like some of those songs, Hard Day's Night. I don't know. It just doesn't. It doesn't do it for it. Like if you just don't put that on now, you're like, I don't really get it. But something like that, it sounds like it was recorded yesterday.
Are you ever in the mood for it, even though it's dated, or you can't listen to it at all?
Yeah, I can't really listen to it all. I'm like, there are some songs obviously, but there's some that just didn't. They don't sound fresh.
Yesterday I went over to my favorite fucking record store over here in Burbank.
Atomic.
Went over last time Henry Rollins was in. I told Henry I usually go to Atomic, so I went in there yesterday. I had these albums at the house. I had doubles. You get doubles of shit people give you on the road. I went and picked up.
Dark Side.
Look at this, Dark Side of the Moon. Look at this.
Oh, if you got it.
A monster. At Benetton.
Oh, that's a good one.
The first foreigner. Rumors. Stevie Nicks, the first one. But I had to take this one. This is a fucking master. Like this. Those Beatle albums, once they discovered the marijuana and the heroin, and he started eating that fucking Yoko Ono's asshole, it changed. Like everything fucking changed. That's what happened. He ate Yoko Ono's asshole. Next thing you know, they were adding Chinese tunes. Hey Jude, Revolution, Paperback Writer, I Should Have Known Better, Lady Madonna, Can't Buy Me Love, Don't Let Me Down, Ballad of John and Yoko Rain. This shit from, I think, Revolver, I don't know the exact thing. Give it a listen to. Just put it on YouTube one day. That shit, Can't Buy Me Love and all that. I wipe my ass with that shit. It's like,
no, there's
I fucking hate it. I love all this shit.
The Bad Company.
I love all this shit. I read The Man Who Led Zeppelin. He only managed Led Zeppelin and Bad Company. Yeah. So I got back into Bad Company.
Only the two bands that were on Swan Song at the time.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now, as music fans, even though, let's say you don't like the Beatles, do you still respect them looking back, seeing what they were able to do, or are you just like,
no, you're an idiot if you say that, you can't respect the Beatles and the Beatles were overrated and were not good. I was just more of a Stones guy. Because my older brothers bought that shit in the house. Whatever they brought in, I liked, and they brought more to Stones than the Beatles.
Are your brothers still music guys like you?
Yeah, they call our show. Yeah, hey, we just went to see Leonard Skinner's final tour.
How was it?
It was phenomenal. Phenomenal. Every song. My son knew half the fucking songs. Every song, one after another. I know this one, I know this one, I know this one, I know that one. It's unbelievable. I've been seeing them every year. It's great. You go to a concert, you tailgate, you have fucking beers in the parking lot, you bother people. The guy coming around trying to sell a bootleg shirt, you fuck with him. He's trying to sell them. He goes, they're $70 inside. I go, no, they're not. There's never been a concert t-shirt that's $70 inside. You're selling it for $30 in the parking lot. If I see you after the show, you're giving it to me for $5. Give it to me for $10 right now before you get busted. And we just bust balls and fucking hang out and look at hot chicks walking by. Well, Skinner, there wasn't really that many hot chicks, and it's fucking great. Then you go into the show, you're drinking beers and fucking listen to live music, and they're actually playing. Nothing better. I don't hike. I don't fucking fish.
You don't play golf.
I don't play golf. None of that shit. Your hobby. I go to concerts and just drink some fucking beers and have a good time.
I'll tell you, I haven't tailgated for a concert. I don't know how long.
We get there.
I'm the biggest West Side gangster of all time.
You valet your car, whatever the fuck they do now. It's a different experience than hopping on a bus to 48, whatever the fuck bus drops you off at. And by the time you get to the city, that acid you took on the Jersey side starts to kick in, and you gotta walk to the garden. It's like an 8-block walk to the garden. I forget what it was. That experience will be etched in my brain forever. I could tear up right now. Like I could tear up saying that's never gonna happen in my life again. Where I still remember going to see AC/DC with Brian Johnson on a Friday night. It was August 1st, 1980. I still remember leaving the lumber yard at 5, going home, washing my pussy, calling Kurt, God rest his soul, and I made him meet me at 29th Street and New York Avenue, the last bus place where you could take the bus to Jersey. There's a post office down the corner. And there was a guy in there, his name was Jack Finn. I worked with an Irish guy from Weehawken, New Jersey.
This is in Weehawken, 29th in New York.
29th and New York Avenue is borderline Weehawken, Union City.
Yeah, because I lived on right on Gregory Avenue.
It's the last place you could take the bus into Manhattan. That's it. And then there's a bar there. It used to be called Otto's on the corner. And listen to me, I'll never forget going in there maybe, what did I have in those days? We bought a half gram of coke from Jack Finn. Jack Finn was the first person that I ever saw get coked up and make faces. By the time I started making faces, it took me 3-4 years to start making faces and start wiggling my hands. Jack Finn was in 1980. Was already getting creeped up and doing shit like you bring him in front of people go, what the fuck are you trying? Yeah, the guy's here. He's gonna be like that. He's creeping and shit. You got to get your brand. This shit's great. You got to leave something for the mouse. So I would have to read to and I still know being whatever 19. And getting on the bus with Kurt, we bought a pint of blackberry brandy and an 8-pack of nips. And we traveled on this fucking bus like you just chugged. The bus driver. We were kids drinking those fucking beers on the bus. We split them, and then we got off on the airport authority, went downstairs, and the whole walk. In fact, that was at the Palladium. That was not at the Gardens. AC/DC with Def Leppard, August 1st, 1980. We went to the Palladium. And I'll never forget, just telling somebody that you had to go, just telling Timmy Holloway that you had to, the cool people, the people who knew drugs, knew that if you went behind the Palladium, there was a fence that was ripped down. And you would go back there before the show started, and people were back there banging, drinking. Oh, yeah. Right? People didn't know about that. There was a little fence back there. So me and Kurt, this white kid, DiLorenzo, we went back there with a couple bumps. We finished the blackberry brandy. It was the hottest night ever in New York City.
I was at that show.
The hottest night I have ever experienced. And I got jeans on, a t-shirt, and AC/DC. Def Leppard came up and destroyed. And then AC/DC took an Iron Maiden.
That was Def Leppard, yeah.
And then AC/DC came out with the fucking bell. And in those days we used to do acid and then do blow. We had a Quaalude for later. It was over. I still remember walking home with such a high. AC/DC was sensational. But that was my tailgate. And then I started going.
That's cool as Rabbi. West Side. Shout out to Rabbi.
That was
I
want to say shout out to Rabbi. I want to say shout out to Rabbi. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Check it out. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Spend my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day. Yeah, I want to say hi to Rabbi Rothschild. Shout out to Rabbi Rothschild. Huh? Shout out to Rabbi Rothschild. Huh? Shout out to Rabbi Rothschild.
Summer of '78.
Oh, hey, everybody, let's go to the browser.
We saw some kinky shit. But it wasn't until I went to see Dio with Sabbath and Sammy Hagar with Shakin' Street down at Philadelphia, where we were outside. That I tailgated for that.
At the Spectrum, yeah, because you could tailgate that parking lot.
I'll never forget tailgating that. And we're out there with the G-Bone coat. Blasting like fucking, like we owned the place. They took us by the heads, like FBI. Open your trunks. We all had pies on us. We all had fucking Quaaludes. We had everything on us. They made us open our trunks, and they were looking for shirts. The bootlegs. The counterfeit shirts. And they didn't care about the drug. They didn't give shit. They searched everything. They even found a package of coke left. Nothing. That's the concert where we stopped at McDonald's, and we had like 13th row. And my buddy came back and he goes, look, I got 6 row tickets. I go, what'd you do with those tickets? He was like, crazy. I go, I'm gonna fucking kill you. He's a counterfeit. He just got taken. No, they were real. They were real. They were real. We were right up to 6 row. We were watching people spit on their fingers in Philadelphia and fling it at Sammy Hagar. Sammy Hagar was so terrible with Shaken Street. Now, he was on tour at that time, and Ronnie Montrose was on tour. 2 different tours. So we got to see Savage. It wasn't Blue Oyster Cult yet. That was opening for them. Remember anyone of the Black?
Yeah, the Black and Blues, yeah.
This was still Sammy Hagar. And I'll never forget us looking around and tripping, and people spitting at their fingers, swinging at the Sammy Hagar, like ducking, spitting at the people in Philadelphia. This is why when I saw the Bill Burr show 30 years later, I laughed my ass off. Because I go, that's nothing. I saw them spitting on their hands, throwing at Sammy Hagar. Who does that shit?
Now, Jim, you said something a couple minutes ago that it wasn't a good show to see girls. Did you guys ever meet girls at these shows? You didn't give a fuck.
Well, first, that AC/DC Def Leppard show, I remember Joe said that was the hottest night in New York. Okay, so me and my friends took the train in from Jersey. We're walking back to the Garden after the show. We just bought 7 AC/DC shirts. We saved all our money. We got the baseball jersey. We got them all because we were so excited. We're going to buy every. So we walking back and we got mugged by 3 Puerto Ricans. They took our shirts. We're just talking. Oh my God, was that great? The alcohol, boom! They punch us in the head. They grab our shirts and just walk away. They were bigger than us. And I remember yelling, "Go! Where the fuck are you guys going to wear those shirts?" I'm like, "What Puerto Rican is going to go back to wherever he is from and going to wear a fucking AC/DC baseball jersey? The Back in Black fucking 1980 tour. No one's going to know that music." And they just left with our shirts. And that was that concert that Joey was at.
Same concert.
But yes, you girls would hook up with you at these shows. There would be some girls that would come to the shows. You know, I remember, I don't know if I told this story. I put it in my book about seeing the Scorpions at the Spectrum. I got front row somehow. It was a general mission. I got all the way up front. I went to go get some beers, and I saw this hot chick. And it seemed like she was by herself. I said, "Hey, you want to come in the front? I can get you in the front. We'll just switch tickets or whatever. Just follow me. Just keep walking like you know where you are. We'll get right." So I get this girl right in the front. She's a 9 on a scale of 1 to 10. And we're in the front row, and the Scorpions comes out, and we start making out before the Scorpions come on. I'm like, holy shit, this is great. They're on stage, and she starts flashing the band. She's showing her tits. And the band's going, yeah, give me the thumbs up, giving her the thumbs up. I'm feeling her up doing a show. I'm grinding my dick on her ass. We're making out. I'm sucking on her neck while they're fucking playing, Love Drive. I'm like, this is fucking amazing. I'm gonna get laid after the show. I just met this chick. The Scorpions are going crazy. Right as the show ends, one of the roadies comes over. He goes, "Hey, the Scorpions want to meet you two. Come on, follow us." So I'm like, "Holy shit, we're gonna meet the Scorpions." We get to the fucking door, and there's a big bouncer there, and she goes first, and then I'm going through. He goes, "No, just her." And I go, "No, the Scorpions said they want to meet us." He goes, "No, just her." And I go, "No, but I need to just stand there my way." And the girl's walking. I think her name was like Emily or whatever. I'm like, Emily, they won't let me back. She never even looked back. She didn't even look back. She was going back to drink the blood. And I was mad at the Scorpions for taking my girl. For like 2 years, I'm like, fuck them. I had a little radio show. I'm like, I'm not playing. I banned them. Meanwhile, I was like a 4 on a scale of 1 to 10. She was a 9. I was just lucky that she used me, but I'm of course she's gonna fuck the Scorpions. Who wouldn't?
I don't think I hooked up or tried to hook up with a girl at a show. I took a girl to see Ted and AC/DC at the Garden.
I was at that show.
That was hot. All before, 2 years before. It was hot as shit.
Bond went through the crowd with Angus on
the show. I was blown away. I still remember going on the bus for that show. And people had the ghetto blasters on the bus, on the County Boulevard bus, all the way to Toledo, like all the way into New York. Just highway to hell, blasting. And people just, for that show, people went to the show just to hang out outside. It was cool just to hang out outside the Garden those days.
Even if you didn't have tickets.
Yes, what the fuck? You never know what was going to happen. You never know what was going to happen. If you just went over there, you were going to get it. There's somebody in New York that will take a $5 bill, open up a back door and go, once you're in, you're in. It's up to you. Like in the town, remember when they robbed this? Remember when they robbed Boston Stadium? The Fenway Park, and the guy goes, "You never fucking saw my face, okay?" The same way, the guy will take, "Give me 5 apiece." Really, you get it? Yeah, but you got no tickets. You gotta get stopped. You got a angle so you can stand to the side. So I learned that if I took 5 gorillas, I had a hard time. If I kept my mouth shut and went by myself, I'd go all the way to the top for $5. So a lot of those shows, I used to go on a whim. Like, I don't need a ticket. I don't need a fucking ticket. Because I knew you were going, and you bought fourth row tickets. So I would just go into the city and buy $7 red seats, whatever the fuck they were, orange. And my goal was to sneak down to you guys. You guys would come up and get me.
Yeah, and just give them an extra ticket.
Give me an extra ticket.
Yeah, one guy would sit at the seats, and then he'd bring two stubs up, and he'd give you the stub, the six, and then both of you guys would walk down. We've been doing that for years.
So it was fucking brilliant. Because in my hometown, if you went to see Ted, AC, Judas, anybody, we ran 40 deep. Not that we all 50 of us went together, but cliques from different parts. You had 88th Street Park, you had 51st Street Park, you had 43rd Street Park, you had 64th Street Field. So we'd see each other in the city. In fact, one of the famous things about my hometown is one of the guys, I think Randy Mervin, God bless his soul, out of North Bergen, at that show. Angus was real close to the stage. Randy took it off, threw it. Angus picked it up and put it on and did a couple things, took it off and threw it back to him. The kid almost had a fucking heart attack.
That's the greatest.
Like the kid almost had a heart attack. Like somebody from Lincoln School, something happened. Tomorrow, Jimmy Holloway called me and say it was this. Oh my God, how did you remember that?
Do you think like someone has pictures from back then at these concerts and we might be in? Like, I wonder if you guys are in a picture together in like the crowd or something.
How funny would that be?
It could be. Absolutely.
We were at all those shows.
All of them. Get right to the front.
The Palladium, to Sabbath at the Guard with Van Halen, to I think you went to Aerosmith at the Soap Factory when they were broken. They were just broken. They were broken. They were down to nothing. They were like a fucking worse than like you sat there and said, what happened? Joe Perry was gone, and they're at the Soap Factory in fucking this warehouse kind of place that was just a dump.
After playing at the place,
after playing at the Garden. For fucking Black Sabbath, Giant Stadium.
Playing Giant Stadium and stuff. Yeah, they fell that hard.
They fell that fucking hard. It's so weird. A couple weeks ago, I was telling you I'm watching Ted on Joe Rogan. And it's interesting, and people make fun of Ted Nugent, and he's got crazy views, and he did some fucked up shit. Let me tell you something, motherfuckers. Do something at home and go back and bust out Cat Scratch. Bust out some of the early Amboy group shit, like some of that shit, and then just turn on Double Live Gonzo, and all that feeling you had for Ted about that crazy shit he talked will disappear. Because I know I did. I just had to be reminded. It's so weird how Lee doesn't know about a lot of people. Not because he's dumb or because these people are really irrelevant. But there's a guy, this guy, I want to get on the show. You know who this is? Or that thing right there, Hollywood Anderson. Yeah. I want to get him on the show. If you go to his Twitter, he's got like, yeah, I need to get my story out there. Hollywood, I got bad news. First off, nobody knows who the fuck you are. I reached out to this producer to come on the podcast. I go, nobody knows who you are. You might walk around thinking people know who the fuck you are, but you know who you are. You're a forgotten soldier. You went to jail in 1980.
That's right, for some coke.
After a fucking 10-year run of destroying L.A. He was hanging out with Pryor and the Pointer Sisters, snorting coke in a limo at the comedy store. Went to jail in 1980. 1990 came out. And he did the Texas State Lottery. Not once. But twice.
Really? I didn't know that about
it. For $30 million. So he opened up a rehab and clean sober. So his girl was Twitter page and says, hey man, help me sell my story. Sorry, Hollywood. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. And it's a shame. I watch Steven Tyler on Joe Rogan. It's one of the best podcasts I've seen. I mean, it was great. Yeah. But the thing that came over me the most was, Jesus Christ, how many new people put on his first album, Aerosmith, after you watched that episode? The first 2, 3, 4 albums are masterpieces.
Unbelievable. Joyce in the Attic, Rocks, Get Your Wings.
Get Your Wings.
The first Aerosmith.
It's just, the sad thing is, we don't know them. Like, I feel bad introducing some of those bands because I feel, everything today is basically, and even Tool's like, oh man, band now. Now it's getting red again. And, it moves so quickly. When did we hit the lottery?
He hit it, I believe in 79. Is that true, or did he? I'm sorry, because he was in prison for 28 months and he won $28 million.
28 million.
He hit it I'm trying to find it here again.
He was the modern day, like, Marshawn Lynch. Marshawn Lynch is crazy and everyone knows him. That's how Hollywood Henderson was, being on the Cowboys, America's team. And he was just nuts. He was like the guy before LT. He was like LT nuts. Like, he was a great player, but he was also crazy. Always getting in fights and problems off the field and stuff. He was amazing when he played.
But it was funny because I still remember when he took the Super Bowl, he took the can of Orange Crush and he smashed it. Because I'm going to fuck you up in the Super Bowl. He took a can of Orange Crush and he smashed it. And in the Super Bowl, he intercepted the ball.
Right.
Like, if you read his books, he bought like a kilo that night.
I think he won the lottery in 2000.
Yeah.
What? Wow. Yeah, it was in Austin, Texas in 2000.
Twice. Who wins the fucking lottery? See, a lot of people run gangsters, mobsters, high-ranking mobsters in the 70s used to buy lottery. He's a lost. Whitey Bulger won the lottery twice because they were putting out the neighborhood. If you get the lottery, let me know. I'll buy the ticket from your cash and I can claim my money. Really? That's why Whitey Bulger hit the lottery. Look at Whitey Bulger. He hit the lottery a couple of fucking times. If you watch the movie, his brother even says to him one time, "Really, Whitey? Again, you hit the fucking lottery for $3 million?" Because they would come up to Jim Warren and go, "We heard you got the ticket for $3 million. We'll give you $2 million cash." Then they probably stab you. Yeah, then they probably give you $100,000 and stab you. Let's give you $200,000. What?
There's a article from 1995 in the Boston Globe that the FBI or something federal ordered the lottery commission to withhold a portion of the $14.3 million jackpot that he won.
I told you. Paul Vario, good fellas, bought a couple lottery tickets.
Yeah, they paid $2 million cash for one half share of the winnings.
They're also notorious for buying lottery tickets. Same as Booker Brown.
I didn't know they did that. That's how they watch the money.
Tremendous way to watch your money. Tremendous way to watch your money. It's fucking crazy.
How do you find out about this?
What the fuck did you do with it? When I was fucking 18, I was buying fucking passports. You get a social security card, a license, and an insurance card.
Oh, yeah, I was getting in clubs. I was fake at 15. I had fake IDs, all that stuff, a driver's license.
In New Jersey, they had no pictures on
there was no picture, so my brother was 5 years old.
There you go. And you stole the license from your brother. He got a temporary one. Then he gave the brother the one he lost back. He carried a temporary one.
Yeah, he just says you lost it. He gives me his. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was only 18 to drink, so I was getting at 15. I was going to see.
15. They're looking at you going, you look young. What sign are you?
Yeah, like a
Taurus. Bam! You're in the fucking joint.
At least you guys knew. I used to play that trick on people at movie theaters, and they would never know. I would just ask them what their birthday was. I wouldn't even ask them what their sign was, and they didn't think about it beforehand.
There was a bar outside, like the Palladium or the Garden or somewhere around there, where they would just, you were 14 years old, we just go in and get pitchers of beer and sit there before we go see shows. We were 14. The girl would come over. We wouldn't sit at the bar. That was too risky. They know. These kids, they're fucking kids. And they come over. Yeah, we need 4 pitchers of beer. Beefsteak Charlie's. Remember that was Beefsteak Charlie's? The Madison Square Garden. We used to go there before a show and drink so much, and we puke into the pitchers, and then put them back on the table, and then fill them up again because all you can eat beer and food.
Beefsteak Charlie started out good.
Yeah, it started out good.
Then people started getting this was before sounding up. Yeah, people started walking out there with eyes and phones coming out of their mouth and shit. And Beefsteak Charlie had like a weird haircut, like a mustache. So you had a weird haircut. My neighbor, people call you Beefsteak Charlie. Beefsteak, what's going on with the fucking haircut? Beefsteak Charlie.
Yeah, so we just get pitchers of beer, and my friends would puke in them, and then put them back on the table. Want more beer?
You have a young son, right?
Yeah.
Because my dad we'd always sit at the bar, get a Shirley Temple, we'd get fucking an appetizer.
You can't do that.
They won't even let you sit at the bar anymore.
No.
Even if your dad's there, that's crazy.
They don't give a fuck. As soon as they start serving alcohol, a minor cannot be in a bar anymore.
Yeah.
So if we're at the, let's say we go to the comedy show. I'd bring Mercy with me. Mercy could hang with me at the store till 8 o'clock. At 8:01, Mercy has to step forward. As soon as they start a show, I gotta pull Mercy out of that. In the old days, you could at least have him there. Yeah. The kid could sit next to you. It's fucking different world now. I don't think that's gonna stop you from drinking. Who gives a shit? Exactly.
So can you guys send your kid? I mean, maybe you're a little older. Can you send him to a concert, or do you have to go with him?
No, like we go together. I took him to White Snake, Foreigner, and Jason Bonham. And Jason Bonham's band does all Led Zeppelin. It's phenomenal. And Foreigner and White Snake, and he shook David Coverdale's hand. We're on like the side, like up close, but by the side. And then he got a set list from the guitar player, brought it over to him during the show. It's the fucking coolest picture. I gotta pull it up.
How old is your son?
He's 7. He's gonna be 8 on Saturday.
So you're exposing him to all this music.
He just saw Marilyn Manson and Rob Zombie. He loved it.
Now, when you smell weed, what does he say to you?
No one's smoking that much weed, really, like outside. There's not too much going on. It's weird. You know, if they're doing it, maybe in parking lot or whatever. I know it's in Jersey, so people aren't smoking as much weed as they are out here. You know, so it's still not totally legal there. So people are kind of hiding there. It's more drinking. Snow weed once in a while, but you can't even smoke outside it because the PNC Art Center. It's in Jersey. It's an outdoor pavilion, but you can't even smoke outside there. There's like a designated area somewhere outside by a fence where you can smoke cigarettes, and that's it. But inside the venue, you can't even smoke, and it's outside. You know, you got a roof over it, but it's still open.
Dodger Stadium has a designated spot for smoking weed. I don't know how true it is. I don't know what the source is. I don't know if it's like, you know, you're not supposed to know about it.
This is David Coverdale from Whitesnake. He's walking by, and my son reaches out. He shakes his hand during the show.
When was this?
This is like 2 months ago.
Look at David Coverdale. Still looking fucking good.
Still good.
When they released the album, there's a new album.
Yeah, it's coming out in the fall. They pushed it back a little.
Who's this new people? He has all new personnel.
Tommy Ulrich is still on drums. He's a monster. Still looks exactly the same. Does a drum solo with his hands.
Tommy Ulrich, he's been around since
he used to play in Black Oak, Arkansas back in the day.
Right. How old are we talking about here?
He's got to be 70. The most he is 72. I'd say somewhere 69 to 72. And he's still an animal on drums. He does a drum solo. And he plays with his hands half the time.
I called Rudy today. He was going to do some lunch with some cuban food. And Rudy was tasting something today and something tomorrow. And I got off the phone with him and I'm like, I bitch about my fucking life being busy. He's got me by 10 years or something.
He's unbelievable. The guy's insane. You know, just the way he looks amazing. He hasn't aged a day in 30 years. And he's out there performing, touring with all these bands, doing this, playing on this record. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, I mean, do you guys, and I guess there's Jim, not bother you, but what does it make? How does it make you feel when you go and see these people, and you remember seeing them as teenagers, when you were teenagers in their 20s or 30s, and now they're 60s, 70s? Does it affect you, or
it inspires me? Because then, you know, as a comic, you always think, okay, I can't do this forever, and no one's going to give a shit. But you know, when you see these guys still up there and touring and doing it, it's like, why can't we do it in our 60s if we really wanted to? Not tour as much, but still do it. Like I always thought, at some point, the people aren't going to listen anymore, not going to care. But if these guys are doing it and they still have a fan base that grew up with them, you know, as a comic, you have your fan base that grew up with you. They're going to get older with you, and they're still going to want to see you, because it's still going to bring back good memories when they were younger.
But they can't party as much. Are there other musicians who still party with them?
Rarely. Maybe, you know, a glass of wine afterwards, or maybe before, but they're not really doing it. They know it's a business. They, you know, when you're getting $350 a ticket, you know, some of them, if you sit in the first like 20 rows or so. Jesus. So Joey, the guitar player, when the White Snake ended to doing the vows, he took his set list off the floor and he ran over because he saw my son, like he's the only young kid in the front, and he handed him, and I got a picture of that. So he handed him the set list from the White Snake show. The guy ran over and grabbed him. Isn't that great?
That's amazing. He's exposing he's gonna have, I mean, I can't imagine like when they go in, like, well, let's play this song. Let's play Sweet Caroline. He's like, fuck that.
Oh yeah, he hates that stuff.
I hate that shit.
You know what was great about it? Like he knew like one Foreigner song. Foreigner songs are so catchy and so good. They're so well written. Within like a day and a half, he knew like 3/4 of their set list. All the hits. Dirty White Boy, Hot Blooded, all that shit, because they're such good songs and they're easy to pick up, to listen to. It's almost like AC/DC. A lot of AC/DC songs are quick. Like some young person, you want to get them into them. Something like Tool is going to be too complex for them. It's like even the old Sabbath stuff. That it's just it's all over the place. But something like Foreigner was just it was great. So he knew the whole fucking set list. I mean that shit too. That feels like the first time.
I got that first album
fucking
yesterday.
phenomenal.
Because I like that one jam. The fucking one based on the War of the Worlds. There's two fucking great jams on the first song.
Right.
War of the World. And then it was a Monday.
Oh yeah, that's Blue Monday, whatever.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Those first two, that album blew me the fuck away. And the second one is Double Vision.
Yeah.
That was Little Men's Amendment, but still great.
Yeah, still great.
A little bit commercial for me, but still fucking great, you know? So yeah, yesterday I picked it up. Why haven't you ever picked up a fucking flute?
I tried everything. I got no talent whatsoever. None. I tried guitar. All my friends were in bands. That's what I hung out with. I was a lefty. They're like, I'm righty. Can you turn the guitar around? I go, no. No one could teach me because I was a lefty. I tried singing lessons. And one time the lady goes, look, you don't have it. I could take your money, but you just don't have an ear for music. She told me after the first lesson. I sang in my friend's band, like in his garage. Like, you suck. I'm like, yeah, I do. So I just couldn't play. Drums, I just don't have an ear for music. I love music, but I just don't have the rhythm for it. My son's got it. He's right down with it. He's playing the drums in music class. The teacher's like, Jesus, where the fuck did this kid get this from? Like, I didn't get it from me. So I just don't have it. I would love to. I was, that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a rock star. And then when I saw, David Lee Roth being funny in interviews, and I would go to see Twisted Sister as a 15-year-old, and they have to do 5 sets a night. Dee Snider's, killing time in between and just making fun of the audience and going on these raps, and he's being funny. I'm like, fuck, man, this is cool. And then when Dice and Kinnison came out, I'm like, fuck, these guys are like rock stars. That's when I was like, I'm doing comedy. That's nuts. But because I knew I wanted to be on stage, somehow, and I couldn't do it as a musician.
I tried music. I had a good ear for the drums, all that shit. I could still play the drums naturally, just on the natch. Give me a couple of bass to tighten shit up. Congas, anything percussion. I wanted to play the guitar, but something strayed me to the bass. I like the bass player because he played in the back. Nobody knew what his name was. Nobody bothered. And even at a young age, I kind of liked it. I was like, these people don't bother nobody.
And the bass player still gets chicks.
And they still play it. He gets the floor over.
Yeah.
He's quiet. Somebody's getting his dick sucked. Somebody's too drunk. He'll get one on or something. And I went to Pascal Music, Union City, and I took lessons there. But I knew as I got older, I'm switching to the guitar. I knew that with the drug use and just who I was, I knew that I would pawn the guitar. Like, as I got older, I go, I'm never going to be able to have a guitar because I'm going to fucking sell it. I'm going to run out of money and I'm going to sell it. So I never really got a guitar. But till this day, it's still like up on the bucket list, like just to take a few lessons and just play, But I know that it won't affect me that way. It'll affect me like an addiction. Right, and then I'll start bringing the guitar on the road. I'm not that guy. I'm the playing. Then I'll carry the guitar. That drives me crazy. Yeah, I hate that guy. I hate that fucking guy. I know he's got to get his guitar. No, why do you have to do this? Check the fucking guitar. Yeah. If they break it, it's probably your best bet. Yeah, it's not that. It's not that bad. No one knows who you are. So I don't want to do that because I'm bringing it the whole time because I can just see myself in the hotel. Yeah, 4-7. Playing fucking, Animal by Pink Floyd or something. So, yeah, that's what scares me. We're talking about transfer addiction. I pick that shit up like a fucking, I just go down. Like 1 week I eat fucking smoothies. 1 week I fucking eat acai bowls. Then I'm fighting Weight Watchers. Why am I fucking gaining weight? I eat around acai bowls. So I always got an addiction to something. But music, it's funny. We had Rollins in here. and I watched a bunch of his stuff. And he said something on one of the spoken words. And I don't know what it is about music that even lately, didn't you say I was here yesterday? Yeah, I came yesterday last night. I've been coming by lately, just putting it out,
putting the vinyl on. It's amazing.
You know, like just putting vinyl on, reading the lyrics because of something he said. He said that, you know, think about it, way before this fucking much joint therapy and the whole therapy thing. You know what therapy was? Going to the record shop with the fucking money you save from your paper route, coming home with maybe one of your buddies, smoking a joint, and playing that album back to back to back. And then, because there was nothing like being the first guy on the block to go, I got it already. Not bad. And no, you got it, can I borrow it? Not really. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, fuck you motherfuckers. You gotta walk up to him like I did. You gotta make me fucking, But you know what today's the anniversary of? Today's a sad anniversary. Yeah, it's 30 days, 30 years since I got sentenced. Today, in 1979, the last Led Zeppelin album came out.
Into the Outdoor?
Into the Outdoor. And it really fucked me up when I read that today. Nicky Six puts that shit out every day on his little, I follow Nicky on Twitter. All the shit they have to say. Oh, the Pretend Was 2 released their album today. That was a great album.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That's a great album with Birds of Paradise. But Into the Outdoor started a fucking chain of bad luck for me. Like, that was the kiss of death. Like, I still remember being at 38th Street Park, like, arguing with motherfuckers. Like, in the evening, something he said, somebody was going, it's like a little disco-ish. That guy that said that, I still remember his name. I don't know where he is. He almost got a fucking beat that day at that party. Like, that's when we argued about music, and Led Zeppelin was the Bible. And this guy was like, I don't know, I don't like Into the Outdoor that much. That one song, Jimmy Page, Robert Plant says something. Shake for me or something, like dance. And this guy was like, they're starting to sound disco-ish, like the Stones sold out in 76. I mean, everybody just looked at that motherfucker. But 3 days later, I was in the hospital.
That was my birthday, August 18th.
Yeah, like 3 days later, I was in the fucking hospital for a lung infection. I had paraquat. They had sprayed the weeds. The government, as you grew weed, they sprayed it with a chemical and they would give you a lung infection. I couldn't play basketball that year. Then fucking September, like a month later, he died.
So yeah, John Bonham.
John Bonham died, 6 weeks later. And I'll never forget that PLJ, that Friday, said, make an announcement pretty soon about a tour that everybody's waiting to hear. I'm like, that's Led Zeppelin at the Garden. That's going to be 10 nights.
Yeah.
We're going to get tickets. That's when you got to mail in a fucking check and get 4 tickets in the mail. Because there was some concerts that you actually went and stood online for at Ticketron.
Yeah.
And I would always go to St. Peter's College in Jersey City because it was empty. And you could walk right into St. Peter's. Everybody else was at all these own.
Oh, yeah, we had to go to the mall, like East Brunswick Mall.
Oh, my God.
And wait outside of Bamberger's. And then we have to be, they'd open it up because there'd be a line way out the door, like the night before. We were in line for like 16 hours. So there wasn't like a church or a college near us where we can go where no one went. Everyone went there.
Yeah, we went. I still remember when Pink Floyd The Wall went on sale. We went somewhere first, and the line was around the corner. And my buddy goes, you know what? There's one at St. Peter's Prep. Nobody goes there. We shot right in, walked in, and we got first row up on the top, looking straight at Pink Floyd, the first level up. So it was perfect.
Yeah.
Not the orchestra, you're level up. It was perfect. We just walked in there. Those tickets were $15.50.
You said something interesting, like when you were fighting. Did you guys have friends, maybe all the way up until 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and then you find out they like a band, you don't like them, and
they're done?
Yeah.
Done. Absolutely. Like, I had a buddy who was a big Van Halen fan, and I was in for the ride. But after Women and Children first, we became enemies for a year. Like, I went to one in his house, and I saw the poster on the wall with David Lee hanging.
Oh, yeah, it was kind of...
Inside of Women and Children first, he came with a poster.
Yeah.
He was hanging in the corner.
With no shirt on.
If you were a man and you put that poster...
Yeah.
If you were a man and you put that poster up, I wasn't coming to your house no more. You understand me?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm a Jersey dude. You invite me into your house, I look at two things. First off, I open up the refrigerator. If you got my Luke hot dogs in there, I'm done with you. You better have Sab bread or something from the local bakery.
Those crunchy fucking hot dogs.
Oh, with the
string hanging out.
Oh, with the little tail, with the mouse tail. And then I went through your record collection. And if you had Cheap Trick or like Jethro Tull there or something like that, we're gonna have a problem. Like,
yeah,
I don't know exactly what band.
But you had Journey in there. I can't
date you no more. Like can't date you no more.
Like the Stones were okay, but you couldn't have Journey. Pat Benatar was okay. You could.
Nah, I had Pat, but I had to hide him. Wow. Well, yeah, that was the first time I heard Crimes of Passion. I got to buy that.
Yeah, that's probably something you would have had to hide. But yeah, you couldn't really have that around your friends. But yeah, if you had Journey in there, and then Kansas was okay.
I had a buddy who caught a beating for putting My Sharona on. Like he caught a fucking ferocious beating at a party from a friend of mine named John Crowley. So Crowley was tripping on acid and wanted to put on Dark Side of the Moon because he would do the whole chandelier bit in the beginning. And this kid's like, nah, we're putting on My Sharona. Whack! He just held off and fucking punched me. You know, I had friends that would go into your house at parties and just like, if you had Springsteen on, they would just come in and take the fucking thing off the drums. Like I grew up at that part of New Jersey, like there was no Springsteen.
I had a friend that I'm friends with since first grade, and he was a big metalhead, and we go to shows, and all of a sudden he started dating this girl, and he went to a Springsteen show. I didn't talk to him for 2 years.
Yeah, that's it.
I didn't talk to him for 2 years.
We got another.
I can call him right now, and he'll verify it. He's like, you motherfucker. I don't care. You went to see Springsteen.
You went to see Springsteen. That was
you can't do that. It was unacceptable. You just went and saw Sabbath last week. You can't go see Springsteen. And this is when, like, that 1984, whatever, Born in the USA came out with, like, Glory Days and fucking Dancing in the Dark, which, a horrific song.
Done. Like, we didn't talk. You weren't even allowed to play that enough.
No.
There was one guy who liked Springsteen. That was the bartender, John Kelly, the Frog. Because he had a little ball under his neck as a kid. And he bartended on Sunday nights. I told you, every time he turned around, like, he would have to bartend, have his eye on everybody. Like he would think, I can get you 2 Heinekens. All right. He would be looking around because every time I ordered like cocktails, if he turned, we throw ice cubes on. Like if he put Springsteen in the jukebox, yeah, like that was the year when fucking Motley Crue released Looks to Kill. Yeah, that's the devil. This bar where I hung out at was the loudest record player, and he was proud of it. Corky, they would call the thing. Corky's the loudest record player in the tri-state area. I mean, you couldn't even talk it, man. And Looks to Kill would go on, and we would lose it. And if any other song would come on, like The Dangerous Life was made with Sheila E.
Yeah.
She was the biggest. That one we could live with.
Yeah.
But as soon as Glory Days came on, Born to Run or something, we would start throwing ice cubes at John Kelly because we knew he's the one that put that fucking music in. The only Springsteen song I liked, I never told nobody. It was like a secret I had, like if someone, like if I shut the big account for school, right? It's the same type of secret. It's a big hit. I can leave back in funnies. I can some fun. Anyway. I didn't tell nobody. I like 10th Avenue Freeze Out.
That wasn't a bad song.
I loved it. I loved it, but I didn't tell nobody. No, you couldn't have. I couldn't tell nobody.
I was doing construction at the time. If I was on a roof, putting the roof up, and Springsteen came on, the radio was on, I would jump off the roof. I wouldn't even use the ladder to get the fucking shut it off. Who can get to the radio the quickest to get that off?
That shit off. You have no fucking idea.
Can you guys talk about the jukebox? Because now it's kind of like, I don't know if I've ever put one, maybe once or twice. Was it a big deal in the bars when you were going?
If you had old music at a jukebox, we didn't go to your jukebox. Like we tell you one time, listen, bro, you gotta stop getting music.
Yeah, you can't have, fucking Bill Haley in the comments.
You can't have
that old shit. You know what I mean? It was good, but you don't want to hear it in the bar.
Oh, I remember one time my friend went off on the bar because they had Jimmy Buffett on.
Yeah.
Wasted away in Margaritaville.
Take
that shit off.
That shit doesn't work in
here. Take that shit off. Take it off right now. I'll bust that fucking thing.
Oh my God. How much money do you guys spend a night?
$8, $9, $10 in quarters, because for a quarter you got 3 songs.
Oh
yeah.
That's a lot of songs.
So I would play Looks to Kill, 3 songs. A4. If I saw a pretty girl and she came over, here's $1. Go put on A4 10 times. A4, 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 A4. Looks to kill. And if you fucking slip the Springsteen song in there, we would fucking eyeball you to death. Disco. We listened to disco before fucking Springsteen.
Yeah, because the disco, you knew, if you knew the songs, you could rap with chicks, you might have to dance in the club, and you're going to get laid knowing the disco stuff, so that was okay. If some guy's in there, he's putting Springsteen and the Scoopy shit in the jukebox, we just load it up with like fucking $10 worth of metal. So his songs would never even come up. We just keep fucking pounding away, like Joey said, 3 songs in a row. Looks to kill, just so you wouldn't hear his shit.
And then, did you see last week on Twitter, I was going back and forth with a girl named Judy Kelly. And I said, Judy, we were old, we had some type of conversations. We come a long way, and I go, we're really old. I just want to apologize for lighting your bunny rabbit on fire. And the back of the car, she had another running bunny rabbit. Oh, a stuffed animal. She used to date John Kelly, the frog. So they broke up because she cheated on him down the shore. So he gave her a bunch of stuffed animals, and she put it in the back seat because she was in love with him. She got drunk one night, made a mistake. And, John held her against her. He was off to work. Right. So we were all out one night at the Cuckoo's Nest up in Nyack, New York, before there was anything. There was only 2 things in Nyack when she went up to that club. And when I used to bring the hot cars to Joe the Arab, he was the only Arab, and he said that one being an Arab was cool because there was only one Arab. Yeah. If you knew an Arab, they would dynamite. You know Joe the Arab? Yeah, I know Joe the Arab. He was all right. But once Arabs come down, nobody likes him. You know what I'm saying? But then, like 1, 2 Arabs, everybody loved Joe the Arab. Right? Joe the Arab loved everybody. He hit you with my friend. Yeah, he knew all the slogans to beat you. You didn't care because it was Joey Arab. You like doing business with Joey Arab. You don't take your cars to Nicky no more. Fuck Nicky the Chink. You don't pay me what he paid. What Joey Arab pays me. You know what I'm saying? He's tight. So that's the only reason I would go to fuck Nyack. So one night we're up there coked up. She's in the car doing coke with us, and there's 3 gorillas in the back seat, and there's a girl in the front seat, Lisa Tiz, and there's Judy Kelly. And we're back there talking, and Judy Kelly's would get drunk, and I'm thinking about John right now, and she put on fucking Bruce. And I'll never forget, me and my buddies looked at each other, and I took one of the stuffed teddy bears, and that motherfucker, bring the car. And she's like, what are you doing? We're like, we don't fucking listen to Bruce. Get that shit off.
What would you do if you were walking and you saw like 3 or 4 people in Bruce shirts, or like it was a Bruce concert?
Oh, say shit, fuck you.
Dude, I got a bumper stickers made up. There is no reason for Bruce Springsteen, and another one, The Boss is a total loss. And I got like 100 of them, and I would walk around, I'd stick them all around the town, and if anyone had a Bruce Springsteen bumper sticker in a parking lot, I cruise parking lots, I'd put it over their fucking bumper sticker in a parking lot. I was out of my mind.
I had bumper stickers, I had these stickers. It's on the 7th day, God.
Oh, yeah. Black Sabbath. Yeah, you get them at the Englishtown auction.
Yeah! The fucking funny races. I would buy them by the 100. And if I knew you didn't like Black Sabbath, I would come on your fucking car. A week later, you'd be out there with a razor blade. You motherfucker.
That's because you could buy them for like fucking 10 cents a piece. You had stacks of it. It was Ted Nugent, A.J. Carter, Black Sabbath, Ted Nugent, DC, Judas Priest. Yeah, just stick them on people's cars.
We took my music so serious.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a guy in my neighborhood who I still love, Guy Tabasco. I still talk to him. He had a brother, Mike Tabasco, who actually thought he was Eddie Van Halen, but didn't play the guitar. So we would torment him every day. What's going on in Eddie Van Halen? And every day, there used to be an argument with the Tabascos and somebody over Eddie Van Halen. We would just talk. And once Randy Rhoads came out, oh my God, we started tormenting Eddie Van Halen fans. But the ones that suffered the most growing up, and I told this story to Dean Delray, were Beatle fans. Because I still remember taking a hit of acid, going out. My friends were ho-hums, so I went home. And my mother was dead. I'm sitting there with Mr. Bender, tripping my balls off. And they just said John Lennon got shot in front of the Dakota. And I thought, I went to school today. Now, in my school, they fucking hated Springsteen. But they who else they hated? It was the Beatles. John Lennon wasn't dead 12 hours. I still remember walking into my school, and towards the back by the theater, there was a mirror of the Beatles. Somebody had already put an X through John Lennon, and we were fucking howling. Like my school didn't hesitate 1 minute to let the Beatle people know you're fucking done. Because at that time there were Beatle people and Springsteen people, and they weren't the same. So you were always at war with Springsteen people. Fuck you with the fucking Beatles. You go to a party. Oh, let's put on the paperback writer. I want to get my dick sucked. I don't want the paperback writer right now. Where's fucking? Once we got hooked on, it was Double Live Gonzo was the first time. Yeah, that was on for 2 or 3 years of the party. You could have whatever you want on your party, but we walked in, and then you better put Double Live Gonzo on. There's gonna be a fucking problem.
Will you bring your own records to parties?
No, we would just tell you, you don't have Double Live Gonzo?
Yeah,
we gotta go.
Oh yeah.
Okay, we'll go get it. My sister's got it upstairs. Put it on. So the Double Live Gonzo, I'll tell you what group took over my town for like 6 months. That first album was awesome album, A to Z. B-52 is the first album with Rock Lobster.
Oh yeah, Rock Lobster and Private Idaho.
Like 80, 81, after Sabbath, like when we were waiting, we were in the limbo, waiting for Ozzy. Boom, B-52 took over that album. I still play it. I still got it. That's great. 52 Girls, Rock Lobster, Planet Claire. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they lost it later with the Love Shack and shit like that. But no, that was another thing because you know, if you couldn't get girls that were in hard rock and metal, you would get like new wave or disco because then you could talk to girls. You knew the songs. You'd have to go to the clubs. Maybe you went to like the new wave club or the disco club. So you go talk to. So you needed to know that music. You weren't getting laid listening to Bruce Springsteen. Like you didn't have to. So that didn't affect us. So, but the B-52s definitely because new wave was starting to play in the clubs, and all the girls will go into those clubs. So we need to go
dance to this shit.
Yeah, you go dance with them. I went through a whole new wave phase. Yeah, it's like I got, you know, I was talking to girls about Judas Priest, and they were just fucking walking away. The Cars was another
the love cars. The Cars. But I'll tell you what, Van Halen. I saw Van Halen, and I gotta tell you guys, that's a date and a place I don't remember. It was after 2, maybe.
So 79, between 79 and 80, because Van Halen was around 79.
After Sabbath broke up.
Right, that was 78 was the first one, first Van Halen. 79 was Van Halen 2. Women and Children was 1980.
So I saw them maybe before Women and Children. There was a lot of hot fucking bodies.
All the Van Halen was the band that brought in the chicks.
There was a lot of hot chicks.
Oh yeah.
But then something happened in 1981. I saw that at this bar when I was like 16 called Joe Barrett's. There was one motherfucker that you couldn't talk shit about, or you were going to get to a fist fight at all those bars because they were open. And those bars have a thing called white trash people. They're very nice. They're just white trash people. In those days, before you got there with your heavy metal and shit, they had a guy by the name of Kenny Rogers on there. And you couldn't touch Kenny Rogers. Kenny Rogers is for people. When you were 18, if you were 30, you would listen to Kenny Rogers to get your dick sucked. Kenny Rogers put out 2 or 3 songs that are dick sucking music. So one day, believe it or not, some guy came up to me, a little older, he goes, do you want to go see a Kenny Rogers concert? At that time, I was a young Jim Florentine. I went to see anything. I seen people lose the news.
Yeah.
There was a time I went to see anything just for the art of the live, like the Pretenders when she broke her leg and Coney Island, then she did the Garden the next night. She threw the crutches into the audience. I went to see the New Barbarians with the Stones. I went to see James Brown at the Palladium. I went to see U2 I went to just people that I didn't know. It became so open for me. What the fuck was I gonna say? What the fuck are we talking about?
Girls, bars,
I went to a Kenny Rogers concert.
All right, what they got, yeah.
That was the capital of women passing out, sucking dick while they passed out. Kenny Rogers wasn't even giving out Cosby pills. Bitches were passing out, sucking his dick.
Really?
So when he sings "Lady" on your knight in shining armor and I love you, he had like 2 songs, 2 or 3 songs that you look around and women will fucking cry. Crying, like fucking crying, like ready to suck dick. Like, give it to me. Give it to me. Give me that fucking cock, dude. It was crazy. I left there going, oh my God, I just learned about moving women. I always, and I honest to God, I never wanted to do a concert to pick up a chick. I don't think I ever picked up a chick.
Well, because most of the shows that we went to, there was not hardly any girls. But then when you started going to shows, more shows like that, there were. I get into the Police. the police would draw a lot of chicks. That Synchronicity tour, all the women were into it. It was a big hit on MTV. I got jerked off on like the 20-yard line at JFK Stadium in Philly during a police show by some girl I don't even know, watching the show. It was in the middle of the day. I don't know why the police were on during the day. I remember it being light, and she was just jerking me, and we're both just watching the show, looking straight ahead. And I came on the 21-yard line.
Come on the floor.
I think it was six Synchronicity too. No, we're right on 21, right on the floor.
You just don't.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I put it right back in the pocket.
Well, I did.
Mushroom juice. You get home, there's a mushroom between your legs, and you got a rash and shit.
But that's how it was. Like I just met some girl there at the show, and then we started making out where we're watching the show, and she just jerked me off watching the band. It's great. And then I said, I'll go get you a beer, and I never came back.
That's when you talk about.
Yeah, you don't think I'll just stay here, so no one
takes us. Suck your dick. That's it. The relationship's over.
Yeah, what am I going to do? You know, what are we going to do?
They'll see you on the way out. What happened to you?
Yeah,
I don't believe it.
Yeah, if I see you in the park, I go, let's get a Philly pretzel.
I think I know the answer for Joey, and I don't even know if they had them back then. But did you guys go to like any of these big festivals, like camping festivals for any of these concerts or no?
No, I went to the Woodstock 94. They actually had they had a comedy tent there.
Oh, you performed?
Yeah, it was all disorganized, so like nobody even showed up. It was something, but I did go there. They had a bunch of comedians, like 20 of us from New York went up for that. We stayed in like the artist tent. It was great. They had a co-ed shower. So these, guys and girls go in the shower like the artists. So me and the other comics were just waiting outside the shower, just fucking waiting for women to walk in. And then we just go in. We took like 6 showers in one day.
That's our mandate.
Who performed Woodstock?
Me, Bob Levy, Don Jameson, Red Johnny the Round Guy. I don't know if you guys remember those guys from New York. Danny Vermont, who was Danny DeVito.
Danny Vermont still writes.
Yeah,
correct.
Love Danny.
I just bumped into
Great dude.
Danny's been around.
Yeah, Rich Voss, one with us, Eric McMahon, Jersey, New York comics. Most of the guys out at the comic strip, but there was like 20 of us. Took the bus up there, hung out for 3 days.
Now, what happened?
Jim Norton was there too.
You guys even go to the comic strip?
I walked in there for the first time in like 10 years, about a month ago. It's just, I don't know, they've got a weird vibe to it. I don't do any sets there.
Where you do all your sets?
The stand.
Okay, the stand is moving.
Yeah, it's closed for the summer, so I went back to the Comedy Cellar and the Village Underground and doing sets there. Usually I just stay at the stand. I just let that go.
You got to come into a song. I thought I spoke to you last week.
Yeah.
You go every 2 weeks. 2 weeks every week. Your son. And then there's 1 week that you get your spots in the city.
Yeah, I got my son 1 weekend a month. I got him early in the week. I got him 50% of the time, but I got him 1 weekend. I got him for a full weekend, so I take that weekend off. I spend it with him. I got 1 weekend. I do sets in New York City, and then 2 weekends I'm on the road. So I'm out like 8 days out of the month. I'm home for 22. It works out perfect.
How did you learn this?
As you get older, you just like I don't like being out that long. Even when I was 15, 20 years ago doing stand-up, I didn't like being out that long. I needed to get back home and just recharge and get away from it all. So and now as you get older, it's like, no, I can make my own schedule. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
This is before you started.
Yeah, before my son. Yeah, and then I went on tour with those bands. I was out for like a month at a time. I hated it. 30 days on the road. I don't know how you bands do it. 45 days and shit being in a bus. So I was like, nah, man, that's not for me. So I just 2 weekends. That's enough. I don't want to get burnt out. I don't want to get burnt out on my material. I don't want to be doing, just feel like I'm mailing it in. So I recharge the batteries. Just fucking hang on my son's place, do anything but comedy. Don't pick anything but comedy. I hang out my neighbors. They live in the suburbs, and we just talk fucking, schools, and just get away from it all. And then I'm ready to get back up there and recharge.
Yeah, I had to cut it down 2 weeks a month. I had the perfect balance right now. Because first I was only 2 weeks a month, but this motherfucker would do 2 back-to-back. Have a week off, then 2 back-to-back. So we're really doing 5, 4 to 5.
Right.
That's still murder.
That's it. Yeah.
It's still murder. So I had to look and see what worked for me. Now, yeah, I love to go out every fucking weekend.
Maybe like Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I love it.
On Sunday.
I can't.
So you do 2 weekends a month.
Yeah, and my body, it takes 4 days right today. And today I feel great. For 2 days my sleep was off. I still worked out. I still did what I had to do. But today was fun. Today I'm tip-top. I'm good. I think I've got a week. Then I'll go to Alabama next Thursday. Then I go to Nashville Friday and Saturday and home. Yeah, you know, I like that. And people, agents get mad at you or whatever. You know what, man? I got a family. I'm different now. I wish this would have happened at 32. Right, see. If this happened at 32, I know. Yeah, you would be. I'm going to play on Tuesday. Pick it up on one night, on Wednesday, Thursday.
Absolutely. Get in town a day before. Why not?
The day before. Get a good steak. Go around the town, go to a record store. You got to.
What are you doing?
City at all.
I haven't done it in a while. I love
Kansas City because they have, Dean Del Rey went to this fucking vintage t-shirt store.
Dude, can you explain in 10 seconds?
You're going to drop a grand. You're going to drop
Green.
Oh, it's the ones where they cost like 150. They're a real shirt.
The real shirt.
Okay.
The real shirt. I mean, he was sending me pictures. They had the shirt I bought. Hopefully, they're going to take for baseball shirt. Because the baseball shirt's not popular for
Oh, yeah, the baseball shirt.
I had a red and white uniform that a friend of mine still had about 10 years ago. And it shrunk. It was like a baby shirt.
Yeah, you can't fit like a bar. Yeah.
No. And it was still an XL. Now, it was like an L. But the fucking cotton had shrunk over the years. The cloth and even wear.
I had 10 years of Weekend Warriors in a baseball jersey.
Did you?
Yeah, I remember. And then after a while, 10 years after that, you can't fit them. So I wound up chucking them one time. I never should have done that. I had tons of them. Blizzard of Oz with the crosses on the back of the shirt with the tour dates, different markets and shit. Yeah, all that.
I had a friend that used to make t-shirts. He worked for the sporting goods called Rudy's. And that's what he did. He really was a stock boy, but he would fucking get high and make his shirts. And we'd all wear the same shirts to a concert like fucking fags. And I still remember for Ozzy, I wore Suicide Solution with 2 lines of coke on it. I mean, people must have thought me and my friends were fucking retarded. But thank God we're dead. Not because it was on paper, it looked like 2 joints.
Right.
But there were really 2 lines of coke. Like he forgot to put the straw next to it. But it was like, we had a shirt that said, instead of
let's see how
the front said Judas Priest, but the back would say Jesus Christ, which meant Judas Priest.
Right, yeah.
Fucking, we used to make all of these shirts, and people come up to us and go, where'd you get them? I wish I saved those shirts today. Because nobody had them. Nobody. He'd do this weird stuff where he'd cut a picture out of Tony Iommi, do this, do that. This is before computers, lady. This is my copying machine and fucking hand. And it was like, Tony Iommi, he looked like Fidel. We used to goof on him and go, who's that?
He did. Yeah.
Fidel or Black Sabbath? And we would laugh, but it didn't matter. And he would make 10 shirts for every show for us. I still remember he made them for Yes. Remember Yes? He used to come to the Garden every year. Yeah. We were kids and do like 10 fucking nights.
I was never a big Yes fan. It was too cerebral for me. I like some of this, a couple of songs, but
Roundabouts,
yeah,
all that shit.
Then they got more commercials, and All Over Alone and Hard, and all that stuff later.
I'll never forget that. I was going to see them for a while. Like, I remember going in the 8th grade, going to see them and being pissed because I had this Roots. Roots was on the same week as I'd seen like 2 nights of Roots, and I was hooked. I wanted to see what happened when they got to America. But Yes played. But Yes played like 6 nights at the Garden. The first couple of years, I went to see Yes. It was always back. And then the last 2 or 3 years, people were giving you seats. Like, Yes was coming too much.
Yeah.
Coming every year, September 14th. They came every year the week that school started. That's what I remember about Yes. Okay. They always came to the Garden September 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 5 fucking nights. Did you go see Judas Priest on the British Steel Tour, the 5 nights in a row at the Palladium?
No, I think I was living in Florida at the time.
Yeah.
1980. Yeah. So I saw him at the Meadowlands with Iron Maiden, I guess it was maybe Scream of Vengeance tour. That's the point of entry. No, I saw him earlier with Maiden with Paul Diano at that show. Right, I was Palladium. Yeah, no, at Convention Hall in Asbury.
Okay. No, you didn't see the one at the Palladium.
I don't think so. I might have
saw it. It was at the Palladium. But I don't know if they were opening up for it. That's why I asked you when you said ACBC August 4th, August 1st, 1980. I wasn't sure because it was easy peasy. I wasn't sure if it was Def Leppard touring Iron.
No, it was definitely Def Leppard because I moved like to Florida like August 28th, 1980. So I was still around in the area to see those shows before I moved. I see Black Sabbath with Dio. It's their third show ever. Right? I don't like that Dio took over Ozzy's place. I was an Ozzy guy, so I was mad. But Heaven and Hell comes out. It's a great record. So I'm like, you know what? I got to give it to him. I was rooting for it to fail. I was totally Buck Ronnie James Dio, Ozzy. I remember Miami Arena, me and my brother go, and before the show, we stop off at like some party store and we get a tablecloth, a white tablecloth, and we get a black magic marker and we make up our own sign. And we write, Ozzy is God. Dio must pray to him for forgiveness. We sneak it in the Miami Arena. It was like general admission. There was only like 3,000 people there. Sabbath was kind of on the decline then, and they were just starting to make a comeback. And we get like in the second row, and Dio comes out. They open up a War Pigs, and I'm mad. I still think Ozzy's going to come out. I still think Ozzy's going to come out for some reason. I'm like, because there was no internet back then, so you didn't know. I knew he was out of the band, but I'm like, you never know. Maybe Ozzy will come out. And all three of them come out, Bill Ward, all those guys, and then all of a sudden Dio comes out. And
little short guy.
So we're holding the banner up.
Doing all this shit, and all the generals gathered in their masses.
Yeah, and he was fucking up the song. So Ozzy had the peace signs. That was cool. Dio had the metal, the horns. They're good now, but at the time it was like, come on, man. It's a derivation of whatever it is of Ozzy. The peace signs. The peace signs were cool. So we're holding the sign up, right? And Dio come over and he look at it, he's giving us the finger. He's like, fuck you. At the sign, me and my brother holding it up and he's going to pretend like he's jerking off. Fuck you guys. By the second song, two big black security guys come here and take us, fucking bring us in the back. They bring my brother in the room. I'm like, 15 at the time, 16. They bring him in a back room like these three big guys, and they lock the door, and I'm crying. I'm like, leave my brother alone, but because they're holding me back, they wouldn't let me in there. 5 minutes later, they bring him out, bring me, they bring us to a side door, they throw us out in the fucking parking lot like garbage. We got kicked out of the show because fucking Dio was complaining over the sign. Now, I never told him. See, now I'm friends with Dio because I know Rudy. Rudy introduces me, and then he's on that metal show. I'm like, I can't tell him that story because about a year before he died, this is 25 years later, he does an article in a magazine. They go, did you get any backlash from when you replaced Ozzy? He goes, no, the fans are pretty cool. He goes, I can remember one time, it was early on the tour, there was a sign, this banner was really bugging me, something about like Ozzy is God and I got to pray to him for something. It just really was getting under my skin. It drove me crazy because there was some times with that, and I'm like, holy shit, that was the fucking my banner, mine and my brother's banner. But I can never tell Dio because I'm now kind of friendly with him. I can't go, hey, I was that fucking asshole at 60, that angry kid that was mad that you were in the band, but not Ozzy.
Everybody was. This was a very weird feeling for people because
it was for the Black Sabbath and Ozzy and Dio, it was almost like Trump Hillary. You were on one side or the other, and that was it, and you'd fucking fight somebody.
I still remember doing acid and stopping at a magazine store, and there was an article in there about Sabbath that just threw me over the loop. Like, I had nothing. I had no parents at the time. And my whole life was listening to Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath was keeping the glue together, as scary as it sounded. It was all Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. Nobody will ever tell you the reason why.
Right.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. I bought it from Hook, Line, and Sinker. I'm not going to lie to anybody and tell you that was my glue. That was my therapist. That whole album, National Acrobat, and that were keeping me together. And all of a sudden, when I saw Black Sabbath the first time, they were terrible. Ozzy was terrible, so I didn't know what to think. I left there like I lost face. Like I was never say die for it. That's like wearing a jersey to watch your team. He sucks. You gotta walk home with a fucking jersey up from everybody. Everybody on the bus was talking about that guitar player in the first band. And you're like, God damn it. But then he disappeared for a while. Nobody knew what was happening. Ozzy got thrown out of the band. Nobody knew. And then we found out they had a singer, which I always play. That was horrible. The first singer after Ozzy.
Oh, yeah, Dave Walker.
Oh, just god awful.
Yeah, he was
god awful.
Yeah,
it sounded like diarrhea.
Yeah.
And then they said something about Dio, whatever. And I remember buying Rainbow Rising and listening to it going, I don't think this is going to work. Like, this ain't going to work. This is not going to work. This Dio Ozzy collaboration, this Dio Savage collaboration is not going to fucking work. And then the album came out, and it was, it's like eating asshole. It's not kosher, but you do it anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If a chick told you, eat my asshole, I'll suck your dick, you tell them, bend over, I'll eat that fucking thing. Even if I find the peanut, whatever I find, I'm in.
Even if you don't suck my dick.
Yeah, it was something that you wanted to hate. Like, I wanted to hate Heaven and Hell.
Absolutely.
With all my heart. But it just, every time you listen to it, today, I went to cryotherapy. When I came in, I went to freeze, and the guy goes, what do you want to hear? I go, Heaven and Hell. And he goes, you haven't played that in a while, because I got to the Madonna kick.
Right.
So I'm going to throw punches, because at least in Madonna, you can dance around. But Heaven and Hell, just Heaven and Hell, I go in there, throw kicks, twists, I'm doing black flips in the fucking air. Yeah, I love that whole now today. When I left Dio, I was pissed. That drive from Philly back to North Bergen, it was a fucking long drive. It was like my future was in there.
Yeah, because he wasn't singing the songs right. No. He wasn't. And we're mad. Like, come on, sing it like Ozzy if you're going to do it.
He was trying, he couldn't. He was trying to do his interpretation. I'll never forget that when he came. He's like, generals gathered in their masses.
Yeah.
Just like witches at black masses. And we're like, oh, no.
How does Ozzy do it?
You know, like fucking a savage, like John Osborne would do it, yelling and screaming and fucking clapping and shit hanging off him. And, you know, come on, let's go, you fucking measly bastards. Put your hands together.
Yeah, are you high? So am I. Smoke those joints. Oh,
yeah. He was yelling and shit, getting it going. And it was, you know, I still remember having Live at Last. Remember when you bought the bootleg Live at Last? They had that, we talk about it all the time, East West. And by the way, by the fucking way, this happened, just so you know. I saw an ad for you coming to San Diego or whatever the fuck on Twitter last Saturday. It was a general thing on somebody else's feed or your feed.
Right.
And when I go, that's interesting, Jim's coming to town. And when I flipped over to my feed, guess what was in the picture? Picture of the building across the street from Hudson County Park. Tall building with the grinder where they sold the Martians from.
Oh, yeah.
And they go, show Jimmy Florentine this picture. And I go, let me call this motherfucker. He's come on the podcast. That's what happened. That was Saturday. Saturday or Friday. I was in that.
Yeah.
That's how weird it was. Now, 1 minute you were saying you were doing a show, and on my other thread, there was a guy that stopped at the light and took a picture of that building.
Wow.
And said, the ghost building where you and Jimmy Florentine talked about over here. No, that Black Sabbath thing was something that today, if we ever go to therapy, it'll come up. And eventually, after a year, they'll say, so what happened early on in your youth? Oh, I called my mother sucking your dick. But when Ozzy left Sabbath, it was just traumatized. It was devastating. Yeah. I mean, devastating.
Speaking of, like when Die of a Madman, the record came out, I'd have to listen to that song, Die of a Madman, before I go to school in 11th grade. I hated it. I was a bad place in my life. We just moved. I had no friends. I was in a private Catholic school in Florida. Didn't know anyone. All the kids were rich. I had long hair. They'd drive around in Mercedes. I had a shitty beat-up Volkswagen with Black Sabbath bumper stickers and Judas Priest. And I had no friends. And I would listen to that song every day to get me through it before I went to school. That fucking song is unbelievable. The song Die of a Madman, it's fucking...
The guitar on that, when he picks up the second verse on it, like it opens up slowly with like piano or something hard, and then he comes down, down. Now, here's the weird thing about that. I guess his mother taught in Burbank.
Yeah.
His mother taught guitar in Burbank. So just recently, maybe 10 years ago, I don't know, somebody who came in here and was talking about guitar lessons. It's Ed Quinn, because Ed Quinn studied with Joe Satriani. So he said, yeah, Randy Rhoads was right down the corner. Can you imagine that? Like that kid, and he taught guitar lessons. And then he joined Crying Riot. And I saw the album yesterday. I almost got it. I have it here.
The what?
the mental health.
Oh, okay, yeah,
That's
yeah.
not, he's gone by that.
Yeah, he was.
But I wanted to buy the album. What's the one he's on?
He's on, what's the one before, which Slick Black Cadillac?
Slick Black Cadillac. And
yeah, I forget what it was. It was
not
the one
a big
before.
one.
No, it wasn't. They weren't. It was big in Japan.
It was so crazy that the one I have is one of the number one selling albums of all time.
That was the first heavy metal record to hit number one in the Billboard charts. This is Quiet Riot Metal.
Oh, right, that's what it is.
Yeah, first album ever. Heavy metal.
And I gotta tell you something, between you and I as friends, and you know I love you, it drives me crazy sometimes. Whenever I hear out of these songs, bang your head, metal, it drives me crazy. Like I'm wild.
Right.
Too much.
So you guys are, to me, like, I think there's a difference between, like, I don't think you guys are fans. You sound like experts almost to me. Or you, it sounds like you were more than fans.
Well, you had to know your stuff. Like, you know, if you were going to go and you had to challenge somebody, you better know. You better be able to back it up.
You better fucking know.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to get into arguments, like, there's a bunch of shows I went to see. Like, I get people still must have been. It's like you were wrong on that date. You were close, you know, at least some of the neighborhoods. I still remember going, what was the place? I saw Missing Persons there.
Oh, I love that band.
I saw them there in 81, maybe, 82, 83, whatever the big album was popular. What was the big album? Like Walking in LA?
Yeah,
Spring Session M.
Spring Session M, yeah.
Spring Session M. I saw
a noticeable one.
Oh, my song. That opens up the fucking one. That opens it up. And I've had Raven on, who's Terry's son.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The drummer's son. He also plays two great kids on Facebook. We talk from time to time. But guess who I went to see there one night on an invite? And I'm embarrassed. It's like, you know what I'm really embarrassed about? Two things, and I'll let you go. I know you got to get back to something. But one, I didn't really like Levy when they opened. For Ozzy was really, what is this fucking junk? This is junk. This is junk. Like what we do is super, I didn't understand.
Super loud, right? It just fucking 100 miles an hour. And, yeah, I can see that.
Now I like it. Now I like Levy, and I understand what he stood for and the whole fucking deal. It's like he does a show. Eddie Trump is doing a residency at the Rainbow. Yeah. And they try to go up there and see him live. And he comes back. I thought it was every Friday. Fucking August. How we just before. So tonight.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I think he does it once a month.
Yeah, I was gonna take my wife to watch Eddie Trump. I'm like, I don't want to see Eddie Trump. I'm like, oh, yeah, I Eddie Trump. I'm gonna go watch him live and ask him some big fucking questions. Where are you? So tonight you're in San Diego.
Tonight, San Diego. Then I got Atlantic City, the new Hard Rock Casino open in Atlantic City.
How is it?
I haven't been there yet, but I'm doing 3 nights there. Howie Mandel, I guess, owns the club. It's Howie Mandel Comedy Club.
Amazing.
So August 28th through the 30th, me and Don Jameson are there. And then I'm doing the Funny Bone in Albany, September 13th to 15th.
How's my man Brown doing?
He's doing great. He's on tour with Faster Pussycat. He's up for 3 months on the tour bus. He does 20 minutes of stand-up, and he brings up the band. He's an animal. Yeah, he is. He's on the tour bus with those guys. They fucking just rage and drink like they're 20 years old. He's on it for 3 months, and he plays these rock clubs wherever they are to get like 8, anywhere between like 300 to 1,000 a night. And he does, in the crowd, he does 20 minutes of stand-up in front of those animals. And then he brings them the band.
I just want to tell you, the only guys I'm listening on my Sirius, I listen to Lithium, and what's his name? And I love your show. I love your story. You got me.
Yeah, baby.
I didn't hear from you for years, and you got a message to me. He goes, dude, I was at that show.
Oh my God. I cried. My wife got in the car. What are you crying about now?
Yeah, dog, we see. Just listen.
Fucking stories. I remember that fucking cherry bomb. I also remember when the Good Rats opened up the Aerosmith at the Garden. Somebody put a cherry bomb. Joe Perry, who fucking got off stage. I remember a lot of shit. Number last thing I want to ask you is, how much do people torture you about that metal show? Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's insane. Like,
People really, and I miss it kind of the way.
Right.
I'd watch it if I wasn't doing it. It was a great guest. I'd watch it.
Yeah, well, you know, look, we did 140 episodes. We were on for 8 years. You know, TV time, that's amazing to be on that long. And eventually, you know, the show runs its course. But meanwhile, you know, it was Viacom, the company that was the VH1 Classic owner, that just hit the bed. You know, so they had to come in and make some major cuts. And pretty much most of the original programming got cut, including our show. And to say goodbye, we're losing a fucking ton of money in this company that owns MTV, all that other shit. So it was more of a corporate decision. But people still come out. Look, me, Don, and Eddie were 3 hosts of the show, a heavy metal talk show. We have no say in the matter, like where it goes. You can't just go up to an actor. You know, do you think people go up to Jennifer Aniston like, you should get Friends on Netflix? You know, where they going up to Gandolfini after Sopranos, go, what, you ever try Showtime?
How about Hulu?
Yeah, what about Hulu? There's a new, you know, why don't you guys put it on YouTube? Do Sopranos for YouTube. You know what I mean? It's like, there's so many other people that control that. Like, we don't own the show. We just can't go, hey, my friend works at HBO. He wants the show. You know, so there's all this, you know, red tape. Once in a while, shows do come back. Absolutely. I mean, it's a niche audience. You know, we're interviewing Lita Ford. You know, we're not going to go on after UFC fighting on you know, on Spike or something like that, or USA Network, because it's a whole different audience. So if we find a channel, I don't know, at some point, but who knows? I mean, someone would have to acquire the rights from VH1, who owns the show, and have to pay them for VH1 to give them the rights, and then they could put it on their network. Remember Howard Stern did those old Channel 9 shows back in the day? They were fucking classic. They were incredible. Channel 9 owns that stuff, owns those shows. They never gave them back to Howard Stern. Wanted to buy them to put them out on DVD. They would never let. They go, nope. He probably offered them millions of dollars, and Channel 9 just said, nope, fuck you. You're not getting them. And he could never release them because they own them. So VH1 basically owns the show, Viacom. So at some point, some network is interested, they're gonna have to go to them and go, hey, here's $250,000. We have the show and all the back catalog. That's how it would work if it ever came back. I would look, we'd love it, but you know, at this point, there's nothing you could do.
Who was the coolest guy you met on the show?
I mean, we had Iommi. Every fucking Bill Ward, Steve Harris from Iron Maiden. We had Angus and Brian. We had Angus and Brian Johnson on when the Black Ice album came out, like in 2008, our first season. We interviewed those guys. I mean, that's insane.
Who's playing the guitar in the back? Like
we had different guys. Well, Ted Nugent. We had Ted Nugent on. I always say he was probably my favorite guest because I never met him. In '76 with the, you know, what was the concert that shit? When he's outside at the California Jam.
The California Jam.
Yeah, he's out there with the fucking rabbit tail, and he's got no shirt on, and his fucking hair
Hey,
all over the place. And
how you doing?
Scratch fever.
We've been waiting for you. How you living, Tim? That's the West Side. Thanks. No one gives a shit.
He was, you know, didn't talk politics or any guns or any
West
shit.
Side.
Just a funny dude talking about music, and then went up there and jammed for like the last 10 minutes of the show. Just fucking took his guitar and just jammed. It was funny because VH1, we weren't allowed to play any original music because then they have to pay rights for it. They have to pay royalties on it. They're too cheap. They didn't want to
Rabbi
pay
Rothschild.
So,
Biggest pimp ever.
Couldn't play any of their songs. Any of the guitar players couldn't play any licks to their songs because then they would have to pay a royalty to that band. They go, we're not doing that. Ted comes on. He goes, look, I want to play my songs. They go, you can't. He goes, I own all my music. They go, you still can. He goes, no, I own it. I say it's okay. You can play. They go, no, we go, look, I'll sign it. Give you a fucking piece of paper. I'll play some of my riffs. And they still wouldn't let him do it. But anyway, we were up there and jammed for 20 minutes. And I'm watching Nugent just, you know, 10 feet away.
I've
just
seen
ripping on that guitar.
thing.
It's phenomenal. And then Kirk Hammett came on with Michael Schenker.
Hey, this is a modified August 9 thing. Hey, I'm Michael
Schenker fan.
Hey, see,
so we're gonna have Michael Schenker on. He's gonna play guitar. So Eddie calls up Kirk Hammett, Eddie Trump, because he knows Kirk. He goes, hey Kirk, I'm gonna have Michael Schenker come on. If you guys want to jam together, Kirk's like, what? Yeah, I could jam
when everybody was like,
Michael Schenker's like, yeah. So Kirk goes, I'll come there for free, whatever. He flew to New York, and they fucking jammed. Yeah, so because he was such a big Michael Schenker fan, he was geeking out, and we had him together, and they both played. They worked something out before the show, and just fucking.
What are your words for either man?
Too.
Predictable.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my favorites, man. Without a doubt.
The music
legend.
was taking me back, and you're always welcome.
You know how many people come up to my comedy shows and go, dude, I heard you on Joey's podcast. It's fucking great. I go, you two guys, it's fucking up. Because you tell these stories like there's no way it's true. He goes, but we know they are. When you first hear them, like, there's no way that happened. This is
why when I heard the Cherry Bomb, like, don't be afraid. I'm going to be in Huntsville at Levity Live next Thursday night. And then Friday and Saturday, I am in motherfucking Nashville.
Somebody thought that is what it was.
I got Atlantic City next week, August 28th.
At the Hard Rock.
I got Albany, I got Cuyahoga Falls in Ohio. I got some Florida dates. I'm doing Miami, Boca. So JimFlorentine.com, my book, Everybody Who's Off Lips At You, is in stores and it's on Amazon.
I love you guys. Have a great weekend. Stay black, and don't forget, if you need some supplements, always go to Onyx.com for Papa Brain, True Text, and Text Sports, and Technique. Listen,
everybody knows that Rabbi made this song up spur of the moment. No one knew he was singing it, and then sang. And now all the kids in school singing.
So go to fucking Onyx.com and press in. Church.
Rabbi's the best. Everybody loves Rabbi. Everybody loves them, or them, or insurance, whatever you want them to be. Rabbi's the best.
Whatever you need.
We'll be right back.
Rabbi's the best. Low and ease to $80. The Superitos to 120 to Cycle 2.0.
Never been a
We
better
got you
person
covered. Go to
ever.
FujiSports.com right now and press in. Church.
Still the insanity at every point. Oh, hey dog.
Have a great weekend. Jim Florentine, thank you again for coming on. JimFlorentine.com.
Yeah, and then my podcast coming up.
Very cool, very
And I'm a big fan of what you guys love you, Jim.
Everyone thought that was so cool. Oh, everybody.
Stay black. Kick this fucking wheel.
That's cool that they play that in front of that shit. Hey, everybody. It's the fucking power. Yo, dog. Rabbi is the best person ever. Everybody knows the Rabbi song. Which one? All of them. Rabbi's the best. That's the lady from that show. All American Girl. Everybody loves that show. It's Margaret Children from All American Girl. Everybody loves that show about being Korean in America called All American Girl. And it took place in San Francisco. Yo, dog, whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paperboy, and evening TV. You miss your old familiar friends, waiting just around the bend. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a heart, I'm here and hold on to. Everywhere you look, everywhere there's a place. Somebody who needs you. When you're lost out there, you're all alone. The light is waiting to carry you home. Everywhere you look, everywhere you look, you found medicine. It's a rare condition in this day and age to read and to read good news on the newspaper page. Loving's condition, a rare desire. Some people claim that this is harder to find. Well, I must have some magic too inside these gentle walls. Well, all I see is a tower of dreams, a real love bursting out every scene. Days go by. It's the bigger love of the family. That was the sickest song in the history of mankind. No one ever thought there was a better song than that. That song ever. It's a rare condition in this day and age to read any good news on the newspaper page. The loving condition of a rare design. Some people think it's harder to find. Well, I just must be some magic too inside these gentle palms. Sometimes seems in a tower of dreams. Real love worse than I'd ever seen. It's the bigger love of the family. It's a rare condition in this day and age. Leave any good news on newspaper page. Love and condition for the rare design. Some people claim it's just hard to find. But there just must be some magic too inside these gentle walls. But sometimes see this tower of dreams. Real love worse than I've ever seen. Days go by. It's the bigger love of the family. Welcome to cake.com. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. It's a rare condition in this day and age. Read any good news on the newspaper page. Love and condition of the brand design. Some people claim that this is hard to find. There just must be some magic too inside these gentle walls. Sometimes see this tower of dreams. Real love first not ever seen. The day is gone by. Big love family. It's a rare condition in this day and age to read any good news on the newspaper page. A love and condition of the bad design. Some people claim that it's just harder to find. And there's just must be some magic too inside these gentle words. And some people feel this tower of dreams will be another burst that I'd ever seen. It's the bigger love and it's a rare condition in this day and age. Being a newspaper page. Love and condition in the band of the make you there just must be some magic too inside these gentle walls. And some people think this tower of dreams. The real love is bursting on every scene. Days go by. It's the biggest love of the family. It's a rare condition in this day and age to read any good news on that newspaper page. The love and condition of the rare design. Some people claim that it's just harder to find. But there just must be some magic too inside these gentle walls. Some people claim there's power in dreams. Yeah, just about everything. Ah, it's bigger love. It's a rare condition in this day and age. Reading good news on a newspaper page. Love and condition of the rare design. Some people think it's just how they find. Well, there just must be some magic too inside these gentle walls. And some people see in this tower of dreams, real love bursting out of every scene. Days ago, afar, it's the bedroom love family. It's a rare condition in this day and age to read any good news on the newspaper page. Love and condition of the rare desire. Some people claim that it's just harder to find. Well, there just must be some magic too inside that gentle wall. Well, some people claim it's hard to see. Real love a bursting out of every scene. Coach Bobby Jr. 23. What up, man? Hey, everybody. Days go by. Coach Mob Pimp. Coach Mob Pimp. Coach Mob Pimp Jr. W. What are you doing? Days go. The bigger of the family. It's a revelation in this day and age. To read any good news on a newspaper page. Condition. Oh yeah, fuck you, that server error, pimp. That server error sucks. What is that server error shit? Ain't nobody got time for that. What is this bullshit? Hey, what is this bullshit? Hey, what is this bullshit? Hey. Server error. Go fuck yourself. Server error. Go fuck yourself. Feel free to join the Discord. All day earlier. Sideline, kitchen. Greatest motherfucker in the history of mankind. This motherfucker's name is Rabbi. Join this fucking thing. My gang. Rabbi Rothschild is here.
Scotty Scheffler adds gold to his green jackets. Scotty Scheffler is an Olympic champion.
You got options. No, but I literally can't see any of my fucking receivers.
Oh! Let's go!
Your sister is going to go now.
Yo, this home field advantage is dog shit.
Bobby King. And it's going to be a world record for the Americans. It's the Olympics! And the Patrick Dover photo finish comes by it.
Currently, the United States leading the way in total medals. China still leading the way in gold. The United States just in Silver Cup, the United States men have remained consistent in their quarterfinal match against Brazil. They last won a medal in the 2016 Rio Games.
What's up, Coach Bob Jr. 23? Go to. Coolest motherfucker of all time. Give me that shit. Fuck you, motherfucker.
What is going on with some of y'all? Look, some of you guys really got to figure this shit out, man. You know what? I don't really know. Like, guys, it's supposed to be a community building. And, you know, I know you guys are ride or die. I appreciate you guys, man. You know, no one's in trouble. Everything's fine. I'm just saying, man. myself included, dude, I try to be a man to people, and I try to like put myself out there and be relatable, so I can be liked by my peers. What I've learned, and you know, this was the biggest mistake about my brain. I can't sit up on this fucking platform and talk about, you know, the jokes that I make and then preach my recovery side. There's this big disconnect because people aren't understanding. When I'm live on stream making a total jackass out of myself for no human reason, the human reason is that I'm live and it's my job to be entertained or to do whatever I perceive as to be entertained. And people aren't understanding this, so often they'll say, well, look at the way that look what you're doing. And then I have to tell them, motherfucker, it's the job. So by me having to constantly do that, it's just weighing down the whole recovery message. And I realized that we just can't do that. So we have to pick one or the other. So the recovery message, unfortunately for now, is just going to have to take a backseat. The whole podcast thing, and that's Tanner. She's taking a freaking breather for now. I'm going to do monkey app, get my hours, and I got a 3-hour head start. No, it's not the same. And no accountability. What do you mean no accountability? I do have accountability. I am taking accountability. This is me taking accountability. I'm saying I can't run an edgy stream, an edgelord stream, and then preach sobriety or try to share my message. And then, try to tell people, success tips or sobriety tips, and then go get blasted and take Adderall on stream, and then have to tell this person I'm doing this because this formula works for me. And it's as corny as it sounds, I'm a trained professional in a controlled environment, and I'm doing this because I found this formula that greatly works and benefits me, but this could greatly harm and hurt you if you try this. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't have the time to sit here and tell this to that person. I'm very privileged to be in this position and don't.
Hook it up, motherfucker. West side. Hook it up, mother. Huh? What is this horseshit? Look at this one. Put that accept West side. Hit that accept West side.
To discuss about one another, but I'm not sure they have any bearing on how they're playing now or the match today. Podcast preview.
Nancy Caceres is one of the most influential advocates for
Totals is getting the references. All of my education is based off of references. Smoke weed every day. You're amazing on the podcast. That's how you learned about me. Thank you. I love you. Yeah, that's all. I know which podcast you're talking about to see that many stars. I know exactly which podcast you're talking about.
To get that many strikes. It's on the West Side Bank!
Much love. Maybe it always attracts me. So wait, you mean I should be like streaming all of the dishes that I need to clean? There's a lot of dishes. I assume it was what's in there.
Let's see everything. Yeah. Look 24. Look 420. What's up? What's up? Come on. Fuck, man. West side. I would say west side. I would say west side.
On that particular list is busybody bitches who talk too much.
Oh yeah, motherfucker, west side. Thanks. I know what podcast you were referencing. With that many stars. Herbs. Yo, dog. I thought you were going for a week. How are you, big dog? Welcome back. How you been? Well, I'm glad you said hello. Weren't you going to be gone for a week? Please do. We're here for you. We want updates on your dad whenever you can give them. Dog, you're going to get through this. Aiden Ross just had Donald Trump on Kick, and it's the most amount of people I've ever seen use Kick ever. Aiden Ross had 500 people in his chat. It's a lot of people. Gave him, yeah, one of these things. Aiden Ross gave Donald Trump a Rolex and a Cybertruck. Yes, sir.
Dangerous. The first part of 10. Tuesday night.
No, I don't know what those are.
Valley, Western and all the Allen Valleys, Santa Clarita.
This I have played.
Now I've never seen that. I'll have to check it out.
Golf complex in Sacramento, not named Mount Pagan.
I don't even know who it was named. Look. This is one guy who was getting ready to golf there. The plane eventually came
Biggest
to rest
event
and
ever.
just spins around on its belly and comes to rest just outside.
Have you watched any of the Olympics?
Image to the pro shop. I mean, pretty extensive to the airplane itself. No away from the crowd. They cut.
In field hockey? So India's the gold medal team for field hockey? Who else is good at field hockey? Oh, okay. Anybody else?
He was a breeder.
I got it.
14 states.
I got it.
LA area. They're all going.
Really?
They said all of them.
That's pretty impressive.
He said Pete as a 3-year-old on the East Coast. The latter becoming one. I'm sorry.
Fill it in information that doesn't need to be pulled into my head.
Okay.
From day one. Although the fair didn't. Somebody bought the Orange County lottery ticket at the lottery ticket booth last week. They partnered with local vendors to operate the fair booths. Does the in this case was.
Damn, son. Did you drink any coffee? I mean, did you smoke any cigarettes?
He was 75, married.
Hell yeah, dog.
Megan's first wife. I bet you
That's weird.
gross.
Back in the old days, they didn't have
Rules.
So you like football? You like hockey? What else do you like in India?
It was like the Cougars in the mountains before the bridge has been built.
Junior too. LA to take on the Phillies tonight. First 7:10. Listen to 570 LA Sports. Stream all the games in HD. Maybe you might have to use the keyword AM570.
You're amazing at mini games.
The tropical storm Debbie is causing.
Ran the stop sign and crashed into an SUV. That crash happened just before. Possible. Hezbollah commander was killed in Beirut last week for the assassination of a Hamas.
That's correct.
North Korea state media says leader Kim Jong received ceremony.
Word dog. A friend of mine who I wasn't expecting until the 8th came back, and I've been helping him. He's getting on his feet. And then I've been in a couple interviews, and I really have to do what my main thing that I do, even though it doesn't seem like it's a lot, is I have to make sure that these robots are going. If the robots are going, people know who I am. people randomly come in here, people complain about me on their stream, and then they start spamming my chat. Whenever I have these robots going, I have life. If these robots aren't going for any reason, then nobody's paying attention to me. So it's important that I keep these robots going all the time, ensure that they are always spamming. They're spamming efficiently and accurately. When they get banned, I have to restart them. And that's about the only thing I have to do is just make sure that when these things are going, that they are efficiently following, they're creating clips, they're spamming, they're moving on to the next person, and if they ever run into any issues, I just have to restart them. Correct. So basically, with 4 presses of a button, like with the one, I have 4 laptops, and all I have to do is press one button on each laptop, and the robots go, and they create an account, they follow people, they create clips of the people, they spam my Discord in the clip name, and they spam the person's chat with my information, and then they quickly move on to the next person. And little by little, people find out who I am, people find out what I do, and it's just a matter of time. I keep doing this, more and more people find out about me. I mean, you found out about me from Straight Savage, and where there's a Frosty for every Straight Savage, there's somebody else for another streamer. And little by little, I just keep growing. My community keeps growing. And one day, somebody's going to see as much information as I have. You looked it up the other day. When you look up Bible Rabbi, all my different accounts, right? So you know, I have more content than any person. It'll take a long time for people to go through everything that I've done. And I'm excited for that. Well, I don't want to get banned either. I've been banned far too many times.
I volunteer with United Way to help the homeless in my community learn computer skills and build a basic resume. I don't just wear the shirt, I live it. Give, advocate, brought to you by United Way and Council.
You know what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio is always free to listen to your favorite
What'd you say?
podcasts, artist radio playlists, and more?
Yeah, just one moment.
There's a next level iHeartRadio experience as well. iHeartRadio All Access, where you can
All right, go ahead.
enjoy unlimited skips, download all your music to your phone to listen, connection, and so much more.
Okay.
Experience is like. Why not? Open the iHeartRadio for your free. You can try.
Okay.
Plus so much more with iHeartRadio All Access. Radio, podcasting, all in one.
Your iHeartRadio
Okay.
everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio.
What makes you feel like this is accurate?
iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. With the big while you're in stations and your iHeart voice control, easy navigation. iHeart or with voice control. Cover art on the screen. Your iHeartRadio account for seamless devices, stations, and podcasts. TV. iHeartRadio It's expected to be completed by 2027.
How long does it take to put together?
I could see that.
Show. I can make my front yard a cemetery tonight, but 4 to 7 p.m. And on the
Right.
So spectacular to watch is the realization that not only do you need physical prowess, be there mentally. You cannot
can't be distracted.
Mind-body connection.
Yep. Coronation.
That certainly could happen.
Officials will happen Monday night. Her party is expected to announce tonight. It's Friday, but this is, of course, the, I guess, officially nominated at the convention coming up in Chicago, starting on the 19th. Be of specialist musician system. Fueled hundreds of fights, rock cities across the nation over the last week. The Prime Minister held a
Okay.
meeting with enforcement officials. Tunnels that are housed was stabbing rampage.
Tropical storm fall as Category 1 hurricane. Salt. Alex news about the
Oh.
She's in the that number of cancellations.
That's wild. That's wild.
So there's definitely the wind in it. It's what they're battling. 100 so today, 4,500. It goes Atlanta, Chicago,
Right.
JFK, Newark. There. Houston, Georgia. Airport outside of the U.S. with cancellations, number-wise.
Yeah, I do.
It's, this thing is
Welcome, welcome. How you living, pimp? Yo, dog. Is that Jacob? Hell yeah, it is. What's good? So let me ask you. We didn't get a chance to talk. Okay, now I am familiar with this theory that you espoused regarding one former president and also potential. It is, but they didn't really talk like about. Did any of like? Did he lose a chunk of ear? It doesn't seem like he did. Yeah, but you know what the odds of that are? I mean, I agree with you. That's what it seems like. Fuck yeah. You could shoot me this afternoon. That's like a fucking bloody nose. Well, I don't know exactly what happened there. I have a lot of questions, and they are not.
calmer. Also, at the power outages that they say between Florida, there are a couple in there are Money County, Florida than that. Now, Jefferson County, the same thing. We've got about 10,000 customers every single. Mixtape caught up on all the news. There's a slip said industry. Is this a crisis or
Yeah, that's pretty standard. Yeah, that's pretty standard. Wherever the president or anyone under Secret Service, they have tactical snipers positioned or in the area. Just for that reason, if they have to do counter sniper attack against somebody. Guy Corey, I don't know. Yeah. He was a firefighter. Corey Campolazzo.
Anti-government protests.
Campator. Corey.
But they turn violent as protesters come. Forces, internet, mobile data service. Nearly killed in the violence. Chat. Open AI.
Well, and there are so many people videos of him on the roof before he starts shooting, and they're like, "Hey, what's going on here?" The guy's name is Corey Comparator. Shout out to Corey Comparator. Yeah, it's wild. And it's just like, I hate that word. I just think that there's a lot of unanswered questions. It's definitely something that leaves a reasonable person to ask many questions like, why was there such a failure? Why isn't there more accountability being taken? Well, and that one lady holding on for dear life, there's been one person who lost their job. That's it. And she just resigned. So she gets all her benefits and everything. Exactly. Hit.
Married to that name. The point is, bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2020.
Well, oh, did you go check it out?
Free iHeartRadio app. Really good. We're all behind them.
How long a drive is it? How long a drive is it to Missouri? That definitely worth it if it's better quality. Wow.
Podcast for free. The iHeartRadio app. Number
Yeah, Camps keeps you on top of hot. Problem for us. Bigger profits for many corporations, and more. Research shows that a whopping 83% of people used to market. Inflation is the major cause of have been increasingly flocking to more and companies. Right. So fine. And that's what's happened. For national wisdom. What's in the ocean? It's a great. It's also yourself while driving. Daily yard.
Have you ever thought? Have you ever thought of buying a psilocybin mushroom kit? This is the world. No, everybody on Earth can hear you. Okay. Okay, very well. All right. How about you, Frosty? Do they have psilocybin mushrooms where you live?
Interest rates for their scheduled
Very cool.
situation room. Hour and a half. Wrong. Of course, wrong. Major injured horse and then Hamas on just a short.
After 10 days, highest rated movie ever. Not continue to steamroll through theaters, collecting 97 million weekend. Raised to 390. What do you think that was? Now, this held the record.
13th.
Yeah. Forget that was an hour movie. Came
Aerosmith says Stephen. I mean, it's what man he spent. Yes. Never came out. And he came out with Green, maybe something like that. Real introduction to Aerosmith. Too young. Anyway. Yeah. Family that and I think it's my first. I like it. Was this Pump? It's like a doll. What Janie's. But for me, it was. Get a grip, I was right. So living on the edge. Great. New songs I didn't even know were Aerosmith. Yeah, that was the weird thing. Once you build them, or right, treat the song that brought us up. Then you had Love, you had Bruce Willis. You'll ring God, save the planet. You should have done that. All right now. Big Hall of Fame. You need a winning band. Cramp. And into the fights. Some other journeys. The key. And Cook. Either pursuit. Doing Neil. At the journey. Express card. At 950. 9,000. In this $15 hotel. The express. Chartered private jets, hired. And then block pay journey. This just sounds like band stuff. We're arguing about corporate credit. We took our corporate. Say this. Not on that. No, this is fingerprints. Yeah. We were like, when I think they left first, but we're like, oh no, I got throw a car. No.
So we're talking down the week. That's coming up.
Gary has the news. At least 4 people after dropping in. Walking out with a $20,000 from McCarty's jewelry. Cops say the guy is wiping the watch. Descriptions of the couple. Olympics and acceptance roster countries not sick following the initial triathlon races. Gives the infection. Southland weather, KFI, it's hot. From the Southern California Toyota. Now let's go places.
Right amount of Vista having got a brand new. They're making their way over the shoulder right now. You know, Milliken, they're holding. Westman. In Westminster, the 20 directions between the 405 and Fountain. California's only airborne track.
That's right. We are bringing you the tea from Mary every single day.
We're married to that name, but what's going on?
Everything you need going on.
Me and TJ on American. Amy and TJ.
Hearing R&B's. So. Chili, the party. They made the announcement Friday saying tire clears, even tire damaged. Mangled his vocal cords while on the working the band. Finding Scott's around, his voice will never sound the same. They said they're grateful beyond words for everyone's support. Thank you. Bay fall. TMZ reports workers found the star inside a pool and said he had an incident and had been hospitalized as a precaution. Olympics. And actor Wesley Snipes claiming 2 Guinness World Records for his appearance over the record for the longest career as a 6 years after the first time. How long is that between? It's entertainment.
Now, on TV.
By the debut of Murder. Rain is the new comics anime. And on Apple. And on HB. What? An epic, those about starring Anthony Hopkins. And number 4. The top. Starring on FX on Hulu. 2 weeks in a row is presumed innocent. Call plus your
Streams of the Elon impatient is more.
The device.
first on the internet.
Google is pulling shows a father and Gemini was running during the Olympics and criticized Olympic athlete. That is says to use and other reports that the Facebook and Instagram dollars to start. ABC.
They sent her to Mexico to clean up that mess, and she just didn't want to do it. Well, why do you think she can have a friend? Zero in this country. Time on
Yes.
runner who got
Fourth, at least struck. He's the he's on his actually that one, which is a big black, but they were a bomb guy's guest house and that made it under a run.
It's air base in Iraq, of course, at a house with U.S. troops. At least Assad based. In, of course, we're watching. And this guy named has been killed. It's but this is not getting. We go deeper.
Gary and Shannon will continue with our mixtape. What a pivot.
What up? How you living, pimp? What up, baby? Hope you're amazing. How's that going? You brought some what with you? Oh, smoke. I thought you said smut. I was like, damn, dog, you got a problem. You can't. If you're like old school and you got a hustler and a penthouse, like, damn, son. Like, you're gonna like. I was so like I was just very inquisitive on this topic. Like, if you are just so open about your porn addiction, am I doing the wrong thing? Should I have smut? Right. Exactly. So you're just like in the car, and what do you do if you get pulled over? All right, but I mean, don't you worry like if they pull you over? Well, it's not legal. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know how they were.
Much cheaper than that. You're right. If you get into deeper into playoffs or something than that, was that about how the music industry appears to have kind of peaked. It's going to be a problem. Tanked executives were Baltimore University.
You have beaches?
Subscriber music streaming services that Apple and Amazon.
How far are you from the Mississippi? An hour? Wow, you're right in that area. Do you get any flooding? Oh, you get a lot of.
Cord cutting. Wall Street already knew that streaming had kind of played down the risk, and when Bob Iger said as much on
Are you near that one part of Kentucky? There's like, it's like an island.
It's not shrinking. Streaming to iHeart.
Yeah, that. Yeah, are you near Kentucky Bend?
Their business growing quickly because both area streaming is.
So if there's like that New Madrid earthquake, you are fucked.
So, but they got to get out of it.
Very cool. How far is the Kentucky Bend from you? Have you ever been there? Yeah, I got you. There are only 9 people who live there. That's 9. At least that's what the population states. Seems like it's a really interesting place. Right. It was like. Of any place in the United States, it would be there. And the Yellowstone caldera. Yeah. Hey, just a heads up. The Noahide philosophy is 7 laws, not 13. But laws are 7, not 13. Excellent. And when it comes to this, the Richter scale, at least on this, can you get an 11? I get what you're saying. So it looks like the scale ends at 10, but if anything that would be a 10, it's exactly what you're talking about, the New Madrid fault. If they ever had to make it an 11, it would be for that. It says a magnitude 11 earthquake is not physically possible on the Richter scale. Richter scale limitations. I know you were just saying it just to say it, but it's interesting to me. What's really interesting about the Richter scale to me is it's logarithmic, basically like a magnitude 6 is not twice as big as a magnitude 3. It's like huge amounts more. Do you know? I'm gonna look up the New Madrid quake, New Madrid fault. Do you ever get earthquakes? Do you ever get earthquakes? We have micro earthquakes, but I mean, do you ever feel them? Wow, I did not know this. That the New Madrid seismic zone is the largest earthquake in recorded history between December of 1811 and February 1812. And this says, much along the lines that you had said, that it had an estimated magnitude of 8 to 11. So at least on here, they're saying you can go to 11, but on other websites, it's saying it only goes to 10. But yeah, apparently on February 7th, 1812, this is the largest event of the series with an estimated magnitude from 8 to 11, struck near New Madrid, Missouri at 4:45 a.m. The earthquake destroyed the town of New Madrid and caused widespread damage across the region. So it just fucking wiped it out. Damn. So this thing isn't like an old caldera or whatever. It's like still active. That's huge. That's huge. 18. That's ridiculous. 1812 is not that long ago. The two big things they always talked about were the Yellowstone caldera and the New Madrid fault. And it's like if I understand correctly, it's related to like the fault itself has to do with why the Mississippi River is where it is because of it's like splits right there. That it isn't exactly where it splits, but all that shit is really related. And then, as I understand, the reason why they even have the Kentucky Bend is because of that earthquake occurring. It's wild shit. One thing I've always been surprised. Right. Right. It flowed backwards for a little while or something, right? I didn't look that one up. I've heard that. Feel the Mississippi River flowing back. All right. So what's it saying? Historical event. The Mississippi flowing backward. Yeah, it happened then. 1811, 1812. Specifically on February 7th, 1812, the most violent earthquake caused a fluvial tsunami in the Mississippi River, making it flow in reverse for several hours. That's fucking wild. Do you know how much water is coming? There's so much water coming down from like Minnesota all the way down, and then to make it all go in the opposite direction, that's just ridiculous. Yeah, the earthquakes created a sudden dam several feet high near the bottom of the river loop near New Madrid. It's New Madrid though, don't they say it kind of weirdly? I've heard New Madrid. Oh, they say New Madrid. Okay, but then don't they say Missouri? Don't they say Missouri? All right. This damming, there you go. This damming effect reversed the river's flow, allowing water to back up and flow upstream. The event was so dramatic that boatmen on flatboats reported surviving this experience and living to tell the tale. Within accounts from the time, they described the horror as great waters washed upon previously dry land. The river's reversal was temporary as it eventually found a new route and resumed its normal flow. The event was part of a larger set of earthquakes that devastated thousands of acres of virgin forest, creating two temporary waterfalls in the Mississippi and drowned the inhabitants of an Indian village. Notable consequences: the earthquakes and subsequent river reversal had significant impacts on the region. The event led to the forced relocation of Native American tribes, including the Trail of Tears, as the U.S. government sought to open up new land for settlement. The earthquakes also changed the course of the Mississippi River, creating new channels and oxbow lakes that remain visible today. Do you ever go to those oxbow lakes? Yeah, those seem cool. What'd you call it? The Dixie Alley? And it's pretty hilly where you are. Hilly? Hilly? It has hills? Exactly. Oh, very cool. They call that an out and back? Very cool. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Out and back roller coaster. Out and back refers to the layout of a roller coaster. An out and back coaster is one that climbs a lift hill soon after leaving the station, races out to the far end of the track after the initial drop, performs a 180-degree turn, and then returns to the station. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So these are like the traditional. Very cool.
I'm not going to argue with that. So they had a plan to replace the old jail with this new jail mental health facility.
And they made the new Twister based on your area. Did you see the new Twister movie? Did you see the new? Did you see the new Twister? Did you see that Donald Trump was on Aiden Ross's stream? So that was today at like a couple hours ago. Aiden Ross gave him a Rolex and gave him a Cybertruck. Yeah. So if you just go, what up, dog? So yeah, I mean they did that for a few seconds, but they did a thing where they went and they like showed a picture of the world leaders and asked Trump what his opinion was on like they went through like Joe Rogan, Dana White, what he thought of himself, what he thought of Kim Jong Un, and Xi Jinping, and who else did they do? I don't remember them doing Biden, Kamala. Who? Oh, they did Zelensky. They didn't do. I didn't remember them doing Kamala or Biden because I was looking forward to that, but they didn't do either of them. And then, so this is how the interview went, as I saw it. They were at Mar-a-Lago. They sat in like two chairs with the camera facing them. There was like a crowd behind them, and they just did like an interview. Aiden Ross endorsed Trump for the presidency. Then they went through some pictures of these guys, and then Aiden Ross gave him a Rolex. They went through a couple more of the pictures, and then they went and toured the Cybertruck, and then they listened to a whole bunch of like oldies in the Cybertruck, and then they got out and did that little dance, and then that was the end of it. But it's the most amount of people I've ever seen on Kick at one time. So that's kind of a cool thing. As you know, it's a growing. Dude, Trump had these bots that came into people's chats yesterday. I'd never seen them. I've never seen such powerful bots before. They just came in and spammed and left really quickly. It was just incredible how quickly it went. They would spam like 100 people at once, way more than any other person I've ever seen. Anyway, I would say that it was good for the Kick platform. I'm sure it was good for Trump to get out to that audience. And Trump had said that he like his sons had told him how big an interview this was with Aiden Ross, but he didn't really know it. I would say it's a pretty big interview. They had everybody on the platform who was watching it at the same time, and he had 500,000 people watching it at once. So it's something. I mean, I don't think he's going to win, but I nevertheless think that it's good for the platform. Oh, yeah, definitely. I think that his media company will be really big someday.
No, he has Trump Media Enterprises as well. Let me find the exact name of it. It's Trump Media and Technology Group, TMTG, and it's going to be really big someday. Oh, it is the owner of Truth Social, but it's also a bunch of other stuff too. Yeah. That's the thing that went public like not that long ago and had a really good initial public offering. It looks like it's worth like, well, it looks like Donald Trump owns 60. Pardon me? Perhaps. I mean, I'm sure they're going to fuck with it, but I could see it being like CNN's play. I could see it being really big. Especially once Donald Trump dies and it becomes like a legacy media. Did you see what's going on in the United Kingdom? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty unreal. I wonder if that's going to spread to the United States. It seems like it pretty easily could. We had an assassination attempt against a presidential hopeful. We had within 8 days a president stepped down, basically, and another vice president like take over everything and like raise like $500 million over the course of like 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden they've got this stuff going on in the UK. I could very easily see that transition over here. Trump did say well, I'm wondering if it would be something. I mean, there's a global stock market crash currently happening. It's just there's a lot perfect. It's like a perfect storm for that kind of summer of love rioting or whatever you want to call it, protesting. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. It does have the ingredients. I don't think it will, but you never know. But I don't think it will. Word. To my man Frosty. Frosty, do you have psilocybin mushrooms in India? I gotcha. Where do you get weed in India? How tight is that?
We are 605 in Norwalk. On the 22, it is closed both directions between the 405. Your access in the
to the westbound airborne traffic.
That's right. We are bringing you every single day.
To that name, but the point
You need to know that's going on in your first 20.
for your free art. Start listening.
Top TV streams.
History Sunny. History of Good Girls. Netflix. DC Comics. Theater on Amazon. On HBO, and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. Peacock.
Absolutely. Talk to you later, man.
On Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Hillel Tuck and Sex on Hulu.
Tell me every single. Tell me every single one of them.
Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus. Top stream show.
On iRadio. Did you know that iRadio all your favorite FM stations nationwide for free? Stations us built my station with the least of type in the name of your play. We'll take it based on the best music from that. It's all is presented like Pandora. Stations are constantly being in on hand and down songs. Station to your exact taste. Check it out today. Music radio.
Yeah.
Art radio everywhere. Some ways to video it. Go. Android app and radio.com. Here's another way. App comes alive in your with a seamless way to play. Find face with to limit driver distraction. No need to download. Prepare your iPhone with your dash, and if car automatically, every free now. Art radio anywhere you want.
Yes, I do.
She could have. Everybody would have been fine, and she would have had some of her dignity. Why do we have to sit through Nancy May saying, that's cool? We didn't have to hear that. We could have just started at the beginning, and just had her fill out her resignation in those first 5 minutes. 7 to 10 p.m.
What did you say? What did you say?
Yes. The wood spine.
You ended the world?
They are going to build. Just was the main central jail. Jail.
details on that later. They now me in eight court voted in dollars on a replacement. But they weren't going to call it a jail. They were going to call it a consolidated correctional treatment facility run by the Department of Health instead of the Sheriff's Department. But help us Elise talking about
I think so.
it's still walls. It's still preventing people from
That's a lot to put down. You're right.
You're stealing things.
Do you have a dog?
Nuisance and hazard. Why is it? I believe.
Oh, cool. So you had a Shih Tzu? Custard the Shih Tzu, and now he lives with your sister. Is he a better dog now?
Correctional treatment facility. Then they decided they would
Wow.
something named the mental health treatment facility.
You Good on you. Good on you. Good on you.
Sentenced to jail in LA County. Now the fires, broken toilets, sick drains with think about that. Cells covered in feces. He wants to they smear feces all over their own room. They have a room to live in, right? Jail cell. Now, does anyone out there do this? Do you do this in your living room or your bedroom? You smear feces on the wall. When people come over your house.
Do you see that there's a global stock market crash?
Well, we can go into the rooms, the jail cells of these insane inmates.
Japan's Nikkei index.
Inspectors have gone to this jail and found a large group of these were the jailers, the sheriff's deputies watching a sexually explicit video instead of tending to a suicidal inmate who had a off noose in his cell. So apparently the deputies assigned to Central Jail don't do their jobs. And instead of forcing
All right. If that's what you want, we'll do our best to make that happen. If that's how you want to end it.
fires and broken toilets and cleared out,
If that's what you want.
kill the rats, put out the fires, fix the out of the drains.
Consider it forgotten. Consider it forgotten.
Jail and send the prisoners out to torture us every day. They're spending the day quarantined. Suicidal inmate. Fire. People do their jobs. Why doesn't Hilda Solis quit? Because this is not going on in other counties and states around the country. This is not California, the city of Los Angeles.
They're already on speed dial for you, dog.
With the most ridiculous ideology in their head that I have never seen. I have never seen this. I lived in New Jersey. I lived in New York. I lived in
Have you ever seen the UFO?
I've never heard of this before. Nobody. I talk to my friends all over the country. This doesn't exist.
Wow. That's why.
Francisco Clarion. There is really serious.
So you saw a UFO a couple weeks ago, and it looked like an L. Ron Hubbard craft. Where was it?
Police have arrested 19 people at a home in Costa Mesa in response to numerous complaints about squatters. Drugs and transient type.
Pardon me? Not maybe in 20 years.
New image has been released by the Brendan Instagram over.
Responsible. We need to pay for their actions.
Black or three people, one was paralyzed and killed. Drove a side called police. Police say gas leak was also discovered. Police say they shot it who they thought was the Google search engine has illegally exploited its
That's wild shit.
stop on competition and stifle innovation. It is nearly a year out. Again, by investment, Google search engine. Billion queries. The volume from 12. We're going to go to the 5 next.
Wants to buy your car. A good car. Pickup truck. An exotic car. It's the entire collection. GM TVs. Cars. And an offer on your it's well above any dealer quote. Guaranteed to beat a CarMax offer, or they're going to send you a check for $100. GiveMeTheVin.com. America's best car buyer. GiveMeTheVin.com.
Do you use Twitter/X? Why did it get suspended? For being too cool? What did you post? What did you? What did you? That'll do it.
Before Firestone Boulevard, they played direct to the shoulder, and in Hawthorne, 405 North Manic Trail, Segundo Boulevard, got a brand new accident. The three left lanes are going to be blocked. Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Jenny Harman.
Hey there, folks. Maybe Robot.
We are bringing you tea from Perry every single day.
Yeah, T from Perry. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, what time was it?
Paris.
Listen to Amy and TJ on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search.
Do you like Andy Warhol?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 radio and podcast from our library. 50,000 titles. Here's an preview.
When picture, I would say the early 90s. She was with her for a while.
Was she introduced to you as the fan club president?
Yes.
She was hired as an employee for Serena in her stores.
She asked me, she said, Yolanda, I don't know what's going on with my businesses, but I need somebody to pay attention to my business. This is not the first time. She offered me a job. Little by little, she just worked her way in, and everything that she needed, she started taking over everything. And I think after a while, she was even doing her books, her bank accounts, everything. Did you ever get a bad feeling from her? Yes, because I knew she didn't like me. She didn't like me being around Selena.
I saw Yolanda running at
What'd you say?
Scanners. Yolanda's claims secret.
So, guys in Texas, follow this podcast for free. Podcasts all in one. KFI.
Live.
Relating time. KFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Oh, you know what I went to?
One time.
No, this year's art. It was fashion.
Yeah. Wow, that's wild.
So you definitely would like it. So, so let's talk more about what we discussed in the first half hour, which is the board. I'm building a new one. Really? 5 years they've been talking. Actually, 1,000 less inmates than they did in 2019. 5,000. About people interested in taking care of their own lives. Stuff.
I don't. What do we do? We have care for our home. Commit any crimes. We have to block relatively small and mental patients. Offer them help. These people, what do you do when they keep refusing? Idiots. It's part of his. Don't want. I don't believe it's once. No, really. A lot of people that are so
Right.
crazy, so drunk, they don't want help. We're getting it. Is it a difficult? Is it's not re-elected? Change their people have been looking at them the last. So since June 28th Supreme Court decision, and encampments off sidewalks and streets, Green, along with they didn't defund. Encampments. Stop with garbage that accumulated. Talent. I want to see how I touch this. Back up and go. These people stole. I guess you hold it long enough and they become personal belongings. And you're supposed to go. No, people. There's no. Well, why is it a question?
Yeah.
Why are you even in her business where they go? Can't. So see government to my minute by minute. Bad decision. You know, even if I are, you know, it's like. He's on the freeways. What district? Thousands of drug addicts. Now, let's see, a year or two ago, Breed was ahead. Free needles too. Addicts. And well, check. Now they want you out. Off the side. On Monday, city work. Campman. Only DMV. Imagine standing in line. This huge a dozen times this year. But it kept coming back. Maybe for good. And many, many millions of dollars to send people either into temporary housing, but still they're living outdoors with their drugs, with their drug use. Yeah. Case out of town. She's threatening to arrest them.
Right.
The city shelters are at 94% capacity.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
On the streets, offered shelter, repeated years, treatment. They're drug addicts. Sweeps. Shelter. They're issuing criminal penalty. And they refuse shelter. Of course, have hundreds of homeless people, thousands of homeless people. A bus ride, a family or friend, they'll give you a train ticket. Yes, they will pay. Train, plane. If you're a vagrant living on the sidewalk, a free plane ticket, you name the city, we'll send you there. That's what they should have done 10 years ago. So for 10 every time, a meeting. The next day and the next day and the next day, you go down the block. Out. Doing it. Gonna go. Don't care where. Off the sidewalk. Off. Out. Go. You go figure it out. Ultimately, cop has to show up, and he's got to be armed, and he's got to say, "You're out or you're under arrest." That's the only thing that's going to work. People right.
In answer to your question, I don't know which one I'd rather have.
They took billions of dollars tax money and made them rich, and that's why they came up with a bunch of phony arguments trying to shame people into. For our nation.
Santa. He's at the Interstate 5 corridor until I-3 has been issued. Has been heard on Avenue East on. His goal is to be able to vote for Vice President Harris this November, according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Jason, the grandson of the president, said his grandfather told his father Harris early voting for 15. Next.
Advantage. Your home is no need for repairs. And the mortgage because they $10,000 advance to help them move in. Read the reviews. Offer. 888 21. DRE number 0.
Satellite weather from KFI hot. East of triple digit. Followed by Southern California. Traffic Center. This is Long Beach.
History of brand. This is going to be blunt. Stop from at least South of Vermont, making his way over to the right shoulder. Right. 91 westbound, right after Imperial Highway. It's slow. He's only airborne travel.
Work, IR. You connected to Team USA.
Radio or
The free music podcasts all in one. Titles. Here's how
Okay.
you.
Awe-inspiring icons. American history. That's why you America's son.
I'm not sure.
Has been world famous for decades. The story, it comes with many chapters. A shock.
He was on Mount Everest. Now he's at the bottom of the ravine.
Come back of all time. But Tiger. It's large.
Doesn't just play go. He's like, that's in the history in my mind.
It's All American, a new series. I mean, no. Season, help of journalist Albert Chen.
The media has been telling. What if it's been completely
Tiger. Every Thursday, wherever you listen. Our radio app.
The good stuff. John Lennon's on another posthumous music icon sing. It's just under 2 points. Lennon acoustic guitar. $1 million the auction took in. Other high-priced items. Bob Dylan's 1965 Fender. Lee Jones II. 74. 390,000 BTOs. I Les Paul. 185K. And Bono and Adam Clayton of U2 tied at 260 grand each for Bono's 2005 Gretsch and Clayton's Fender Precision.
I think so.
And that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
You're pretty deep there, Frosty.
Back to the moments we missed. And the latest COVID-19 said, get something. Brought to you by iHeart. I got tossed out of a job at Universal.
Yeah.
I've lost a bunch of jobs, primarily because I mouthed off. Spent a lot of time in the vice principal's office in junior high school. Bill handled assumed the position. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Boy Scouts. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Coolbell Show, KFI 8640 live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, KFI reporter Michael Blunt's coming on to tell us more information about the.
Have you tried to get your Twitter? Why don't you just appeal your ban? See if they'll let you back.
you've seen what happens. For example, at Pacific Palisades, we're going to play in this story everywhere. Where's this from? Oh, yeah, KTLA Channel 5. Well, this is a new one. This may be a Los Angeles record. A family in Pacific Palisades, they had their house broken into twice in 7 hours. Twice! Play this clip with Channel 5 reporter Jennifer McGraw.
Another burglary, this time in a ritzy Pacific Palisades neighborhood. Only this house was hit twice in the same night. It was around 10 p.m. Saturday on Edbury Street, where thieves broke through a window on the second-story floor. Out this morning,
I listen to you. You go do what you need to do and come back when you can. And best wishes to your dad. Do what you need to do.
Neighbors tell us they generally feel safe, especially with their homes being so close together, but say this feels like a targeted brazen attack. It's definitely scary to know that there's people with weapons, like, going into the houses. Home break-ins seem to be on the rise, and definitely are in places like Encino, where they were up 40% last month. And not just burglaries, but home invasions. In this map, you see at least 5 home burglaries in the valley during the last 2 weeks of July, with more this week. And no, this is not a scene from the old Western movies. They've added mounted police to help protect homeowners and curb crime.
The area is saturated with police just
Biggest pimp in global history. There's never been anybody better than I am, and I'm the best motherfucker ever. Everybody knows I'm the best. Skill 1 to Tenet. George Tenet. I'm the best motherfucker ever. CIA Director George Tenet. Dick Army. How about Dick Army? Nobody's talking about Dick Army. Rabbi's talking about Dick Army. Why the hell wasn't he Secretary of Defense? Look at this gangster. Look at this West Side gangster. Biggest pimp in the world.
But it goes back to the supervisors, right? They let 5,000 inmates out of the jails. There's 5,000 fewer inmates out of the Central Jail than 5 years ago. You know what else in Pacific Palisades, which is a very nice area? Tom Hanks and his wife Rita Wilson, their house was broken into, burglarized. They got a $26 million house. Security alarm started ringing. Broken glass. Don't know what was stolen out of it. Curious who all these people voted for. How many people who've had their homes burglarized voted for Gascon and thought it was really cool? They were on the cutting edge of social change. Criminal justice reform, yes. Yes, fight for criminal justice reform. Yes, fund the police. Yes, close the Central Jail. Why did I get broken into twice last night?
It'll be interesting to see if those people did vote for Gascon and after their homes were burglarized, if they're going to vote again.
Yeah. On the John and Ken network, I'd send out reporters, and after they cover the basics of the crime, I'd have them ask, what'd you vote for? Who's your data candidate? Picture all these people that you hear every day. I mean, the 14 burglaries in Encino, how many of those people voted for Gascon? How many of those people voted for Nithya Robin and Karen Bass? Well, what do you expect?
Did you mean to say the John and Ken network?
If I had a network, you would come back. John Cobelt's show continues. Michael Muntz, KFI News, is going to tell us more about this men's Central Jail story. Deborah Mark, you know, you're really getting under my skin.
Oh, really?
Yes. You've changed.
I've changed.
Yes. You're in need.
I have to remind you of Ken.
I know. Deborah Mark live 24-hour news. It's hard to keep track of everything that's going on. Luckily, that's a little hobby of ours.
KFI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Another down day on Wall Street. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Dow and NASDAQ had taken a plunge as Japan's stock market had its worst day since 1987. Financial advisor Alec Tuckman with Wealth Management Partners of LA says despite the doom and gloom, this is a great time to invest.
To new investors, consider this a great buying opportunity. There is still a possibility of stocks being strong at the end of the year.
Tuckman says red flag indicators are pointing to a recession, but not the same as when the market crashed in 2008. He says tech stock, oil, and crypto stocks dropped. He says they dropped because of world-related issues, war, elections, and inflation, not problems with the companies. We'll have those market numbers for you at the end of this newscast. Deputies in Harupa Valley have recovered 17 guns from the home of a guy accused of assault.
The Riverside County Sheriff's Department shared a photo of the guns, which includes several rifles and 12 handguns. The guy the guns were taken from allegedly pointed a gun at somebody during an argument last week, then took off in an SUV. Deputies spotted the SUV and pulled the guy over shortly after. During the stop, ammunition was found, but no guns were in the car. A search warrant was then granted for the man's home where the stash of guns was found. The guy was arrested. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
Officials say it was a deadly weekend in LA County.
The Sheriff's Department says at least 4 people were shot and killed in 4 different cities. On Saturday, a man was killed in a drive-by shooting prior to a car collision in Compton. Also on Saturday, a man was killed in Carson by a drive-by shooting. Witnesses say they heard several gunshots. Early Sunday morning, detectives say a woman was killed by her boyfriend in Lancaster, and then he tried to kill himself. He's in critical condition. Also yesterday morning, a dead man was found laying on the pavement between 2 parked cars in L.A. There was also a deputy involved shooting involving a man with knives who officials say refused commands and had first been hit with a taser. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
LA started turning a motel into affordable housing for the homeless as part of the state's Project Home Key. Kevin Keller, a senior advisor to Mayor Bass, says the Pano in Van Nuys is an example of good government.
Departments will accelerate inspections, and we're going to do what we can to build more housing like this faster. Projects like the Pano demonstrate the importance of locking arms on all levels of government and with the philanthropic sector.
The $60 million project is turning the old Panorama Motel site on Sepulveda Boulevard into 90 housing units with mental health services. It's funded through state grants, philanthropy, and traditional bank financing. The Medi-Cal provider for LA County started sending social workers to temporary housing sites to sign homeless people up for full benefits. LA Care Health Plans, Charlie Robinson says only 8% of the 600 LA Care members in the city's new temporary housing program are getting full benefits.
We're focused on what we're calling housing navigation. It's one of our social services focused on helping people find permanent supportive housing and enhanced care management, sort of exactly what it sounds like, care management end-to-end as they're moving into those new sites.
He says many homeless people are unaware that Medi-Cal benefits can help with permanent housing. He says the goal is also to make sure that homeless people in temporary housing programs have health care. 2 people who allegedly created a makeshift home in the former Marine Corps Air Station El Toro in Irvine have been arrested.
Police found a room in the hangar decked out with disco lights, a fog machine, and what looked like a music studio. Police say the pair was using car batteries to power the equipment inside, where they also found a couch and other furniture. Joshua Rosario and Patricia Ratcliffe of Anaheim were arrested Friday on suspicion of robbery and possession of drugs. Police say they found 11 bicycles, lots of copper wire, and 2 airsoft rifles, some of the stuff allegedly stolen. Irvine PD says the couple has been cited or arrested multiple times for trespassing in El Toro. Chris Adler, KFI News.
And former President Trump's campaign attorney is cooperating with prosecutors in Arizona in exchange for charges being dropped against her. The charges are tied to the fake electors case. The state's attorney general, Jenna Ellis, previously pleaded not guilty to fraud, forgery, and conspiracy. Prosecutors allege Ellis lied about election fraud in Arizona and 6 other states, encouraged lawmakers to change the outcome of the election, and encouraged then Vice President Pence to accept fake elector votes. The KFI financial update brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow closed down 1,034, losing 2.16%. S&P 500 down 160, losing 3%.
NASDAQ down 576, losing 3.43%.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to kfirevive.com. That's kfirevive.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and hot again tomorrow, mid to upper 70s in the beaches, upper 70s to the 90s for Metro LA, triple digits in the valleys, the high desert, and the IE. 90s for inland and OC. Right now, 81 in Costa Mesa, 82 Fountain Valley, 100 in Burbank, 106 in Van Nuys. We are going to a crash on the 405 in Inglewood. 405 northbound before you get to Century Boulevard, trying to clear this crash from the 3 left lanes. On the 405 south at Normandy, got an accident making its way to Shoulder. But past that in Alameda, an accident still blocking the carpool lane. You're going to be stacked up from at least the 110. In West LA, 405 south at Sawtell, got a new accident with a motorcycle down the second lane from your left. It's going to be blocked there. In Van Nuys, 405 south at Victory, possible brush fire starting up over on the shoulder. In Pasadena, 210 eastbound at the 134, got a new accident blocking the left lane. Heading to Anaheim Hills, 91 westbound after Imperial Highway. That right lane is still blocked from that earlier car fire. With Southern California's only airport traffic report, I'm Jenny Harmon.
iHeartRadio is live from Paris.
The Paris Olympics underway.
With NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. 24 hours a day, you can listen to live coverage of swimming, basketball, volleyball, gymnastics, and all your favorite sports. Plus, Team USA exclusive coverage from Paris. Bring the summer games with you from your phone to your car, on your Alexa, or wherever you listen. Open the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I think the death of a wild serial killer is as big as it is because the chief of police of the 11th largest police department in the country is a suspect.
I can't say it right now because if I say it, I'm gonna wind up dead.
Do you want to start with how this entire thing started?
It was a sex party. If you're not knowledgeable about other county, you think it's an answer. It's not. It's the Amityville horror.
One night, some woman came screaming out of there and was running with no shoes on.
It's been 10 years since 11 bodies were found on Long Island. The case is still unsolved. We want to know why. I'm Alexis Linkletter.
I'm Billy Jensen from ID and Joke Productions, a new 7-part podcast that tells the untold story of the Long Island serial killer investigation.
Unraveled, the Long Island serial killers.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
John Cobell Show can't find and 640 live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, we're on from 1 until 4 after 4 o'clock. John Cobell Show on demand. It's the podcast version. Oh, and let's get going on the Moist line already. I think I gave you enough material last hour. 877-MOIST-86. Let's get it going for Friday. 877-MOIST-86. We want to hear from you. Whatever's on your mind, whatever upsets you, pisses you off. All right, continue. Now we're going to circle back to what we were discussing earlier. The LA County supervisors may actually want to build a new jail or something like a jail. It might have they don't want to use the word jail, but somewhere where you can put bad guys behind walls of bars, because the Men's Central Jail someday has to be demolished. It's really a disgusting condition. And for 5 years they said, well, actually they had a number of plans, and eventually they said, no, we're gonna bulldoze it and not replace it with anything. No jail in LA. Maybe they're changing their minds now. We got Michael Monks, KFI News, to explain. Michael, what's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, John. You nailed it pretty much there. And it does seem that there's a change of tune at the Kenneth Hahn LA County Government Building here downtown in LA because, as you noted, just a few years ago, this Board of Supervisors, the makeup of it at that time, had decided that we don't need this jail anymore. This was amid the social justice And so it rode in on this wave of reform that we can close this jail and not replace it with anything. But at last week's supervisors meeting, a presentation by Sheriff Luna on the conditions of the jail seemed to indicate that there might be some sort of change in thinking that, well, maybe we do in fact need something like a jail, if not a jail outright.
What did Sheriff Luna tell them that broke the spell after 5 years? What were the magic words he said that made them go, oh yeah, maybe we need a jail?
It may have been a statistic more than it was any stream of words that came out. You often hear this current crop of supervisors talk about care first or care base in the way that justice is deployed here in the county. They want to help reform people rather than just keep them behind bars. But one statistic that Sheriff Luna shared with them was that there's not a lot of options to divert the folks who are currently in the Mid Central Jail because 75% of them have committed crimes that are too violent for them to be considered eligible for it. So they can't put those folks back out on the street or into some sort of home-based diversion program because they are considered to be a danger to society. And so with numbers like that, the supervisors have to consider an alternative to what was their original.
So the jails house not only those convicted of misdemeanors, but those awaiting trial on felonies.
Exactly. This is a jail where, a lot of the celebrities that end up getting busted in LA County, they get housed there until their big trials come up, but also lesser known individuals who have committed serious offenses in LA County.
So the LA County supervisors thought that you could take people arrested for violent crimes and give them a diversion program before they've even been convicted.
I think
that broke the camel's back. And there's a lot of camels in Dubai. The Real Housewives of Dubai every Tuesday at 9 on
On the most memorable day ever in men's Olympic volleyball, the United States just been on. They split the opening 2 sets in deuce, and then it was all the United States rock solid 25-19, 25-19. And nobody better than Matt Anderson, 17 kills in 5:36, which is just off the charts, and also had 3 blocks. He got a lot of help, but absolutely spectacular. And speaking of Matt Anderson, he's standing by about other topics.
Well, thanks so much. Joined by not only Matt Anderson, but his children, Juno and Jamie. Congratulations, Matt. And before this match, Coach Ron said to us, we need Matt Anderson at his best. How did you take that message to heart to get the win?
Well, I always feel I have to get my best. And that's kind of the way our team runs and the way that I operate is to give everything I have, whether that's, me serving, playing defensive capacity. The guys really helped me today. I wasn't passing the ball through as well as I would like to. And they kind of just kept me positive and kept me moving through, and I kept some good passes at the end there.
And 2 long-time rivals battling it out for a chance in the semis. How would you describe the intensity and the magnitude of this win?
Yeah, that's a huge match. And we played against ourselves for many years, and they're always a great fellow of ours, but in a good way, in an amateur way.
Welcome to Podcast Bill. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Hims. Listen to me, and listen straight to me. 66% of men lose their hair by the age of 35. The thing is, when you start to notice hair loss, it's too late. It's easier to keep the hair you have than to replace the hair you've lost. Now, I want you to go to ForHims.com because it's a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men, if you know what I'm talking about. Him connects you with real doctors and medical-grade solutions to treat hair loss without having to break the bank. Well-known generic equivalents to name-brand prescriptions to help you keep your hair. FDA-approved solutions backed by science. No waiting rooms, no awkward personal doctor visits, none of that stuff. So do me a favor, order now. The church family gets a trial month of Hims for just $5. You heard that split? $5 right now while supplies last. See the website for full details. This would cost hundreds of dollars if you went to a doctor or a pharmacy. Go to hims.com/Joey, Joey. For hims.com/Joey, Joey. The church is also brought to you by Honor. Listen, you know me. When it comes to supplements, I ain't blowing smoke up the ass. I go first class all the way with refill, whatever we're doing, edibles, whatever. Whatever we're doing. So when it comes to Honor, they don't play games. Why? Because they got out the brain. 100% money back guarantee. They get the product back. They don't want the product. They give you the money back if it don't work for you. Who else gives you that type of deal? Nobody. Go to honor.com and press in church and get your party started. Get 10% off delivered right to your house. All right, kick this fucking mule, Lee. Steve Renazizi in the house, part 2 of our little conversation we're having about books and shit. But by the way, I saw a show that's coming out called Authors. Oh yeah, where they just do a take on authors, which I think is interesting too. There's so many great podcast ideas that I'd love to do. Don't have the time, of course. Like just one with authors, let's just get like 3 fucking houses to either have the authors call in and talk about their writing experiences, because that's always fucking.
I've interviewed a couple authors or 2 authors on my podcast, and just their styles and talking about what they, one grew up in Brooklyn, this guy Reed Coleman, and just went to a public school, got dropped off, latchkey kid, just started reading. Crime novels was his thing. And then he just started, like, in college, started writing shorter crime novels, and then that's what he wants to do. He's actually the guy that's going to write the prequel to Heat. I think it's Heat, right? He's doing a prequel or something like that to Heat.
That's crazy. That's crazy that they would do a prequel to Heat when Heat was just a rip-off of Thief.
I didn't see Thief.
Nobody has, because it won the Cannes Film Festival in 1980. It's a movie with James Caan, Belushi's brother, Willie Nelson, and Tuesday Weld.
Really?
Oh, 1980. It's one of the greatest fucking movies. If you watch The Godfather, the regular Godfather, it's a great. James Caan is great. But if you watch the one where they put those old pieces back in, James Caan ain't that really good. Like, you're talking about somebody who's a James Caan.
What the fuck is this shit?
I'm telling you that some of those scenes he did, you watch and go,
oh, I know.
Who is this actor?
Because I'm one of the most athletic motherfuckers anybody's ever seen.
But what they got him,
no one's ever been prettier than I am, and I'm the prettiest motherfucker there is. I might even just tell the world how pretty I am.
But Thief, he just hit it out of the park.
I gotta check this thing out.
So that was one of Michael Mann's first movies. So Michael Mann made Thief and the prequel to Silence of the Lambs called Search of the Green Dragon or something like that.
Okay.
And Hannibal Lecter was completely different.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that one. Yeah,
that movie was Michael Peterson. Michael Peterson went on to do a movie called To Live and Die in L.A.
Red Dragon.
So if you look at the Hannibal Lecter in there, you're like, who the fuck is that? As a matter of fact, this is crazy because last night, Silence of the Lambs was on and Hannibal was on afterwards. And I remember thinking to myself, this guy is so good at this role. Like, he hit it out of the fucking park. And the second one, when he fucking takes the guy and puts him out in the building and takes his guts out with the fucking knife and his guts come out into the fucking La Plaza del Sol, whatever the fuck it is. He's brilliant.
Yeah.
He's fucking brilliant. That's a killer.
Yeah, and it done wrong. It's just gross.
And I read that book in prison.
Really?
Like, I read that book word for word, and I see that movie, and it's the exact book. There's nothing. They shot that. Whoever executive produced that, they cut a deal. Whoever the author was, he said, if you move it around or fuck it up, you're done. Wow. This has to be, it's done just like the fucking book. They don't miss nothing. There's nothing added. When you read Donnie Brasco, there's a whole chapter about what he did in Milwaukee with the Central Mob. The people who live in Milwaukee, they're into vending machines. There's a whole, when you read Goodfellas is really about,
when you read Henry Hill's book,
when you read whatever it's called, Wise Guy.
Yep.
When you read Wise Guy, it talks about how Henry Hill got really in. That they took out the book of the movie. His son, Paul. So he was friends with Paul since he was a kid. You follow me? The same way I was friends with Anthony Balzano when he was a kid.
Got it.
So whatever Anthony got, Joey got.
Yeah.
Because that's how they were raised. So if Paulie got a job in a beach house in the summer, and he took Henry Hill. Yeah, that's how Henry Hill got in with the Varios. They don't tell you that in the book. They tell you in the movie. They tell you a completely different story. But in the movie, I mean, in the book, they talk about them being busboys in an exclusive bar on Long Island.
I wonder if that's done. If there's versions of the script that are like that have all that stuff still in it.
Well, I have a version of Goodfellas script, and it's similar to the movie. It's one of the revisions. Somebody just gave it to me as a gift. In Toronto, there was a store that the guy sold scripts with signatures on and shit. This one signed. I don't know who the fuck. I don't know if it's.
Did you read it? Is it similar to the shooting script or the one they shot? Or
no, there's a couple of things that are out of place. It's so weird how.
Okay.
Because they make adjustments as they shoot the movie. A lot of people don't know that. You know, when I first got analyzed that, they were shooting that in New York. Mm-hmm. And I'm not kidding you guys. This is how much. That's why when you guys read about a movie and they go, oh, it made $800 million. Then you go to Box Office Mojo.
And you see how much it costs.
And you see how much that film cost to make. And you go, wow. Now, if that film is 180 million, guys, I'm going to tell you something at home. 60 million of that is pure waste. Yep. It's a write-off, guys. It's an investment for the movie company. That's why they have to turn that movie around so quickly. That's why it's very rare that a movie company, if we put a lot of money into a movie, that movie's coming out, whether it sucks.
It's coming out.
You know, they'll run it through different, what do you call those focus groups? Yeah. Get a rating and kind of feel for it. I don't even think they're running it through focus groups anymore. They're so fucking bad.
Well, movies cost a lot of money. They're coming out on big days where they want people to go see movies. When you see a movie that costs a lot of money that they're burying at different times, like that are not popular, you can tell those are the ones that probably don't have the believe in.
How many movies are making money? Look what happened this last weekend. How many movies are really making money anymore? It's the Marvel movies, the fucking comic books. The Black Panther movie killed it this year.
Yep. Or it's the guys like Seth Rogen who are doing like $15 to $20 million movies that are making $60 to $70 million, or now $100. You know. So now what you're doing is you have guys that were like Seth Rogen made a couple of movies for $15 million, like the Dictator movie or whatever that was, and they probably made about 50. Now he has a budget of like 25 or 30 because those movies are making 100 or 120 now. Like the Neighborhood Watch and those other movies that he's producing and directing and stuff. So he's got a formula where if you don't ask for too much up front, you know you've got a fan base that's going to build, that's going to make you. Now it's not going. The big exceptions are like Get Out, like Jordan Peele's movie that you make for $4 million and then it makes $250 million. It gets nominated for an Oscar. I mean that guy should be able to make whatever he wants for the rest of his life, because think about how much money he made. The original investment, $8 million, I think the shooting budget was. Oh, $8 million. Well, listen, and it's probably $250 million.
We've all fucking been part of movies or whatever where I've been in a whole day movie. Yeah, you go to get some beef, there's a fucking apple and cheese chips, those chips with cheese in the middle, processed chips, the 6-pack. Yeah, that's it. I've been on those movies, guys.
I know.
$100 a day. I've been on those movies. Then I've been on movies where there's lots of tails on Friday.
Oh yeah. Mall Cop, we were had segways to drive around whenever we wanted to. Those little fucking the Mall Cop segways. You want to go get on the mall? Take a Segway. Here's a jacket. Keep it. Don't worry. There's a Nintendo in your fucking hotel room.
And that's what people don't really get. That you don't really need $60 million to make a movie. The studio gives you that, and you can chop it up in ways. So
that's the thing.
Well, you have to spend it.
Yes.
See, that's the thing.
But do you have to? That's what the point that I think they're saying is like, do you have to spend it? Do you have to buy everyone jackets and Nintendos? Instead, you just go, look, instead of getting that shit, we got a tighter budget. We're going to work a little harder for a little shorter, but instead of that, we don't have as much pressure to make as much money. You know what I'm saying? The mall cops that have that extra budget, and even for the budget,
you did the first mall cop.
Yeah, the first one. And the budget wasn't even that much.
No, it was a fucking home run.
It was $30 million, $24 million, and it made
January
on Martin Luther King weekend, which is now turned into a great weekend.
Yes. Fucked it up with mall cop, huge. And it's funny because I still remember shooting Spider-Man and walking on Sony lot and walking to my room and let's say the fucking let's say it was Studio 6. My room was fucking a half-mile walk. You know, I was a nobody. Yeah, it was a nice room. Yeah, and I'll never forget we were walking and seeing Cecily. And I'm going, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I'm shooting Spider-Man. He's like, get the fuck out of here. I go, what are you doing here? He goes, I'm trying to get Kevin James a film career. Yeah. He was a TVA guy. And then he got pitched. Yep. And I'll never forget that I went out to dinner with Rogan and him one night. And I go, hey, bro. I get props to do. Remember when I bumped into you in the Spider-Man set? He goes, yeah, who are we talking about? And he goes, Kevin James getting in the movie. And you got him pitched. Yeah. You got him fucking Will Smith. And that would have launched him for fucking, and then he did Mall. And then he did Mall Cop, his own thing. That was it. And yeah, I mean, he's so likable in that movie. It just took off huge numbers. Huge. I mean, that made a lot of money. But then the other movie I did, Eddie Murphy movie. It's called Imagine That. The shooting budget, $92 million. It's made 16, 17. You can look it up. I think it's 17. I mean, think about that L for Paramount. Think about that L. That's a big L. But here's what people don't understand: that you have all these L's, but all you need is 3 home runs. Well, $700 million. Eddie Murphy's got. Well, yeah, I know. I mean, so he's got a track record of, but you take an L like that, and a couple of those. He took a couple of those. More Dracula, Norbit. He took a couple beatings there for a while. Yeah. There's a whole crew of us that were all in those movies. We were all thrilled to work with Eddie Murphy. And he was never really there. What was the name of the movie? Imagine That. I think it made $17 million. It's $90 million. The movie business is fucking entertainment. It was 10 years ago.
Well, I mean,
it's rough, Jack.
If you're not Eddie Murphy, like if you guys are acting in the movie, do you see more money if they sell a lot of tickets?
What do you mean? I'll say that again.
Like, do you make more money if they sell a lot of tickets? Like you or Joey?
Yes. For Mall Cop, I get residual checks. Movies that are successful, especially worldwide.
Is that from TV or like when they play on TV and DVD sales, or is that tickets?
Everything. DVD sales. That's internet now. That's when they play on HBO and shit.
Because what I was thinking was that, like, if they took away all those perks for you, you know the studio's making millions and millions. Do you really care if would you really be like, okay, yeah, I'll give up all that food or I'll give up the Nintendo because I want to make it like $500 more bucks?
Well, here's the deal: you will if you know you're making a good movie. But if you're a guy that just gets $25 million a check and it's just like, well, what's the next script coming through? And you just do it like it's a crappy movie, like we did, like Eddie Murphy. Well, how many times are they gonna, they're not going to give you $25 million anymore to do those movies?
Oh, they might. Because it's a fucking write-off. They have a certain amount of money to make a certain amount of movies.
But I think they'd rather give 12 kids $2 million to make a movie like that might just blow up than Eddie Murphy 25 to be in anything.
They don't think that way. I don't know. They've been here for 20 years. You've seen it.
Yeah.
They don't think that way.
I'm optimistic that he might figure something out.
People, listen, I love to hear stories about a guy that put together a movie for $3 million. He had to fucking co-sign his mother's and grandmother's house. I shot a movie called You Got Nothing. Okay? Mm-hmm. This motherfucker sold the script. Somebody attached the whole thing. He wanted to play Sylvester Stallone. His girlfriend signed with somebody's manager, Faye Dunaway's manager. Pickpocketed her. So what did he do? This guy had done 7 episodes of NYPD Blue, where he got a line or less. Guess what he did? What? Like, they came to him. I'm not kidding you guys. They came to him. This is 2003. This is the first movie I ever did that was more than one day. Mm-hmm. This was the first movie I ever did that had more than one scene. And this is the first movie I ever did where they put you on a plane. And we shot Sacramento, and I didn't have to shoot for 2 days, and I got a grandma bar at a bar. at a VFW. I went in there and had a drink. I was there 2 minutes and some chick came up here. I got blowing speed. Give me a fucking gram of coke. I was supposed to go to rehearsal. I never showed because it was one line. I told them I had the flu. Just if you watch this movie, dog, you're like, Joey, who gave you that orange shirt? I couldn't even use the scenes in my reel. Do you understand me? These guys had the movie sold. This was a whole run. They had like 3 people attached, Paramount. But the guy just couldn't let it. Like, fuck it, no. I'm going to have my parents fucking put up, they remortgaged. That's when remortgages were huge. They had her parents remortgage, refinance, his father refinance. Both of them refinanced their houses in Beverly Hills.
Leverage to the tits.
I'll never forget the one guy had a wig. Oh my God.
Murray's wigs don't fall off.
And the one guy that I knew from the movie was the guy that played the sidekick in. Okay, now I hate this shit.
Sidekick and what?
I brought some girls to meet you. What would you bring? Regular bimbos? No, they're not bimbos. They're bimbettes.
Oh, bachelor party?
No, the one with the kid from that we used to date a girl in my hometown, and fucking Matt Dillon, 1984, Hector Elizondo, and about a kid who in the summer. He goes up to the
Flamingo Kid.
The Flamingo Kid.
Yes.
Oh my God. He was in the Flamingo Kid. So when I went to the audition, I read like, oh shit, all right. I love the Flamingo Kid.
Yep. That's all it takes is one other person that you recognize.
Oh my God. I was like,
this is legit.
So I took this movie. I'll never forget the fucking costume lady. He goes, what did you bring? Ralphie man had given me a shirt. It was orange. One of his shirts, like a 5X that didn't fit him no more. That somebody gave to him. I was like a 4X at the time. Coked up to the gills. You know who was in that movie too? Look it up. You Got Nothing. I can give you the names. There was a guy in that movie that was married to the chick from NYPD Blue. That one that was married to Jimmy Smith on the show, the brunette.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so this
was really beautiful.
You're the second
Jillian
person on the cast.
Oh yeah, they had to move me up. Who's the number one?
Greg Lindsay.
Okay, who's number?
Val Lauren.
Yeah,
the rest is alphabetical.
Keep reading.
Philip Angelotti, Benjamin Carpenter, Joe Cortez.
Okay, Joe Cortez. Okay. Listen to Joe Cortez's story, guys. You're gonna die about this one.
That sounds familiar.
This guy was he's still around.
Joe Cortez?
Still around. About 70, looks good. Goes in for a few roles from time to time.
Oh, he looks real good. Oh my goodness.
But Joe Cortez was this fucking dude that in the 80s was just a woman killer in this town.
Oh, really?
And the story goes, he was Miami Vice.
He got it?
He was the original Don Johnson. He was the original.
Oh, yeah.
Who's he with as an agency?
I don't have probes on.
Oh, I should have logged in line.
Oh, he died. No, he's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Patterson, New Jersey.
Yeah, Joe Cortez does look good. Had a tremendous career in this town.
72
American History X, was he in that?
Yeah.
Joe Cortez, bro, was a bad motherfucker. But Joe Cortez was the original Don Johnson. Don Johnson did walk in for that audition on a Friday.
I nailed it. Is that what happened? Is that the story?
Yeah, it's like, you got it. Steve was easy. You're the guy.
And then Don Johnson walks in
and I said, go see just go see this guy. Don Johnson at the time was hanging out like with fucking Frank Zappa. Don Johnson was like a gold. Don Johnson was hanging out with either Leonard Skinner or the Allman Brothers. If somebody in fact, one of those bands say that he co-wrote a song. Like Don Johnson was like a fucking actor in this town that was just a good-looking guy, but he was fucking tearing up. He was married to Melanie Griffith. I think he married Melanie Griffith's mother. Don Johnson has an interesting story. Yeah. He did some 50-something. He's fucking nuts, Don Johnson.
Really?
But Don Johnson walked into that thing on a Friday and got it. And the rest was fucking history. Joe Cortez, it's like that dude that he turned down Friends. And he looks like a dick.
Who turned down Friends?
There's an actor that's out there. He was in the movie with Gina Davis in 1995 when Gina Davis did with the black dude. Who's the black dude that does all the Spike Lee movies, the DJ?
Oh, Wesley Snipes?
The DJ and Do the Right Thing. Come on, guys. He does the great on commercials now. He's huge now. Who's the biggest black actor?
The guy,
the president from
24.
24?
No. But anyway, Philip, Joe Cortez, all those guys, we did that movie, You Got Nothing. And I mean,
did it make any money?
It didn't do anything.
Nothing.
A lot of those movies don't. It was such a shame because while we were doing it, they kept talking about their lives and their money and the investment they had. And they weren't trying to spend. They really were keeping the budget low. I mean, I was in a nice hotel or something. It was like a Motel 6 in Sacramento. I was really excited. I had like 8 days on the movie.
Yeah.
So it was great. I knew I got the movie when I walked in there. You know, it was the first time I ever shot like that. And then like a week later, I got the Rodney movie.
Oh, which one?
They were at the Comedy Store.
Oh, yeah.
I got an audition. Like I just finished that. And I got an audition at right across the street from it's down the block from the Comedy Store
on Sunset,
heading towards the strip club.
Strip club
across from that bar. So there's that Mexican bar in the corner. When you come up that street and make a left, and then there's the train when you get the hot dog from the chili dogs, Carnies.
Yeah.
Up the block from there used to be a big time cast director.
Okay.
She was old, and she'd throw you out of the office, and you weren't prepared. Like the first time I got an audition with her, they were like, "Listen, this lady is fucking 60,000 years old, and she doesn't even like you bringing the sides in. You gotta be off book from the pre-read." In those days, in the pre, there was
you got to be there.
In those days, there was a pre-read.
Yeah, so you got to go to the casting director first before she puts her fucking out there for you.
So she would go to the pre-read, and then you would fucking do this, and then there was 6 hoops. And I remember I went for the pre-read when I walked in. Rodney was in there.
And the pre-read,
listen to me. Rodney was in there. Who's the guy that runs the Laugh Factory?
Jamie?
No, in Vegas. He was the director.
Garrett? No.
Who runs the Laugh Factory? Is I don't know. I just spoke to him about 2 weeks ago. Great guy. He put me in that movie.
Really?
He was the director. He had done 2 movies with Rodney as a director. And fucking, I walked in, and I had just seen him and a bunch of other those producers who walked around the store. I didn't know anything about anything.
Did you see anyone else you knew in the waiting room, like other people auditioning? Like, because usually that's like comedians that are like, just like, oh, we're all going in this fucking thing together.
No, I don't remember. There were the only other comedians in the movie were Harlan Williams, Paul Rodriguez, the guy with the big ears that's a drunk that's still around. I forget what his name is. A couple fucking annoying comics, but no. There's no comics in the store that were like mine. No. I went in there like that was the first time. It's a movie about the prison, and I was one of the guys in the prison that we went out and we ran and we robbed the hardware store at night. So we had jacuzzis and shit, bro. I had scenes with that chick, the Scientologist,
Leah Remini.
No, the one that did the movie with Travolta. I had fucking scenes to do from Vacation. The guy's brother. I mean, that movie had.
Oh yeah.
Back by Midnight.
Back by Midnight. Who's in that cast?
Harry Basil is the
director. Harry Basil. Oh, who's in the movie?
Randy Quaid, Kirstie Alley, Lamar, Paul Rodriguez, Harlan Williams, Marty Belasky.
Marty Belasky, yes. He was going to be the next big fucking thing. He was skinny. Oh my God. He was a Laugh Factory guy. He was supposed to be a star.
Like Marty
Belasky. Wow.
His headshot's still black and white, so I don't think it worked out.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen it.
Tony Cox.
Tony Cox, little black midget.
Yeah.
From the little black midget from fucking the movie you like. Saying, we want to see my two with Johnny Rock and his girlfriend.
Bad Santa.
Bad Santa, yeah. Tony Cox, a little black midget.
Oh, dude, he's hilarious.
I mean, we had a blast when I moved Kirstie Alley. was eating. She had to be tipping the scales at 350. And I'm tipping the scales at 350. We were eating like animals on that fucking set. It was tremendous. And I just, they hired me, but there was no carrot.
Oh, really?
The script. But it was up to Rodney every day.
Did he just put you in scenes and stuff? He just like
he liked me so much as
like
a relation that he like he could bring him down.
Yeah.
Like something forward.
Yeah.
So they called me JoJo. That's amazing. This is, you know, this is like fucking. This guy was everything to me. I had to do everything I had to do to keep cool in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything I had to do. Like when I watched the young comedian special, Bill Hicks and Janice and all those guys that he's hosting, they're hilarious. But he was fucking hilarious in between. I still remember seeing Easy Money with beers in the movie. He was sneaking beers. And as soon as the movie started, all you heard was beers opening up the whole. Like I still remember being excited for Easy Money 2 weeks out.
I was nervous meeting my girlfriend at the time, my wife's father, and I remember I walked in and a couple times I met him. But the first time I really bonded, we sat down and watched Back to School, and we laughed at the same time. It's impossible not to laugh.
It was the first movie he showed me. Like when we first started going to his house, he like pulled me down the other on his DVR.
Which one?
Back to School.
No, Easy Money.
No, the one with where he's a photographer.
Oh, Easy Money.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's just fun.
Because it's funny on so many different levels. It's fucking just visually, he's a funny human being.
I don't lose my mind. Like I saw you, Murphy. Yeah. So I didn't lose my mind. Paul Moore. I didn't lose my mind. There's a lot of people at the store when I first got there, but here I am, the Rodney movie, and they would go knock on his trailer and see what he wants to do for you. And I would walk in and have a robe on with Peter naked under the robe and shit, smoking weed and the fucking thing. And I'm like, he has to have an idea that if he told me to suck his dick right now, I'd hardly it. Like, that's how much I idolized Rodney. Like, just, he was a part. Yeah, done. Like, he was who I was. So for 6 days, I just got to watch this old Rodney. But I didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
He was old. He couldn't remember his lines, guys. He would come out just to do his lines. You know, like they would yell the lines live. So they would say, because he was old.
Yeah.
It just wasn't him. He just doing movies for the check for his pension now.
Well, he didn't start till he's 50,
but he was still smoking dope and drinking and walking around with a robe barefoot. Like, he was just a fucking legend. And like, I talked to him a few times. We would talk about the scenes and shit. JoJo, what are we going to do here? Take your shirt off. Let me show you what. You know what? Like, there's one scene where I'm 400 pounds. I just sit there with no shirt on in a fucking prison chair living around. Look at this guy. The movie is god awful. Oh, man. When we went to the fucking thing, that was no, like I was telling Lee, next week, Memorial Day, Labor Day, I'm going to do a podcast with Lee, and I wrote down, I did the Abe Lincoln close, and I wrote down, since I got to the prison, the good things I did, and the bad things that I did. And I got to tell you, it's like my good accomplishment, my bad accomplishment. Let's take your bad accomplishments and triple your good accomplishments, but you just did a couple good things. Like, I keep looking at this list and going, that was a good movie. Yeah, that was a good movie. Like, that was instinct. You know, like now I'm looking at what made me do those movies, and I look at the other movies, and it's just straight up drug mistakes, drug and stupidity, drug and just being 20, and being 30, and being immature.
Oh my God!
I got out of prison at 25 years old, and you know I had been through 16, and then like it did then. Prison was like the first time that things slowed down. I know where I'm going to get an apple from tomorrow. But that was the first time. So when I got out of there...
But did you need it, you think?
Did I need prison at that time? It was either going to happen then or now. But somewhere it was going to come down. And it was either going to be I think that I did a mistake. I got a short sentence and I went on with my life. But in those 30 years, I just wanted to crown a lot. You know, like... got married, blew a divorce, you know, after I knocked my wife up, like I was falling apart, like most men do. You knock the woman up. Those 9 months are fucking emotional for a man. We keep it together like, I'm having a child.
Yeah.
But, you know, someone's trying, his name is Lucifer. But deep down inside, you're breaking inside. You're like, what if I slip? I can't slip, but
There's no more fucking up, then that's gone.
there's no more fucking up. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Like, every punch I throw has to connect.
Yep.
And that's what
And you gotta pull some, too.
It's weird how life throws those, like, you guys, I went to the break, I went to pee, and you're like, I'm ready to have a kid. I've said this once, I said this another. You're never ready to have it.
No.
You're never ready to get that big movie.
Nope.
You're never ready to get that big call from a producer to do that big comedy show. But you step up, and you come to spread, and you walk out and you go,
yeah, and you figured it out.
They didn't let me see. They didn't see me sweat. That's the most important thing. Like, I look at that list and I go, oh my God. I mean, I don't know how I did that. I was howling. But the moves that were good were thought out. I know that they were calculated. Like the stand-up. What makes you get on stage the first time? Pure fucking stupidity, alcohol, and bravado.
Yep.
You don't know why you get on stage the first time. You have no idea. You have no idea. Like, I threw this poor bastard up on stage in Chicago doing my special. He did great. And he never talked about it again. It was such a rush. Oh my God, people know my name. It's what do you do? What did you go and say?
To me?
Yeah, you're like, dumbest thing you ever did.
It was there. I'm like, I don't really want to do it. My girlfriend was like, I'm going to sign you up tonight, drunk. I'm like, all right, let's do it. Get on stage, tell 3 minutes of jokes. Have people told you were funny before? Kinda, yeah. But I feel like you're either, there's only a certain amount of people that would ever take the risk of doing that and embarrassing themselves. That's a small amount. And then out of that amount, anyone that's willing to do it, that's ever willing to do it again or multiple times, that's even smaller. So I think it weeds out real fucking quickly. Real quickly. The people that are like never meant to do it. But whoever's drawn to that microphone for whatever reason, mostly it's just, for me, it was like some sort of false bravado, thinking that I'm a funny person, that I could do it, and a little bit of alcohol. That's it. And going back is because I felt okay, and something about being on stage was like, oh, this isn't the worst feeling in the world. I kind of, at some level, enjoy this.
Well, you're saying this, I'm telling about how much I really want to hate my wife and how much I like to stab her and how much I like to do a lot of things with my ex-wife. But she did what she had to do, and I can't be mad at her for that. But she did do one thing. She fucking, I kept calling up Comedy Works. I canceled.
Oh, really?
And one day I told her I got a spot. She got a babysitter. So she put me against the wall.
Yep.
Down there. Got dinner. It was like a date night.
Mm-hmm.
And I went down there with her, and I fucking got on stage. And when I got off that, older Comedy Works was there, Ed Nichols at the time. And he's like, keep doing it. You got stage presence and shit. And I remember like walking up the stairs of Comedy Works going like, how am I going to keep doing this?
Yeah.
I have a wife and a child. Like, what am I going to tell her? Like, I remember the next couple of weeks at work, he was like, I hope this ladder falls. You know, like, because I was a roofer, and I would help them. I would estimate roofing. I remember going, like, I wish this ladder falls. I'd break my leg so I could get out of roofing. While I'm rehabilitating, get into stand-up comedy.
So it's yeah.
Like, I didn't know how I was going to do this. Mm-hmm. I kept getting on little stages, and I kept eating the bag of dicks. Then I went to New York for 10 days just strictly to do blow. Like, I hadn't been in New York for 6 years. I left in 85, it's 91. And I just basically went to New York to do blow and get on a few stages. And I went to a few places. It was kind of scary, and I just did blow. I went by Yankee Stadium every night. I rented a car from Hertford. It was like a white police car. And every time I go to the Bronx, these black people would run away. And I'm like, no, I'm not the cops. I tried to blow with a white police car. Oh my God, I was taking cash advances on this credit card. Oh my God. Those big percentages, those
18% of lease.
Oh, they hit you out. That's how they, first time you got a cash advance on the credit card, you're done. Yeah, because it tags onto everything. The 18 tags onto everything.
Yeah, because they're not charging you $100 on your credit card. They're charging you $118, and then you don't pay that, and then the interest is on the $118 you gotta pay.
I went bananas when I got divorced. I had like every credit card in the world, and I went through them like a fucking bandit. The worst thing I ever did was Discover. Like I tried to reapply with Discover. I got a fucking application, came back ripped up. Like Bush's tickets and shit. It came back ripped up.
I got a Discover card in college, and they gave you a T-shirt with it, like a long sleeve T-shirt. And I remember playing basketball that day, and I had to go to a class, and then I had to go do something later on. I was all sweaty, so I basically just wanted the fucking I wanted the long sleeve T-shirt, so I signed up. The card came in the mail. $12,000 later. You know, they give these fucking cards to people. I don't know. $12,000, and about 6 years later, I finally paid this fucking card off. I still have this fucking T-shirt. It's got 1,000 holes in it, and my wife keeps trying to throw it away. You touched it. That was a $12,000 fucking T-shirt. I'm gonna be buried in that fucking T-shirt. It's got the Discover card on the front of it, 1,000 holes up the fucking sleeve and shit, holes everywhere. But I held on to that fucking T-shirt. It cost me $12,000. $12,000. They said I don't know if they still do that, but they had Discover, MasterCard, Diners Club, all in the fucking Union Hall of the college.
Yeah. That's how I got it.
Sign up.
That's how I got it. As soon as you get a loan. So when you go to that intro day,
yeah,
it was all there. They had huts. I couldn't believe it. I was like a kid in a candy store. I was a thief.
I just wanted a fucking T-shirt.
Here I am, like 8 G's in my pocket, got scholarship money.
I'm a kid.
I'm signing up for classes. I'm withdrawing. I'm banging up these checks. I'm a fucking ass.
Collecting wick.
Nobody knew nothing. No, not even my wife. I had money coming in from my scholar. I had a friend that we specialized in. You paid him $500, and all he did was get you scholarships. And he had lists of them, 5 nickels. Oh, I was getting nickels. I was just banging them out like they were my money. Bang.
Oh, yeah, you're the guy who comes in.
I was so they balling out. I got a nickel and say $2.50. Fuck that. Then I go get a jacket. Then I go to the movies. I go get a fucking one of those chicken fill sandwiches. I eat 3 or 4 Chick-fil-A's. I'm kidding you. But I'll never forget going to pick up a Pell Grant. 2G1. Yep. They're free, and I was like, oh, boy, I got some blow. And I go downstairs, and the music girl came up to me. Oh, how are you?
What up, bro? I wish I could hang out. Hey, bro, just want to fucking do something.
So
oh, for sure, bro.
Every one of those things. A week later, all those cards came in the mail with a nickel.
Calm down, bro.
I didn't touch those fucking
things.
Didn't touch them. Didn't touch them. Got locked up, came out, didn't touch them. Every once in a while, I go to
oh, shit.
No, one card I would repay it, but it would kill me. That's why I didn't gamble.
I'm not gangster. I'm a West Sider. Everybody knows that I'm the gangster. I'm the biggest West